Chapter 2230 Violent Suppression. When Aqua Rose and the others stepped forward, they unleashed the auras they had kept contained. Although each of their auras was not as powerful as Fire Dance and Gentle Snows, the combined pressure easily surpassed their two comrades. Startled Wind and his team were stunned. Aqua Rose and the others hadn't seriously joined the battle yet, so Fire Dance and Gentle Snow's brilliance had easily overshadowed their performances. As a result, Startled Wind and his companions hadn't been able to get a clear estimation of their strength. However, as Aqua Rose's group revealed their true selves, Startled Wind and Starlink's other domain realm experts recognized how powerful these players were. Are you kidding me? How can a guild like Zero Wing have so many experts with such incredible attributes? Aqua Rose and her comrades no longer felt like current players. The weakest among them likely had basic attributes that could even rival Ink Rain and Brilliant Python. Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, and Zhaoyueru were only slightly weaker than Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. When the Mad Beast Legion members felt this combined aura, they couldn't help their instinct to retreat. None of them dared to approach Aqua Rose's group. Only the Legion's peak experts withstood the powerful aura, although they were still afraid. The Mad Beast Legion felt as if they stood before over 20 great lords. How could they possibly face such a powerful force? Have they already reached Tier 3? Brilliant Python muttered in shock. Brilliant Python was his battle array's core, and the boost was even great enough that he could contend with a Tier 3 player of the same level, yet Aqua Rose and the others' auras were no weaker than his own. He couldn't think of any possibility other than the fact that they must have reached Tier 3. No, that's not possible. Players can't take the Tier 3 promotion quest until they've reached level 100. No matter how incredible their leveling speed is, it's not possible to reach level 100 at this stage of the game. Even if they have reached that level, they'd still have to complete their promotion quests. They can't even challenge the quest until they've met the minimum equipment standards, not to mention complete it, Ink Rain said, shaking her head. Ink Rain refused to believe that Aqua Rose and the others had reached Tier 3 already. Just from their life ratings, she could tell they hadn't. There was, after all, a significant difference between a Tier 2 player's life rating and that of a Tier 3 player. Ink Rain didn't feel the pressure that would result from such a difference in life ratings. However, even if Aqua Rose and the others weren't Tier 3, they weren't any weaker than an actual Tier 3 player of the same level. Calm down, everyone. These people might have very high attributes, but their combat standards are subpar. Our Refinement Realm experts easily outnumber theirs by several times. Avoid direct fights. Split up and keep them distracted. Follow-up units. Attack with combination spells. Evil Blade, you'll work with me to distract Black Flame. I want everyone else to work with the combination spells to keep Zero Wing's Vanguard busy. Once we've annihilated the rest of Zero Wing's army, we'll take out time whittling these players down. After taking a moment to calm down, Startled Wind commanded the Mad Beast Legion's Refinement Realm experts. It was impressive that Zero Wing had 20+ players with the combat power to rival Tier 3 players, but the difference between experts wasn't limited to basic attributes. Combat standards also played a massive role. After all was said and done, Zero Wing did not even have 100 Refinement Realm experts. Even if Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts had higher basic attributes, they couldn't one-shot other players. They could simply split up and tackle these Refinement Realm experts using boss raiding methods. With Startled Wind's orders, realization dawned on Starlink's members. Aqua Rose and the others were quite powerful, but the fact remained that Starlink had more Refinement Realm experts. Starlink's forces then took action. The Refinement Realm experts that had stood with the main army began to cast their Tier 2 combination spells, targeting Zero Wing's Vanguard. These Tier 2 combination spells were even stronger than single-target Tier 3 spells, and could even cause a significant amount of damage against Grand Lords. Moreover, these Refinement Realm experts' aim was incredibly accurate. In the meantime, the 4 Shadow Demons, Cloudy Mountain, and 3 kills made their way toward Aqua Rose's group. Their basic attributes might not be as high, but they had higher combat standards. With a single glance, they found plenty of weak points in the Vanguard's defenses. If they coordinated their attacks with the combination spells, killing Aqua Rose and the others would not be difficult. But the instant Starlink's members reached their targets, they discovered that they had been outrageously mistaken. Naturally, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Zhao Yueru didn't hold back. Facing several dozen incoming combination spells, Aqua Rose lightly waved her Sea Dragon Staff and cast Aqua Precinct. 12 water serpents immediately appeared around Aqua Rose, radiating an aura no weaker than that of a level 75 Grand Lord. Under Aqua Rose's control, the serpents blocked most of Starlink's combination spells. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud activated her Death-size Shadow Rage, summoning a total of 300 Shadow Blades. Every Shadow Blade effortlessly struck down a combination spell, and in the end, Aqua Rose shattered the remaining incoming attacks in an instant. In the end, it took only an instant for Aqua Rose to shatter the remaining combination spells. Zhao Yueru took a more direct approach than her companions. Her Frostflame's Wrath was already capable of upgrading her spells by 1 tier, so they were currently Tier 3 spells. With her extraordinary basic attributes and physique, she'd have no issues defeating an actual Tier 3 Great Mage, much less a bunch of Tier 2 magical class players. After casting the Tier 2 spell Flame Sanctions, over 30 Crimson Magic arrays appeared around Zhao Yueru. Each released a fiery spear, which was powerful enough on its own to warp the space around it. These spears were easily more powerful than Starlink's Tier 2 combination spells, and Zhao Yueru used them to bombard the Mad Beast Legion members. The Mad Beast Legion members responded in time and blocked the incoming spears, but they still stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, their arms trembling from the impact and their HPs plummeting. Zhao Yueru's attacks made her just as powerful as a humanoid defense turret. As long as magical class players had enough time to cast their spells, they'd wreak even more havoc on an open battlefield than their melee counterparts. A magical class player with a special legacy and a fragmented legendary weapon would be no more than a natural disaster. Although the 4 shadow demons and their companions wanted to stop the 3 women, Cola, Shadow Sword, Alluring Summer, Lufe, Flying Shadow, and Yen Tianxing halted their advance. Despite having higher combat standards, the 4 shadow demons' party struggled against Cola's due to the huge level gaps. Yen Tianxing in particular could suppress Sword Demon on his own. Meanwhile, Lufe kept 3 kills, who was only second to Sword Demon's strength, busy. Fire Dance and Gentle Snow continued to push back Ink Rain and Brilliant Python, who fared far worse than Sword Demon and 3 kills. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the more startled Wind and Evil Blade fought Shifeng, the more afraid they became of the swordsman's prowess. Not only could Shifeng incorporate a combat technique in every move, but he also used his horrifying speed and strength to increase the lethality of his attacks. The 2-domain realm experts couldn't get close to him, forced to dodge or use skills to defend themselves. Even so, their HPs continued to decrease. If not for the rear-line healer's support, they would have likely died already. However, even though Zero Wing had the advantage, Starlink simply had too many Refinement Realm experts. Although Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts could face 5 opponents by themselves, it wasn't enough to compensate for Starlink's numerical advantage. Unfortunately, most of Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts weren't quite that strong. After several minutes, Zero Wing's Vanguard had lost over 100 players, including over a dozen Refinement Realm experts. In contrast, Starlink had only lost around 300 players. As both guilds' main armies clashed, Zero Wing's losses were more severe. It wasn't just because of the quality difference between their experts, but the defensive barriers that protected Starlink's members. Black Flame, Zero Wing's story ends here. If it were merely a 1,000-man battle, you might have had a chance of victory. Unfortunately, this is a 10-0-0-0 versus 10-0-0-0 battle. You, alone, aren't enough to influence the outcome. Startled Wind snarled, breathing a sigh of relief once he saw that this battle's outcome was assured. Zero Wing had already suffered more than 2,000 casualties on the main battlefield, while Starlink had only sustained around 500. As long as they could hold out until Zero Wing's main army fell, the rest of Starlink's players could wear Shurfeng and his companions down, even if Starlink's domain realm experts were annihilated. In such a high-speed battle, experts of their caliber were no trivial matter. Fighting at their peak consumed a lot of stamina and concentration, and executing one advanced combat technique after another would increase their consumption. Startled Wind only had around half of his stamina remaining, and with Shurfeng facing two domain realm experts at the same time, he shouldn't fare any better. Startled Wind wasn't the only one to consider the issue. Everyone was aware of it. Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other magical class experts had already blown through more than half of their mana. Even if Zero Wing's Vanguard team eliminated Starlink's 700+ Refinement Realm experts before its main army fell, the surviving Vanguard members wouldn't be useful combat power. How exactly did Zero Wing plan to defeat Starlink's forces? You're not wrong. I can't turn the tide of this battle by myself, but what happens if I'm not alone? Shurfeng asked, flashing a grin at Startled Wind and Evil Blade. Shurfeng's question made them realize something, and they stared at him with grim expressions. The moment Shurfeng finished his question, he activated Twilight's Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. The swordsman then split into 8 identical clones, each looking straight at Startled Wind and Evil Blade. Crap! Many of the watching players gasped when they saw Shurfeng split into 8 copies of himself. Some even cursed aloud in surprise. Startled Wind and his comrades, who shared a battlefield with Shurfeng, felt as if someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over their heads. Chapter 2231, Instant Killing Apex Experts. Shurfeng was already unstoppable on his own. He could, single-handedly, destroy a 1,000-man legion of expert players. And now that he had split into 8 clones of himself, even a fool could predict what was about to happen. Startled Wind and Evil Blade stared with grim faces. They wanted to curse the swordsman for cheating. Although doppelganger skills were very rare in God's domain, they were apex experts and had seen quite a few before, but they had never seen a doppelganger skill as despicable as the one Shurfeng had just used. Run! Before anyone could recover from their shock, Startled Wind shouted for a retreat. He turned and fled without any hesitation. Startled Wind could sense doppelganger skills effects, and although Shurfeng's doppelgangers had lower attributes than the main body, he could tell that their basic attributes were still higher than his and Evil Blade's. As for combat standards, Shurfeng might not be able to control all 8 doppelgangers as efficiently as his own body, but each doppelganger could likely rival Ink Rain and Brilliant Python. If that were the case, they had no chance of victory, even if he worked with Evil Blade. Moreover, since the doppelgangers shared a single consciousness, their coordination would be seamless. Following Startled Wind's order, Evil Blade ran in the opposite direction. Even he recognized that only one outcome awaited them if they tried to fight Shurfeng head-on: death. The only way out of this predicament was to buy time and run. No doppelganger skill lasted forever, and as long as they could survive the skill's duration, all would be well again. Doppelganger skills were quite powerful, but they had an obvious flaw: they were a huge burden on players' concentration. Every summoned doppelganger increased the user's concentration consumption by 100%. If Shurfeng were facing boss monsters or ordinary experts, he might be fine, but he was fighting apex experts. His concentration consumption would be just as high as his stamina concentration. Once his concentration fell to a critical low, it would affect his mental state, which would, in turn, severely impact his performance in battle. In other words, if they could survive until Shurfeng's doppelganger skill ended, they could defeat the swordsman. Startled Wind and Evil Blade weren't the only ones to flee for their lives. The experts that clashed with Zero Wing's Vanguard retreated, as well, especially Starlink's Domain and Void Realm experts. They practically ignored their opponents and fled. They knew how great the difference was between their strength and Shurfeng's. Once Shurfeng killed Startled Wind and Evil Blade, they'd be next on his menu. Even on the off chance that Shurfeng couldn't slay his current 2 opponents, he'd make the best use of his doppelganger skill by attacking weaker enemies like them. For a time, chaos reigned over Starlink's Refinement Realm and higher experts as everyone ran for their lives. The audience in the stands was stupefied. The weakest player among Starlink's main force was a Refinement Realm expert, and the force was more than capable of annihilating a 10,000-man army of ordinary experts. However, these experts fled just because Shifeng had used a skill. They looked like mice that had just run into a cat. It's too late. With a glance at Startled Wind and Evil Blade, Shifeng directed his doppelgangers to surround the two experts. If he wanted Zero Wing to win this competition, he couldn't let these two live, no matter what. Shifeng had avoided using Twilight Blade skills precisely because he worried that Startled Wind and Evil Blade would flee. Naturally, the rest of Starlink's main force would run the moment their commanders did so, and that wasn't the desired outcome. Starlink's Refinement Realm experts far outnumbered Zero Wings. If these Refinement Realm experts split up and targeted Zero Wing's main army, they'd pose a much greater threat than if they operated as a single unit. Not even Shifeng would be able to kill every one of these Refinement Realm experts before exhausting his stamina. Hence, Shifeng's plan since the beginning was to gather Starlink's members as close to each other as possible. He could then pick off these experts and reduce the threat to Zero Wing's main army. By this point, only half of Starlink's Refinement Realm experts were still alive. Shifeng had hoped to continue this stalemate for a while longer, slowly reducing their numbers, but as Zero Wing's main army was close to falling, he decided to change his plans. Although Zero Wing's main army still had over 7,000 experts, a battle between such large armies would snowball. The casualty rate at the start of the battle might not be that high, but as time passed, players would begin to die faster. Shifeng could no longer wait. The moment Shifeng's doppelgangers surrounded Startled Wind and Evil Blade, all 8 attacked together. Shifeng held a massive advantage over the duo when it came to basic attributes. Hence, even though each doppelganger only possessed 85% of Shifeng's basic attributes, they were still far superior to Startled Wind and Evil Blade when it came to speed. Moreover, ever since Shifeng started using the life potion, his brain capacity had been continuously improving. After including the casting Goldstone's effects, Shifeng was now capable of getting 2 of his doppelgangers to exhibit combat standards close to the domain realm. Not only did these 2 Apex experts have to face a domain realm expert with higher basic attributes, but they also had to face 7 other experts that could rival Ink Rain. In the first exchange, Startled Wind and Evil Blade each suffered at least 3 direct hits, instantly losing more than 50% of their HPs. Damn it. The outcome both shocked and enraged Startled Wind. He stopped holding back and desperately executed every advanced body technique and life-saving skill he had. Evil Blade bellowed with fury as he summoned his own doppelganger to assist him in this fight, but his doppelganger was significantly inferior to Shifeng's, only possessing 70% of his total attributes. At most, Evil Blade's doppelganger could act as a meat shield, taking hits. It wouldn't be able to exhibit any significant combat power against Shifeng. Meanwhile, Starlink's rear-line healers frantically cast healing spells on the 2 Apex experts. Some even used their trump cards to keep Startled Wind and Evil Blade alive. This allowed the 2 Apex experts to fight and run without worrying about dying. But even after crossing over 50 yards, Startled Wind and Evil Blade couldn't shake off Shifeng. Not even Refinement Realm experts could keep up with the fight, and the 3 Apex experts consumed stamina and concentration at an alarming rate. Die! Shifeng held nothing back either, as all 8 of his doppelganger executed swords transmigration simultaneously. The technique pushed aside every attempt Startled Wind and Evil Blade made to defend themselves, creating the opening necessary for the remaining attacks to strike. 2 hits. 3 hits. In the blink of an eye, Startled Wind and Evil Blade had each gained an additional dozen or so wounds. Before the rear-line healers could do anything about it, both Apex experts' HPs hit 0, and their bodies fell to the ground, lifeless. Every player watching the fight gasped when Startled Wind and Evil Blade died. Even Melancholy, who watched from a second-floor VIP room, was shocked. Both Startled Wind and Evil Blade stood at the apex of God's domain. Just trying to kill one of them would give the various superpowers massive headaches, Yet Shifeng had killed both in the same moment. While it was easy to repel experts of such caliber in God's domain, killing them was dozens of times more difficult. If an apex expert focused on escaping, even a slightly stronger expert would find it challenging to stop them. Furthermore, both Startled Wind and Evil Blade had the support of multiple healers, yet neither had survived Shifeng's onslaught. Chapter 2232, Abyss Unsheathed. They died? Delicate Blood turned her gaze to Shifeng, shocked after watching Startled Wind and Evil Blade vanish from the battlefield. Startled Wind and Evil Blade's strength was top-notch, even among God's domain's apex experts. On their own, they could even survive a fight against 3 or 4 domain realm experts, yet Shifeng had slain both of them by himself. However, Shifeng had actually succeeded in killing both of them all by himself. Shifeng's strength was simply horrifying. However, before the audience could recover from the shock of Startled Wind and Evil Blade's deaths, Shifeng charged toward Sword Demon and Starlink's other domain realm experts. Although Shifeng's fight with Startled Wind and Evil Blade had seemed slow, it had only lasted a handful of seconds. To Sword Demon and the others, who struggled against Aqua Rose and her companion's harassment, these several seconds weren't enough for them to cross 100 yards. Shifeng, on the other hand, only needed an instant. Naturally, Shifeng didn't let the enemy refinement realm experts he came across in that instant off the hook. Like a group of grim reapers, Shifeng's doppelgangers brandished their swords, reaping a life with each swing of their swords. Is he even human? The various major powers experts watched with wide eyes as Shifeng left the refinement realm experts' corpses in his wake. Unlike the various superpowers upper echelons, they knew that Startled Wind and Evil Blade were quite powerful, but they didn't know exactly how strong the 2 domain realm experts were. However, most of them quite familiar with the kind of strength refinement realm experts wielded, having personally fought such experts. Many of these watching experts worked towards reaching the refinement realm themselves. And yet, the refinement realm experts they looked up to couldn't even last more than one move against Shifeng. They only saw Shifeng walk past these experts, and a moment later, the players he passed transformed into particles of light and disappeared. When Sword Demon and his comrades saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. They hadn't considered that their refinement realm experts would fail to stall Shifeng for even a moment. In the end, they could only watch as the distance between Shifeng and themselves shrank. "Black Flame, you bastard!" Lu Xingla bellowed as he watched Shifeng's rampage through the rear of Starlink's main army. "Everyone, switch targets. Attack him with everything you've got." Those domain realm experts were the core of Starlink's army in this competition. If Shifeng annihilated them, Starlink would struggle to win the battle. Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Zero Wing's other core upper echelons were simply too strong. The ranged players of Starlink's main army immediately turned their attention to Shifeng, bombarding him with frenzied attacks. They loosed several thousand spells and arrows in the blink of an eye, all aimed at Shifeng. Even domain realm experts' scalp would tingle if they had to face so many attacks. However, before these attacks could get close to him, Shifeng replaced Killing Ray with the Abyssal Blade. He then activated 9 Dragons Slash, summoning 16 phantoms of the magic weapon around him. Sword's Orbit. The Abyssal Blade phantoms began to rotate around Shifeng with astonishing speed, their gleaming blades creating a galaxy of stars. The scene was mesmerizing. A moment later, the thousands of spells and arrows collided with the rotating stars, instantly shattering. Not a single attack made it through that bladed galaxy. Despite taking the time to execute Sword's Orbit, Shifeng's pace didn't slow as he continued to approach Sword Demon and the other domain realm experts. Crap, what kind of skill is he using? Is that an invulnerability skill? No, it's not an invulnerability skill. If it were, the mana around him would have fluctuated. Since that didn't happen, Black Flame must be using a combat technique. How can a combat technique be that powerful? That's several thousand attacks we're talking about. Players can become so incredibly powerful with combat techniques. The many spectating experts were stunned as they watched the scene play out. They had all watched experts charge into large forces to slay an army's commander before. In fact, it was a common occurrence in God's domain. There were so many skills, spells, and tools available in God's domain, and with a powerful enough tool, players could wipe out armies of tens of thousands of players by themselves. However, they had never seen a player effortlessly walk through thousands of attacks by relying on a combat technique. Some of those attacks had been as powerful as Tier 3 attacks, and every one of them had originated from an expert. They had all been incredibly accurate. Even peak experts would be reduced to a pincushion. However, none of these attacks could reach Shurfeng. The galaxy of stars he had summoned struck every one of them down. Although the Abyssal Blade couldn't keep up with Shurfeng's leveling, the magic weapon's incredible skills were still useful. 9 Dragon Slash, in particular, was a major help in group fights. The summoned phantoms were even more useful than the Abyssal Blade itself since attacks wouldn't affect them. When Shurfeng used these phantom swords in conjunction with Sword's Orbit, the technique could be Shurfeng's strongest defensive maneuver. Don't think that I'm so easy to kill. Sword Demon knew that escape wasn't possible as he watched Shurfeng's rapid approach. He immediately used his strongest move against the swordsman. The twin swords in Sword Demon's grip began to release a dense, dark energy, and the atmosphere around him began to feel much heavier. It felt as if the space around him couldn't bear the existence of this dark energy. Following which, Sword Demon used Cross Slash, sending a pitch-black cross of dark energy flying toward Shurfeng. This attack was Sword Demon's last hope for survival. As long as the galaxy of stars around Shurfeng remained, Starlink's ranged players would be useless, but if Sword Demon could shatter that galaxy, Starlink could continue its assault against Zero Wing's guild leader. Shurfeng would be forced to deal with the attacks, allowing Sword Demon to escape. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the battlefield the instant the Dark Cross collided with the galaxy of stars, creating a powerful storm that swept through the area. Black tears appeared as space began to unravel. However, when the dust cleared, what Sword Demon saw left him stupefied. His attack, which had the strength to rival mythic monsters' attacks, had done nothing to the defensive galaxy around Shurfeng. He had done nothing more than push the swirling lights closer to the swordsman for a brief moment before they returned to their original positions. What power! If I hadn't reached the Ascension Realm during my fight with Startled Wind and Evil Blade, my sword's orbit would have broken. Shurfeng flashed Sword Demon an amazed look. Players couldn't use Berserk skills on this battlefield, so it was practically impossible for a Tier 2 player to display Tier 4 power. Not even Shurfeng could do so. As a result, he had no choice but to combine his Abyssal Blade Phantom strength to deflect Sword Demon's attack. After that last attack, Sword Demon's aura had weakened substantially. Using this opportunity, Shurfeng ganged up on Sword Demon with his doppelgangers. This domain realm expert was much easier to defeat than Startled Wind and Evil Blade. The instant Sword Demon ran out of life-saving skills, Shurfeng killed him and moved on to his next target. The scene rendered the spectating crowd speechless. Despite several thousand attacks bombarding him, Shurfeng had slain Sword Demon. His strength was absurd. When Lu Xinghua watched another domain realm expert fall, he paled. Shortly after Sword Demon died, Wind Demon and Cloudy Mountain, the closest domain realm experts, fell under Shurfeng's blades. Surprisingly, Gentle Snow and Yen Tianxing had successfully killed 3 kills, while Fire Dance and Iruofe ended Ink Rain. Because of this development, Starlink's morale plummeted. In less than 2 minutes after Shurfeng had activated Twilight of the Gods, all of Starlink's domain realm experts had died. Furthermore, Starlink had less than 200 refinement realm experts remaining. Everyone could see that Zero Wing's main army had suffered over 6,000 casualties, yet it had secured a chance of emerging victorious. If Zero Wing's remaining members hid in the nearby forest, they could recover their stamina and concentration, turning the rest of this competition into a battle of attrition. What should we do next, guild leader? Should we use that move? A woman in a strange, Black Robe asked from beside Lu Xingluo. That is my final trump card. I will not use it here. Lu Xingluo said, shaking his head. Viciously glaring at Shifeng, Lu Xingluo continued, We're retreating. Lu Xingluo then left the battlefield as did the rest of Starlink's experts, one after another. In less than a minute, the battle ended and a message appeared above the battlefield. Victor, Zero Wing. Chapter 2233, New Powerhouse. As the system announced the competition's victory, silence descended on the entire venue. Only after some time did the audience snap out of their daze. What? Zero Wing won, just like that? The spectators couldn't believe their eyes as they stared at the words hovering above the battlefield. Although Zero Wing had killed all of Starlink's top combatants, Zero Wing's army had suffered. After such a long fight, Zero Wing's top combatants should have exhausted much of their stamina and concentration. If they had continued this battle, they would have likely collapsed from exhaustion. Moreover, Zero Wing's 300-man vanguard only had a little over 100 survivors remaining. Among them, less than 70 were Refinement Realm experts. In contrast, although Starlink had lost all of its Domain Realm experts, it still had over 200 Refinement Realm experts. Overall, Zero Wing had still been at a disadvantage. Most importantly, Starlink's main army had crushed Zero Wing's main army to a point where it couldn't even be considered an army anymore. The situation wouldn't be easy for Zero Wing to salvage. And yet, Starlink had taken the initiative to admit defeat. Starlink surrendered? Delicate Blood watched Lu Xingluo, who had already returned to the Divine Colosseum's main hall, in astonishment. She had never expected this outcome. Starlink was the Dark Knight Empire's overlord and a guild that developed on both the eastern and western continents simultaneously. The guild had countless experts under its command, yet Starlink had surrendered so strangely. Ha! I told you that the outcome wasn't set in stone. Zero Wing has won. Unyielding Heart exclaimed, grinning at Delicate Blood. Don't celebrate so soon. Starlink might have lost, but there is a high chance that it only surrendered to keep its true strength hidden, Delicate Blood said, clicking her tongue. If Starlink accepted defeat in such an important competition to hide its strength, it must have something massive in store. That doesn't change the fact that Zero Wing won, Unyielding Heart said, chuckling. Every player in the Empire was watching this match. Now that Zero Wing has won, the powers that previously doubted the guild's strength will begin to side with Zero Wing. Unyielding Heart didn't know what Starlink was planning, but the fact that Zero Wing had won this 10-0-0-0 versus 10-0-0-0 match was undisputable. Today, the Dark Knight Empire entered a new era. Starlink would no longer have full control over the Empire. Instead, two powerhouses would contest for control. The various major powers that had hesitated to pick a side would swarm toward Zero Wing. The Dark Knight Empire was very large, and although it appeared to be under Starlink, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor's control, the three superpowers only commanded the Empire's core areas. There were plenty of small, obscure cities that were free of these three superpowers, controlled by upstart powers. Corporations around the world were actively trying to invest in God's domain, and while some invested in existing guilds, others had chosen to form their own. As a result, upstart powers were secretly rising all over God's domain. Naturally, the Dark Knight Empire was no exception. Meanwhile, these upstart powers had been annexing small guilds and adventurer teams across the Empire, and by this point, they were no weaker than first-rate guilds. Some were even stronger. Since these upstart powers had their own agendas, they weren't willing to submit to Starlink. That being said, they didn't dare oppose the superpower either. As a result, they had remained in an awkward position. However, now that Zero Wing had defeated Starlink and proven itself to be just as powerful in the Dark Knight Empire, these upstart powers would eagerly ally themselves with Zero Wing to work against Starlink. Delicate Blood had no response to offer Unyielding Heart. Instead, she shifted her gaze to Shifeng, who had just left the battlefield. It seems I'll have to report this to the old commander, Delicate Blood thought as she watched Zero Wing's guild leader. Unyielding Heart hadn't been wrong. A victory was just that. From today on, the Dark Knight Empire had a new powerhouse, Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in one of the Divine Coliseum's second-floor VIP rooms, Happy Art could not believe her eyes as she stared at the outcome of this competition. Guild leader, Zero Wing won, Happy Art muttered, dazed. She had insisted that Zero Wing was an excellent guild, but she hadn't actually expected it to defeat Starlink in this competition. The difference between the two guilds was just so massive. I can see that, Melancholy said, smiling at Happy Art's dazed expression. Zero Wing has certainly surprised me. With such strength, we'll have a much better chance of securing the fortress. I really must thank you for your recommendation and reports. I will leave our cooperation with Zero Wing to you. Also, I want you to tell Black Flame something for me. Others will always envy those who stand out. Even super guilds will be envious of Zero Wing's incredible development speed. Melancholy didn't particularly care about Zero Wing's other experts, but the strength its vanguard had displayed in this battle had surprised him. Now he, more or less, understood why Shifeng had been so confident. Zero Wing's growth rate was too frightening. It had grown from an obscure guild in a kingdom into Starlink's rival in such a short time. Moreover, it had successfully nurtured so many powerful experts. There was definitely a secret behind Zero Wing's success, one that even tempted Melancholy. I understand, Happy Art said, nodding. While everyone discussed the competition's outcome, Shifeng, who had just left the battlefield, was puzzled. He had been prepared to order a retreat into the forest, employing guerrilla tactics against Starlink's remaining forces. Not only would his strategy compensate for Zero Wing's numerical disadvantage, but it would also give his players time to recover their stamina and concentration. With their level and attribute advantage, they could whittle Starlink's survivors down. He had never expected Lu Xinglua to give up so quickly. Shifeng found the situation strange since it didn't fit with Lu Xinglua's usually rash behavior. Just forget about it. In any case, we've won. Shifeng shook his head as he dismissed the issue. What mattered the most was the reputation boost Zero Wing would gain with its victory. Although Zero Wing had established a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire, it hadn't made any developmental progress yet, even with the benefits Stone Forest City provided. Starlink was simply far too strong. However, Starlink's prestige in the Empire would suffer, while Zero Wing's would soar. After this, Zero Wing could finally absorb the Empire's talented players. If a guild wanted to become a true superpower, it needed enough talented players and experts. Although Zero Wing had already surpassed first-rate guilds in this aspect, it wasn't a match for superpowers. This competition had made that much obvious. The difference between each side's refinement realm experts had been massive. There was no need to mention other aspects. To gain more refinement realm experts, Zero Wing needed to recruit a large number of talented players and experts, but relying on Starmoon Kingdom's player population wasn't enough. Most importantly, Zero Wing had exposed too much of its strength during this competition. Superpowers would start to become interested in the guild. Shifeng needed to increase Zero Wing's overall strength as quickly as possible. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng's gaze drifted toward the 10,000 ancient gold he had won from Lu Xinglua. 10,000 ancient gold coins. Even for Starlink, this amount was extremely difficult to acquire. If Shifeng hadn't signed a contract with Lu Xinglua before the competition, Lu Xinglua would likely have gone back on his word, even if his reputation would take a hit for it. Ancient gold coins were immensely difficult to acquire. Most independent experts on Dragonheart Island only earned ancient copper, with an extreme few earning ancient silver coins. Only superpowers were strong enough to earn ancient gold coins. It's about time I pay Dragonheart Island a visit, Shifeng thought, smiling. He had assumed that he'd only earned so many ancient gold coins after fulfilling his agreement with 13 thrones, but now that he had them in hand, he could secure a foothold on Dragonheart Island. Later, Shifeng left the Dark Knight Empire's affairs to Aqua Rose while he made his way to Dragonheart Island. Chapter 2234. Purchasing a shop. Dark Knight Empire, Starlink's residence in Dark Knight City. As soon as Lu Xinglua entered his quiet office, he noticed someone sitting in the room. As Bright Dawn noticed the visitor as well, he positioned himself in front of his guild leader. Starlink's residence was heavily guarded, and the guild had a rule that no one was allowed in the guild leader's office on their own without the guild leader's permission. Not even Bright Dawn, Starlink's vice guild leader, was an exception. And yet, someone sat, apparently waiting in the guild leader's office. Even more frightening, this player wasn't wearing Starlink's guild emblem, and if Bright Dawn hadn't spotted this player, he wouldn't have noticed their visitor at all. It was as if this person did not actually exist inside this room. Although Bright Dawn wasn't a domain realm expert, he was a void realm expert, a peak expert. He had sharpened his 5 senses to their very limits. He'd notice a tiny fly, let alone a living person. However, when it came to the young man in silver leather armor, he couldn't sense the youth even as he looked straight at him. As Bright Dawn stared, he felt cold sweat drip down his back, yet he couldn't sense where the danger came from. While Bright Dawn struggled with what he should do, Lu Xinglua spoke. "Dawn, leave us." Understood. The command informed Bright Dawn that his guild leader was acquainted with this stranger. Before he left, however, he spared one last glance for the thin young man on the sofa. Once Bright Dawn left the guild leader's office, Lu Xinglua took a seat opposite of the youth. "Why are you here, Blue Mask?" Lu Xinglua asked frostily. "I'm here to ascertain your progress with the task that Great Personage has assigned you, of course," the youth, Blue Mask, replied, unperturbed by Lu Xinglua's cold treatment. "Rest assured, everything is progressing smoothly. I will personally report on this matter. You don't need to concern yourself," Lu Xinglua said. "Good." Blue Mask nodded. Smiling, he continued, "However, I've heard that Zero Wing has defeated your guild. This is quite interesting." "I am merely letting Zero Wing live a little while longer," Lu Xinglua said, his expression darkening. "Once I've finished my tasks, I'll teach Zero Wing the meaning of despair." He had no choice but to surrender to keep his trump card hidden. There was no way he'd let Shifeng and Zero Wing off the hook. When the time was right, even Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would meet their doom, not to mention Zero Wing. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to mock you. I am merely talking about Zero Wing. Despite its lack of background, it has developed with such ferocious speed and nurtured so many powerful experts. Zero Wing has even defeated your subordinates, the youth said, shrugging. Every existing superpower had only developed into such due to an abundance of capital and resources. This was especially true when it came to nurturing experts. Money wasn't enough to accomplish this feat. However, despite lacking investors, Zero Wing had displayed an astonishing growth rate. No one believed that Zero Wing wasn't hiding some kind of secret. "What? Are you actually interested?" Blue Mask's comments surprised Lu Xinglua. The young man had never paid attention to anything outside of his own concerns and had zero interest beyond his own. "I'm on the one who's interested. That great personage is," Blue Mask said, smiling faintly. "That great personage will likely seek out Zero Wing for a chat." "That great personage is interested in Zero Wing?" Lu Xinglua was stunned. Lu Xinglua was the Starline Corporation's heir and enjoyed high status and an immense amount of influence in the real world, but compared to that person, he was little more than an ant. Lu Xinglua had never thought that an insignificant pest like Zero Wing would catch that person's interest. "That's right. I'd suggest that you avoid messing with Zero Wing. At least, not until you've completed your tasks," Blue Mask said. "I understand." Lu Xinglua nodded. Since that great personage had decided to make a move on Zero Wing, there was nothing Lu Xinglua could do about it. If negotiations were successful, he'd be fine, but if they failed, Zero Wing would be doomed, even if he didn't make a move. While the Dark Knight Empire was in an uproar about the match between Starlink and Zero Wing, Shifeng secretly arrived on Dragonheart Island in the Sea of Death. Dragonheart City was currently crowded with people, and as Shifeng wandered down the city streets, he could tell that the city was even more prosperous than Empire's imperial capitals. As the only large-scale independent NPC city in the Sea of Death, many powers had gathered here. Even the rarely seen neutral powers and naval powers frequently visited, especially the neutral powers. Neutral powers were strong enough that not even superpowers dared to provoke them at sea. These neutral powers consisted of non-human players. Unlike on land, non-human players weren't restricted at sea. With the superior racial traits, it was easy to imagine how powerful these non-human powers would be on the open ocean. Non-human players were superior to human players in both leveling speed and combat power achievements. The only downside these players had to deal with was the promotion quests, which were far more challenging than those human players had to face. As for naval powers, they spoke with their ships. Naval powers fought in such a way that made individual players' strength nearly ineffective. This was why it was so difficult to secure a foothold on Dragonheart Island and why so many powers tried to do so, regardless. Feng hadn't had an opportunity to establish a foothold on Dragonheart Island in his previous life. At most, he had been able to lead teams to the island to challenge the World Tower. His guild hadn't even had a temporary residence on the island. However, Feng had reached Dragonheart Island much sooner in this life. Moreover, he had the ability to establish a foothold here. He couldn't help but sigh ruefully at the situation. I missed the best chance to prepare for the Tier 3 promotion in my last life. I won't let it happen this time, Feng swore to himself as he gazed at Dragonheart City's City Hall, his heart pounding with excitement. Completing the Tier 3 promotion quest was an intense challenge. Not only did players need a certain degree of strength, but they also needed the help of specific external items. Fortunately, Dragonheart City had a large variety of items to offer. As long as he could purchase a shop here, he could buy many of the items NPC had for sale. It was one of the most reliable methods of acquiring items in Dragonheart City. Of course, the quality of the items available would largely depend on the shop's location and rank. Many powers had failed to establish a shop in Dragonheart City in the past, and as a result, they had lagged behind when it came to Tier 3 players. Feng would not miss this opportunity in this life. Feng quickly entered the city hall, and following an NPC administrator, he arrived in an elegant reception room. The NPC administrator then retrieved a list of available shops in Dragonheart City, allowing Feng some time to browse through his options. Purchasing a shop with a high star rank was the most important thing to Feng right now, but considering the amount of ancient gold he had on hand, his choices were limited. If he wished to purchase a 2-star shop, his only options were grocery stores. He simply couldn't afford a 2-star alchemy workshop or smithy. Sure enough, I'm limited to a grocery store in the city's inner area. After browsing through the list for some time, Feng felt like a pauper. Almost all of the 2-star shops available cost more than 10,000 ancient gold. Some of the more expensive shops even cost upward of 30,000 ancient gold. However, as Feng considered purchasing the 2-star grocery store, he noticed a 1-star shop at the very bottom of the list. Unlike the other shops, this 1-star shop's name was written in gray. When he read the shop's name, Feng was stunned. The Wanderer's Shop? Chapter 2235, Shop's Secret. When Feng saw the words, Wanderer's Shop, excitement and shock filled his heart. He had never dreamed that he'd get lucky enough to come across such a golden opportunity. Can I purchase this Wanderer's Shop? Feng asked the female elven NPC beside him. Most players wouldn't recognize the Wanderer's Shop. Even the current superpowers were likely unaware of what it was. However, every power would recognize the Wanderer's Shop by its other name. The Black Market. The Black Market existed on the dark side of God's domain, but its influence could be found in many of the game's neutral areas, and the Black Market always had a variety of items for sale. No NPC auction house could even hope to rival the Black Market's items. Powerful potions and combat techniques were often available, and if one were truly lucky, they might even find a flying mount or fragmented legendary item. One could say that the Black Market was a heaven for the rich. Naturally, purchasing the Wanderer's Shop wasn't easy. It would appear randomly in the various neutral NPC cities. Moreover, it would only remain in a city for a certain amount of time before disappearing. Purchasing it would require incredible luck. And now, the Wanderer's shop was in Dragonheart City and only cost 9,000 ancient gold, which just so happened to be within Shifeng's budget. Of course you may. However, you are not allowed to convert this shop for other uses after purchasing it. You will also be required to pay a 3,000 ancient gold management fee once every 10 days. If you fail to make the payment, we will repossess the shop, the elven NPC explained. How vicious. It's no wonder why none of the powers here have bought the Wanderer's shop. Shifeng was astonished when he heard the pricing for the shop. A one-star shop in Dragonheart City's outer area only cost 1,000 ancient gold per month to maintain. Even the one-star shops in the city's inner area only cost 1,500 to 1,800 gold per month to maintain. On the other hand, despite occupying the city's outer area, the Wanderer's shop's maintenance cost 3,000 ancient gold every 10 days. In other words, maintaining this shop each month would cost 9,000 ancient gold. 9,000 ancient gold coins. Even the first-rate powers that had operated in Dragonheart City for some time now only earned around 9,000 ancient gold per month. Only superpowers could afford such a high management fee. Of course, no superpower would be willing to spend that kind of money on a one-star shop. Even the one-star Wanderer's shop wouldn't have anything particularly valuable to sell. It mostly sold ordinary clothing and groceries. At best, one could purchase ordinary herbs and ores from the shop. There was simply no profit in owning the one-star Wanderer's shop. In fact, it would be even less profitable than owning an ordinary grocery store. Players could sell their crafted products to an ordinary grocery store, but they couldn't do so in the Wanderer's shop. Investing in this shop would be no different than investing in a bottomless pit. Only a lunatic would pay a monthly management fee of 9,000 ancient gold for such a worthless shop. Are you sure you wish to purchase the Wanderer's shop, Lord Bronze Legatee? The NPC administrator asked for confirmation. That's right, I wish to buy it. Shifeng nodded. The Wanderer's shop was a dying business, but that was only true until it was promoted to 2-star status. Once the Wanderer's shop reached 2-star status, it would start to reveal its true purpose. At 2 stars, the Wanderer's shop would gain 2 divine abilities. First, it could purchase rare items that weren't usually on the market, such as magic array designs, which kingdoms and empire considered national secrets, and Tier 3 and higher skill books. Tier 3 classes were an intermediate force anywhere across God's domain's main continent. Tier 3 NPCs could even serve as some NPC cities' magistrates. Hence, the various kingdoms and empires typically regulated items for Tier 3 and above classes. This was also why players had to visit neutral maps for their Tier 3 promotion quests, rather than in a kingdom or empire. The second ability was the Black Market Teleportation Gate. This ability allowed players to teleport to the Black Market's marketplace. However, the entry slots were severely restricted. Not only was there a limited number of entry slots, but each slot could also only be used a certain number of times. These entry slots were the Wanderer's shop's true merchandise. Naturally, anyone who owned the Wanderer's shop would be first in line to purchase these slots. Many powers in the past had been unaware of the 2-star Wanderer's shop's abilities and had missed out on such a rare opportunity. Very few had been lucky enough to purchase a Wanderer's shop for themselves. Only a fixed number of Wanderer's shops would appear in each neutral NPC city. At most, only 15 Wanderer's shops would appear in a large-scale NPC city like Dragonheart City. Once that maximum number had been reached, Dragonheart City would not gain another Wanderer's shop unless an existing shop were repossessed. Once Shifeng confirmed his desire to purchase this Wanderer's shop, the NPC administrator saw to the purchasing procedures. In less than 5 minutes, 9,000 ancient gold vanished from Shifeng's bag. In exchange, he obtained the deed to the Wanderer's shop and all information relating to the shop. After Shifeng inspected the shop's details, he began to get a headache. It's no wonder why those powers had taken so long to promote their Wanderer's shops to 2-star status. This promotion condition is really something. Shi Feng frowned at the Wanderer's shop's promotion condition. To promote an ordinary NPC shop, one only needed a certain level of popularity and transaction volume. The Wanderer's shop, however, was a different story. Perhaps it was because the shop didn't have much merchandise to sell, but it actually required a bronze shop promotion order to reach 2-stat status. Without that, it would forever be a 1-star shop. The bronze shop promotion order, meant for NPC shops, was far more difficult to obtain than promotion orders for player shops. Generally, these promotion orders only dropped in level 100+ large-scale team dungeons, and every one of them was worth tens of thousands of gold. After all, there were a lot of benefits to promoting an NPC shop. Unfortunately, the thought of raiding level 100 team dungeons with current players was a joke. If a team of level 90 experts tried raiding a level 100 dungeon, they'd even struggle to defeat the dungeon's mobs. Level 100+ dungeons catered to Tier 3 players and above. Tier 2 players could do nothing more than spectate or die. This was also why Tier 3 existences were considered an intermediate force in God's domain. It seems I'll have to kill a world boss, Shi Feng thought to himself. As far as he could remember, the only other way to obtain a bronze promotion order was to kill world bosses. Although world bosses were challenging to raid, he had to upgrade the Wanderer's shop to 2-star status as quickly as possible. He simply didn't have another way of acquiring a large amount of ancient gold, and Zero Wing didn't have any members in Dragonheart City yet. Considering his options, Shi Feng retrieved a return scroll and teleported to White River City. World bosses were extremely rare and incomparably strong. Even Zero Wing would be limited to raiding level 70 world bosses, and that included a little risk. The higher leveled a world boss was, the more difficult it would be to defeat. World bosses' growth rate was far beyond players. Unfortunately, if he wanted a high chance of securing a bronze shop promotion order, he would have to raid the Frost Monarch, a level 90 world boss. He had heard that this boss would drop a bronze shop promotion order in the past. However, Shi Feng decided to increase Kite and Anna's strength before attempting such a challenging raid. He had absorbed plenty of souls from the skeletal generals in the Endless Desert. Although the skeletal generals were only great lords, they were level 100+ monsters and considered mini-bosses. It hadn't been too difficult to collect soul essence while killing them. In total, Shi Feng had collected 8 drops of soul essence. Initially, he had planned to save them for Fire Dance and the others. If he used soul strengthening on his strongest players, they might be able to break through to the Ascension or Void Realm. But considering his current predicament, Shi Feng decided to use the ability on his personal guards first. Once Shi Feng arrived in the Candlelight Trading Firm, he summoned his 2 personal guards. Kite had already reached level 95, while Anna had reached level 96. Their leveling speeds were simply frightening. In comparison, most mainstream Secret Silver personal guards had only reached level 90. Personal guards didn't earn bonus EXP when killing higher-leveled monsters. They could only level up by completing quests. After summoning his 2 personal guards, Shi Feng used the Ancient Gods literature fragment to scan Anna. Isn't the required number of soul essence a little too high? Shi Feng inwardly cursed when he saw that he'd need 15 drops of soul essence to use soul strengthening on Anna. Soul essence was not easy to obtain, and he could only use soul absorption once every 6 hours. The only reason that he had collected so many drops thus far was that he had been fighting level 100 Great Lords. He doubted that even Great Lords below level 100 would grant him any soul essence. Shi Feng then proceeded to scan Kite. When Shi Feng saw that he only needed 5 drops of soul essence to use soul strengthening on Kite, he released a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Kite was only a dark gold personal guard, while Anna was an epic personal guard. Since that's the case, let's strengthen you first. Shi Feng began to chant an incantation, using the power within the Ancient Gods literature fragment. Chapter 2236, Soul Strengthening's Effect. As soon as Shi Feng finished chanting the incantation on the Ancient Gods literate fragment, Silver armor began to encase Kite's body. A five-fold magic array appeared beneath Kite, who carried two black iron swords across his back. As the magic array completed, Shi Feng felt as if space around him had frozen, and everything around him had turned gray. The dense, violent mana around Kite also began to increase at an unprecedented rate. 3 times, 6 times, 10 times. So much mana gathered around the personal guard that the ambient mana around the magic array had been sucked dry, and drops of liquid mana formed around Kite. With the magic array to guide it, the liquid mana encased the 5 drops of soul essence the ancient gods literature fragment had released. These 5 drops slowly moved toward Kite's forehead, merging with his soul. As more of the soul essence merged with Kite's soul, he began to scream in agony. The very sound of his screams stung. As the last of the soul essence merged with Kite's soul, his aura exploded from his body. Shi Feng could sense the changes that were happening to Kite's body. This new aura was nothing like the aura Kite had released before merging with the soul essence. It was obvious that the personal guard had grown significantly stronger. Is soul strengthening truly this powerful? Shi Feng stared at Kite in astonishment. Shi Feng had assumed that soul strengthening would only increase Kite's growth potential, not affect his current combat power overmuch, yet Kite's current attribute panel proved that Shi Feng had been greatly mistaken. However, Kite's current attribute panel proved that Shi Feng was greatly mistaken. Aside from his growth potential, Kite's body had improved. After the soul strengthening, Kite's growth potential had risen from 94 to 96. All of his basic attributes had increased by roughly 5% as well. A 5% increase might not be much to ordinary players, it was a huge boost to NPCs. Furthermore, the 5% was a direct boost to his basic attributes. It didn't factor in the bonuses from his weapons and equipment. Personal guards typically used stronger weapons and equipment than players. Not only was Kite wearing a full set of epic equipment, but the black iron swords across his back were epic set weapons as well. Hence, Kite's weapons and equipment massively increased his total basic attributes. According to Shi Feng's estimates, Kite's overall strength had increased by at least 20% after the soul strengthening. Moreover, that didn't take into account his new growth potential. A 2-point increase was immensely meaningful for a Dark Gold Guard. There would be visible differences as Kite leveled up. With a growth potential of 96, Kite could rank among the top Dark Gold Guards. Very few Dark Gold Guards throughout God's domain would be a match for Kite now. If I use soul strengthening a few more times on him, could he become an epic guard? Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement as he considered the possibility. If each soul strengthening increased Kite's growth potential by 2 points, then Kite would only need to undergo soul strengthening 2 more times to reach 100 growth potential and upgrade to an epic guard. With this thought in mind, Shi Feng used the ancient gods literature fragment to scan Kite again, trying to determine the cost of using soul strengthening a second time. Once the scan was complete, Shi Feng gasped when he saw the required number of soul essence. How vicious! Shi Feng silently cursed. Kite's second soul strengthening cost 50 drops of soul essence. This was 10 times more than the first soul strengthening. Collecting 50 drops of soul essence was possible with enough time, but if the second soul strengthening cost 50 drops, wouldn't the third cost a minimum of 500 drops? Sure enough, upgrading personal guards with the literature fragment isn't going to be easy, Shi Feng muttered to himself, smiling bitterly. He had hoped to form an army of powerful personal guards through the ancient gods literature fragment, but it seemed the chances of such a thing happening weren't optimistic. Based on the scale of soul strengthening's cost, he could, at most, upgrade each personal guard twice. For personal guards like Anna, he'd only be able to afford to upgrade their souls once. The cost for a second soul strengthening would be astronomical. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Shi Feng realized that the scaling might be lower for lower-ranked personal guards. If that were the case, he could then afford to upgrade them a few more times than he could with Kite and Anna. If he could upgrade Mysterious Iron, Secret Silver, and Fine Gold guards that were close to the next growth potential rank, he could use them to boost Zero Wing's overall strength. The only problem was that such personal guards were not easy to come by. Even so, they would be easier to find than higher-quality personal guards. Once Feng had finished upgrading Kite, he left to gather ice resistance items. The Frost Monarch was not an easy opponent. If they entered the world boss's domain without enough ice resistance, even Tier 3 experts would freeze to death. Fortunately, Zero Wing had been developing its potion and equipment production excellently. The Master Ice Resistance potions, which the various major powers still considered rare, were relatively easy for Zero Wing to obtain. In fact, several hundred bottles already sat in the Candlelight Trading Firm's warehouse. Zero Wing also had the advanced ice resistance armor kits, which Melancholic Smile had been researching and crafting. Not only would these armor kits increase players' ice resistance by 10 points when equipped, but they'd also increase players' base ice resistance by 3%. Furthermore, each player could equip a total of 5 kits. In other words, players could increase their ice resistance by 50 points and base ice resistance by 15% if they equipped the total number of advanced ice resistance armor kits. It was an absurd amount compared to the ice resistance equipment that was currently available. If the required materials weren't so rare, Zero Wing would have made a fortune by selling off these kits. Players had already begun to explore level 80 maps, a few of which included snowy environments. If players could equip 5 advanced ice resistance armor kits, they'd have no trouble traversing these maps. They wouldn't need to sacrifice their basic attributes by unequipping their normal armor, either. While Feng crafted these armor kits, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. Guild Leader, the Azura Adventurer Team's members have arrived at White River City's teleportation hall. Should I call them here? Melancholic Smile asked. They're here? Have them wait at the teleportation hall for a little while longer. I'll head over once I'm done handling my affairs here, Feng said, nodding. World bosses were not easy to raid. Normally, one would take on a world boss with a 200-man raid team, while some allowed up to 1,000 players. Of course, players were allowed to bring larger raid teams, but the world boss's basic attributes would significantly increase as a result. Meanwhile, a team could raid the Frost Monarch with 200 players before the world boss's basic attributes rose. Raiding a level 90 world boss was a monumental matter. Since Feng didn't want any of his plans to leak, he had to select trustworthy players for this raid. The only players he could truly trust right now were Zero Wing's and Azura's main forces. Players had to meet strict requirements and were thoroughly vetted before they could join either main force. Zero Wing's main force members were selected from thousands of guild experts, while Azura's were selected through a fierce competition held among the Adventurers Alliance. Both main forces members were experts among experts. Hence, Feng had asked Melancholic Smile to request Azura's participation for the Frost Monarch raid. Melancholic Smile relayed Feng's message to the Azura Adventurer Team's members in White River City's teleportation hall. A group of level 78+ players had gathered in the third-floor bar in White River City's teleportation hall. When passers-by saw this group, they were astonished by how high the players' levels were. Moreover, every member of the group wore dazzling equipment, with the weakest piece at level 75 secret silver rank. The dozen or so players that clearly led the group even wore epic equipment. The man carrying a bluish-purple spear was particularly eye-catching. Not only had he reached level 79, but the weakest piece of equipment he wore was also level 75 dark gold rank. Aside from the spear, whose rank couldn't be determined, the man had a total of 4 pieces of epic equipment on him. Even a superpowers peak experts would be jealous of this man. This group's aura deterred any players from entering the bar. Not even expert players dared to do anything more than watch from a distance. Vice Commander, do you think the commander will be surprised when he sees our current stats? Yenya, who currently sat by a window, asked, smiling at the man carrying the spear. Since the Azura Adventurer Team had begun to grind on God's Domain's main continent, their development had skyrocketed. Thanks to the constant supply of combat techniques and potions from Zero Wing, the Azura Adventurer Team had been able to take on dangerous expeditions as well. Both the adventure team's combat and equipment standards had improved by leaps and bounds. Nowadays, Azura ranked as one of the top 10 adventurer teams in the Fire Dragon Empire, one of the 4 great empires on the God's Domain continent. Maybe, Lifeless Thorn muttered. Lifeless Thorn had thirsted for a rematch with Shifeng for a long time now. Shifeng was, after all, the first person to defeat him in the Ice Crystal world, and after arriving on the God's Domain continent, Lifeless Thorn had continued to challenge experts from the various major powers, rapidly growing stronger. Now, he wanted nothing more than to challenge Shifeng. Maybe? He'll definitely be surprised. Cleansing Whistle confidently declared. We've even raided a level 80,100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. Our weapons and equipment are just as powerful as the main force members from the Fire Dragon Empire's superpowers. Solitary 9 and the others nodded their agreement. At this point, only superpowers could successfully raid level 80, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. Not even first-rate guilds had survived the dungeons. After waiting for about 2 hours, Azura's members spotted a group of players wearing 6-winged emblems as they entered the bar. Chapter 2237 Difference in Growth. Azura's members fell silent as they watched Shifeng and the others enter the bar. When they saw Aqua Rose and her companions in particular, they were overwhelmed with shock. How does Zero Wing have so many Refinement Realm experts? Cleansing Whistle muttered, dazed. Although Zero Wing's members hid their levels with black cloaks, Cleansed Whistle could tell by their movements that these players had already reached the Refinement Realm. As Zero Wing's members walked, they used subtle movements, minimizing their stamina consumption. It was almost a form of training for them. Ordinary experts might not see the difference, but as someone who had reached the Refinement Realm as well, Cleansed Whistle noticed immediately. In fact, she had even incorporated that subtlety in her daily life as a form of continuous training to minimize her stamina consumption while in the fields. Once she had become familiar with this form of subtle movement, she had begun to subconsciously use the technique while fighting powerful bosses or other experts in high-speed battles, significantly reducing her stamina consumption. This was the greatest difference between Refinement Realm experts and ordinary experts. However, reaching the Refinement Realm wasn't easy. Cleansed Whistle had run around and fought countless experts to train. She had also run across multiple fortuitous encounters in the game. This combination was the only reason she had successfully reached the Refinement Realm. And yet, every Zero Wing member before her was a Refinement Realm expert. The situation was both unbelievable and frustrating. Is this really the Zero Wing we know? The situation even shocked Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9. They were very familiar with the power Refinement Realm experts wielded. First-rate guilds, which ordinary players thought of as unreachable, would be fortunate to have 10 or so Refinement Realm experts at this stage of the game. Even after carefully recruiting the best of the best among the Ice Crystal World's Adventurers Alliance and putting them through countless life-or-death battles, the Azura Adventurer team only had a little over 20 Refinement Realm experts. On the other hand, despite remaining in Starmoon Kingdom and rarely venturing out on dangerous expeditions, Zero Wing had 100 Refinement Realm experts. For a moment, Lifeless Thorn and the others wondered if they had teleported to the wrong city and were looking at some superpower's main force, not Zero Wing. However, when they saw Shifeng's familiar figure as well as Shadow Sword and the others, whom they had previously met, they had no doubt that these were Zero Wing members. Just what have the commander and his guildmates been doing? Yenya wondered as she gazed at Shifeng. When she had lived in the Ice Crystal world, the Matchless family, a guild that hadn't even been first-rate, had been colossal to her, not to mention a guild like Zero Wing, but after adventuring around the various kingdoms and empires on God's Domain's continent, she had learned one thing. Although Zero Wing might be very powerful, it was only as strong as a first-rate guild. Across the expansive God's Domain, first-rate guilds could, at most, lord over a small kingdom. Compared to the various superpowers, a first-rate guild was nothing. However, Zero Wing had a team that wasn't any weaker than a superpower's main force. While Solitary 9 and the other Azura members focused on Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts, Lifeless Thorn's gaze shifted to Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and the few others that stood beside Shifeng. His expression shifted as complex emotions overcame him. Even if he weren't a match for Shifeng, Lifeless Thorn had assumed that no other player in Zero Wing could defeat him after he had reached the Flowing Water Realm, yet as he stared at Fire Dance and the others, they felt immensely dangerous. He could tell that they had also reached the Flowing Water Realm, and their combat standards were no weaker than his. There was also Yen Tianxing and Yi. Lifeless Thorn could sense that those two had even greater combat power than his own. They were even stronger than the superpowers peak experts he had met thus far. After a moment of silence, Shifeng swept his gaze across Azura's members and nodded approvingly. He had to admit that Azura's development speed was impressive, and it was now full of talented players. Azura had been faring far better than he had expected. Although it didn't have the support of a complete Refinement Realm legacy, Azura had nurtured so many Refinement Realm experts. It was an amazing feat. Lifeless Tom, in particular, had already reached the peak of the Flowing Water Realm and was only one step away from the Void Realm. Any superpower would try to recruit him at all costs. If he had already reached the Flowing Water Realm without the support of a legacy, he might rise to become a Domain Realm expert with such help in the future, something that even the various superpowers dearly lacked. "Since everyone's here, let's head out," Shifeng said. "Where are we going, Commander?" "We've just arrived in White River City and haven't prepared anything," Solitary 9 asked. As players who constantly fought on God's Domain's frontlines, they had made it a habit to prepare before heading off to complete a task, regardless of whether they intended to raid a dungeon or explore a new map. Most of these players had different environments, and players could easily die if they weren't prepared. "We're going to the Purple Frost Field, and I've already seen to the necessary preparations. Here, distribute these to everyone," Shifeng said as he revealed a bunch of Master Ice Resistance potions and Advanced Ice Resistance armor kits. Purple Frost Field? Solitary 9 hadn't expected that answer. He had never heard of that place. However, he did not pay it much mind. God's Domain was quite large after all, and there were many level 80 maps he hadn't heard of before. He obediently accepted the potions and armor kits Shifeng handed him. When Solitary 9 inspected the items, however, his eyes went wide with shock. Master Ice Resistance potions were practically impossible to find on the market at this stage of the game. Even if they showed up, they usually sold for at least 60 gold, yet Shifeng had handed him 200 bottles. Solitary 9 hadn't even seen the Advanced Ice Resistance armor kits before, and when he saw their attributes, he knew that these items were extraordinarily valuable. One could easily fetch several hundred gold if they sold the armor kits as a 5-piece set. When Azura's members received their share, they were similarly astonished. Even superpowers would likely struggle to obtain so many of these precious items, yet Shifeng handed them out without any hesitation. Once everyone was ready, Shifeng instructed Azura's members to use their black cloaks and head to the teleportation area. The team then teleported to one of Starmoon Kingdom's border towns before using Shifeng's spatial gate and their mounts to traverse the remaining distance. After 3 teleportations and riding their mounts for several hours, the team reached a snow-covered field. This was none other than the Purple Frost Field, a level 90 to level 100 neutral map. As the biting cold winds assaulted them, the team noticed level 90 monsters roaming the winter field. Every monster had a humanoid shape made entirely of crystal. Even the weakest of these monsters was a lord, and they all traveled in groups of 20 to 30, each led by several great lords. Frost Giant, Elemental Creature, Lord, level 90. HP 55, 000/55, 000/000. Frost Wanderer, Elemental Creature, Great Lord. Level 91. HP 120, 000/120, 000/000. Azura's members gasped when they saw these monsters. These monsters were more than 10 levels higher than they were, and with how harsh this map's environment was, their combat power would be limited. Trying to defeat a single group of these monsters would be suicidal. "Commander, are we really going to explore this place?" Solitary 9 could not help but ask. He was Azura's lead MT, but even he doubted that he could hold his own against one Frost Wanderer, not to mention a group of Frost Wanderers and Giants. "We're not here to explore. We're here to kill a boss," Shifeng said, shaking his head. He then turned to Kola and said, "Kola, open a path for us. We don't have a lot of time to waste. The longer we take, the more stamina we'll lose to cold." "All right, leave it to us." Kola grinned when he heard Shifeng's orders. He immediately led Turtledove and Yi Wumina to lure every Frost Wanderer and Frost Giant in the area. Chapter 2238, Bloodline Lord. As they watched Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumina charge toward 3 separate groups of frost monsters, Solitary 9 and the other Azura members' expressions changed. "Are they insane?" Cleansing Whistle blurted out. How could Kola and his fellow MTs lure monsters like this? Even one group of frost monsters was more than enough to annihilate their team. Luring 3 groups at once was simply suicidal. Azura's members began to panic, preparing to activate their berserk skills to escape this madness at a moment's notice. They had already spent a long time exploring neutral maps, so they knew that the monsters in these maps would be better coordinated as they reached higher levels. The monsters' individual combat standards would also rise with their levels. If these monsters hadn't had little to no skills, relying on brute strength in battle, not even a 6-man party of level 80 ordinary players would be able to defeat a single level 80 lord. Not only did the level 90 lord ranked frost giants have greater combat standards than level 80 lords, but they also had higher basic attributes. Not even a level 80 Great Lord was a guaranteed match for a level 90 Frost Giant. They were an absolute nightmare for current players. Furthermore, each group had level 91 Great Lord ranked Frost Wanderers. Each of these monsters likely had high enough strength to send an MT like Solitary 9 flying. If 2 Frost Wanderers ganged up on him, not even the healers could save him. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumina didn't need long to reach their respective targets. The frost monsters noticed the 3 MTs immediately and responded with deafening roars. The 20-plus frost giants immediately moved to surround the MTs, while the spear-wielding frost wanderers led the charge against them. Unlike lower-level monsters, these frost monsters didn't try to attack like an angry mob. Instead, they cooperated like a pack of wolves. Each member of the groups had their own tasks, and they all worked together to cut off any path of retreat for the MTs. Azura's members gasped as they watched. Crap, are those things still monsters? How is their intellect so high? Solitary 9 wondered aloud. The level 80 lords they had fought earlier only had slightly higher combat standards than level 70 lords, but these level 90 frost monsters moved like well-trained soldiers. They actually knew how to use strategy to corner their opponents. Before Azura's members could snap out of their daze, the Frost Wanderers had arrived before Zero Wings MT Trio and brandished their spears. The Frost Wanderers were 6-meter-tall giants, and their frost spears were even longer than they were tall. As the 3 Frost Wanderers brandished their spears, it looked like they were swinging large tree trunks. Their swings sent snow flying into the air as if these Frost Wanderers were trying to use their environment to attack the MT Trio. Solitary 9, who had been confident about tanking at least one Frost Wanderer by himself, revealed a grim expression when he saw this powerful display. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud explosions echoed throughout the snowy field, yet to everyone's surprise, Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumina remained in their original position after receiving the Frost Wanderers' attacks. Although the snowy ground had cracked a little under their feet, each of the MTs had only lost around 5,000 HP. They blocked that. Solitary 9 stared at Kola and his companions in shock. Even from so far away, Solitary 9 had felt that collision shockwave, and he had been able to tell how frightening the Frost Wanderer's strength was based on the intensity of that shockwave. Just one of those attacks would have sent him flying, yet not only had Zero Wings MT Trio held their ground, but they had only lost 5,000 HP as well. Kola, in particular, had taken then minus 3,000 damage. His strength and defense were heaven-defying. The rest of Azura's members were just as stupefied. Kola and the others had stopped 3 level 90 Great Lords, just like that. Their strength and defense was unheard of, even in the Fire Dragon Empire. Before Azura's members recovered from their daze, Kola and his comrades charged at the frost giants that surrounded them. The 3 MTs effortlessly broke through the encirclement and lured the 3 groups of frost monsters toward Shurfong. That actually worked? Cleansing Whistle gaped. She'd have no way to escape such an encirclement without activating a berserk skill, yet Kola and the other 2 MTs had made it look so easy, simply barreling their way through. Their strengths were ridiculously high. Not even Lifeless Thorn, who had the highest strength of any Azura member, would be a match for any one of those MTs. Aqua, get ready to attack. Shurfong commanded as he watched the 3 groups of frost monsters approach. Nodding, Aqua Rose gave the magical class players behind her their priority targets. As soon as the 3 monster groups came within 50 yards of Shurfong, spells flew at them in rapid succession. Damages exceeding minus 50,000 immediately appeared above the frost monsters' heads, and the impact from these spells forced the monsters to halt their charge. Aqua Rose, Zhaoyueru, and Violet Cloud's attacks even managed to stop the Frost Wanderers in their tracks. Zhaoyueru, in particular, had forced a Frost Wanderer to stumble back several steps. Meanwhile, Zero Wings MT Trio stopped the few frost monsters that managed to evade the incoming spells. Once the monsters had been properly herded, Zero Wings melee players joined the assault. The battle progressed in an orderly fashion as the 3 groups rapidly lost HP, stunning Azura's members once more. For a moment, Azura's players even wondered if these frost monsters were truly high-level monsters. How have these people grown so fast? Not only have they reached the refinement realm, but their basic attributes are also insanely high. Based on their auras, I think my basic attributes are only slightly higher after I've activated a berserk skill, Yenya exclaimed as she watched Zero Wings' team give these frost giants and wanderers a one-sided beating. She couldn't even believe her eyes. Since they had arrived on God's Domain's continent, the Azura Adventurer team had constantly fought the Fire Dragon Empire's many experts, eventually becoming one of the Empire's top 10 adventurer teams. Every member of the adventurer team was proud of their development speed. But compared to Zero Wings members, their development speed was laughable. Yenya had looked forward to showing Shurfong the fruits of their labor in the Fire Dragon Empire, but it seemed that they wouldn't get that opportunity. In this map, they'd be nothing more than spectators. Hey, I want you guys to attack too. If we work together, we'll take these monsters down faster, Shurfong addressed Azura's members, who weren't sure what they should do. Current players couldn't afford to provoke level 90 monsters, especially those in the purple frost field. This map was special. Not only did it prohibit all forms of teleportation, but these monsters were also quite adept at group combat. Moreover, the power of frost these monsters wielded made them difficult to fight in melee combat. If players tried to face these monsters in close quarters, the power of frost would corrode their bodies and increase their stamina and concentration consumption. While these level 90 monsters were a major challenge for other players, they were easy opponents for Zero Wings main force members. The players on Zero Wings main force had already reached level 86 and 87, and every one of them had merged their main weapons with a casting goldstone. If one compared their basic attributes, these players were already as strong as level 90 players. Naturally, taking out level 90 monsters would be relatively easy. Aside from filling the raid team slots, Shurfong had called the Azura's main force members to join them on the Frost Monarch raid to help power level them. The Ice Crystal world was a massive gold mine, and by this point, the various superpowers had already begun to reach into that world and plunder its resources. Contending with these superpowers would be impossible with the Adventurers' Alliance and Azura's current strength. Shurfong needed to help them grow stronger. With Shifeng's command, Solitary 9 and his comrades regained their senses and moved to join the fray. Although their DPS was a far cry from Zero Wing's main force members, they were still capable of dealing a significant amount. After nearly 20 minutes, all 3 Frost monster groups had fallen. As the battle reached its end, Azura's members gained a huge chunk to their experience bars, surprised that their current leveling speed was several times faster than normal. The team continued deeper into the purple frost field for another 7 or so hours, during which time, many of Azura's members had gained another level, reaching level 79. Lifeless Thorn was now only a step away from the level 80 threshold. Under Shifeng's lead, the raid team arrived before a colossal, snowy mountain. A huge cave lay at the foot of the mountain, containing a sleeping 20-meter-tall giant with a body made of crystals. Frost Monarch, Tori, Realm Lord, Bloodline Lord, Mythic, level 90. HP 960, 000, 000/960, 000, 000. When they saw the Frost Monarch statistics, everyone shuddered. They didn't react this way due to the Frost Monarch's mythic rank, but because this world boss had a total of 9 HP bars hovering above its head. In other words, the Frost Monarch was a level 90 world boss. A Bloodline Lord? Even Shifeng was stunned when he saw the Frost Monarch with his own eyes. Chapter 2239, Kite Strength. When Shifeng saw the Frost Monarch statistics, his expression revealed both surprise and excitement. At this stage of the game, most players wouldn't recognize the term Bloodline Lord. To put it simply, Bloodline Lords were the evolved versions of Bloodline creatures. In God's domain, Bloodline creatures could only use their Bloodline strength on an instinctive level in battle, but Bloodline Lords could fully control their Bloodline, actively using the advantages it provided in combat. To put it into perspective, a Bloodline Lord was a player that had learned a combat technique, while a Bloodline creature was a player that hadn't. Combat techniques allowed players to perform stronger attacks than normal without using skills or spells. If 2 players with similar basic attributes faced off against each other, the player with a combat technique would exhibit drastically higher combat power than the player without. Although Bloodline Lords were incredibly powerful, they were just as rare in God's domain. Mastering a Bloodline was an extremely challenging task. Shifeng had only heard of Bloodline Lords. He had never actually seen one in person. Encountering a Bloodline Lord was as dangerous as it was a blessing. Bloodline Lords commanded incredibly high combat power, akin to kings among monsters of the same rank and level. Fortunately, they were also guaranteed to drop a Bloodline when they died. During Shifeng's previous life, hunting Bloodline Lords was one of the more reliable ways to obtain Bloodlines. Even the most common Bloodline was worth as much as a fragmented legendary item. Players might not see any significant effects after first using a Bloodline, but as they leveled up, those effects would become more prominent. Eventually, the Bloodline's benefits would evolve from a quantitative transformation into a qualitative transformation. Commander, that's a level 90 world boss. Is that what we're here to raid? Solitary 9 nervously asked Shifeng. A world boss. Even in a massive country like the Fire Dragon Empire, world bosses were extremely rare. The Empire's various superpowers had targeted a few of the world bosses within their borders, but they had only dared to raid level 60+ world bosses. Even so, they had incurred severe losses during those raids, sacrificing several teams to whittle the boss down and kill it. None of the Fire Dragon Empire's superpowers had even considered raiding level 70 world bosses yet. And yet, the monster before them was a level 90 world boss. This Frost Monarch could likely kill an MT like Solitary 9 in a single hit. He doubted that even Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian could tank the Frost Monarch. After all, there was a full tier difference between a Great Lord and a mythic monster. Moreover, the Frost Monarch would be even more of a challenge than an ordinary mythic monster as a world boss. Even Lifeless Thorn turned to stare at Shifeng. Although a part of him wanted to raid the Frost Monarch as well, current players had no hope of defeating a level 90 world boss. Moreover, it was common knowledge that players couldn't use external items during world boss raids. Players could not summon powerful monsters or use magic arrays to aid them in battle. Any external tools would lose their effects and vanish after use. Players could only rely on their strength to defeat these monsters. With these restrictions in place, they'd likely need a team of level 100 players to defeat the Frost Monarch. "That's right, we're going to raid that boss," Shifeng said, smiling when he saw the anxious looks Azura's members were giving him. A level 90 world boss is very powerful, but that is only true for other teams. Our team is an exception. A level 90 world boss was terrifying. Most of God's Domain's players would despair over the Frost Monarch's nearly 1 billion HP alone. With its battle recovery, the Frost Monarch would recover 9,600,000 HP every 5 seconds. If a team couldn't deal an average DPS of -2 million, the raid would be impossible. World boss raids might prohibit external items, but they didn't disallow personal guards. Fortunately, Shifeng just so happened to have a dark gold guard and an epic guard. Moreover, Kola carried a fragmented legendary shield. He should have no problems tanking the Frost Monarch. Overall, Shifeng was fairly confident in their chances of taking down the Frost Monarch. The only thing that Shifeng hadn't expected was the Frost Monarch's status as a Bloodline Lord. However, a monster wouldn't receive a basic attribute boost just because it was a Bloodline Lord. They'd simply gain the ability to use combat techniques and could exhibit greater combat power. Hence, completing the raid was still well within the realm of possibility. Moreover, Shifeng could not afford to not raid the Frost Monarch. This was one of the few world bosses that had the highest likelihood of dropping a bronze shop promotion order. As it was, he couldn't afford the Wanderer's shop's weekly management fee. He needed that promotion order. If he couldn't make the payments and the shop was repossessed, he'd likely lose the opportunity to own a Wanderer's shop for the rest of his career in God's Domain. After all, the Wanderer's shop only appeared at random. After confirming their target, Shifeng began to give his team their orders. "Kola, you'll be the sub-tank later in the raid. I want everyone else to attack with everything you've got," Shifeng said. His orders confused both Azura's and Zero Wings members. They did not understand why Shifeng had assigned Kola as the sub-tank. Did they have a stronger MT than Kola? Not bothering to explain, Shifeng retrieved 2 summon guard scrolls from his bag and summoned Kite and Anna. 2 figures appeared before the raid team a moment later. One was a swordsman with 2 black iron swords, while the other was a staff-wielding summoner. Crap. A level 95 swordsman and level 96 summoner. Everyone gasped when they saw the personal guards levels. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers' best personal guards had only reached level 90, and that was after the superpowers had invested astronomical sums of money, allowing their personal guards to accept all sorts of high-ranked quests. Ordinary experts' personal guards hadn't even reached level 85 yet. When they saw Kite and Anna, Lifeless Thorn and his comrades finally understood why Shifeng dared to pick a fight with a level 90 world boss. Personal guards were far more powerful than players. At the same level, a secret silver guard could slay a Void Realm expert. If their team had the help of 2 level 95 plus peak experts, raiding a level 90 world boss would definitely be possible. However, it was extremely risky to use personal guards in a world boss raid. Unlike players, resurrecting NPCs was incredibly challenging. Not being able to resurrect one's personal guards would mean permanent death for these NPCs. If that happened, all of the time and money they had poured into these guards would go down the drain. This was also why the various superpowers didn't even dare to use their personal guards in dungeon or field boss raids. The various superpowers treated their high-ranked personal guards, in particular, like precious children. These personal guards had yet to reach their full potential. The higher a personal guard's rank was, the faster they could level up and the easier their Tier 3 and 4 promotions would be. Hence, risking a high-ranked personal guard's permanent death while they were still Tier 2 was considered atrociously wasteful behavior. And yet, Shifeng clearly intended to use his personal guards to raid a world boss. He had to be insane. Once everyone was in position, Sherfong commanded Kite to charge at the Frost Monarch with Kola closely behind. World bosses had incredibly large perception ranges, and the Frost Monarch noticed Kite from 300 yards away. When it sensed the NPC, the slumbering mythic monster's eyes opened, glowing with a crimson light. The moment the raid team saw the monster's eyes, they felt chills crawl down their spines. The Frost Monarch's frightening aura even affected its surroundings, and after a moment, purple snow began to drift down from the sky. The instant the purple snow landed on the player's shoulders, everyone within 1,000 yards of the Frost Monarch felt an intense cold envelop them, and their movements became a little sluggish. A group of puny ants has dared to invade my land. I shall turn you all into ice sculptures to decorate my home for all time. The Frost Monarch stood and revealed a human-like sneer. With a wave of its hand, the Frost Monarch summoned a translucent, crystalline spear. Grabbing the weapon, the world boss threw it at Kola, the spear transforming into a streak of light as it tore space on its way to the Guardian Knight. So fast. Kola's expression darkened as the attack approached, but by the time he noticed the spear, it was too late to dodge the weapon. However, as the spear came within 30 yards of Kola, just about to slam into him, a figure appeared before the MT. It was none other than Kite. Without any hesitation, Kite swung his twin swords at the frost spear. Boom! As the weapons collided, the ground under Kite's feet caved under the powerful impact, forming a crater that was over 24 meters wide. As the snow and ice cleared, however, it revealed Kite still standing in his original position, unscathed. Chapter 2240, Twin Darkmoon Blades. Solitary 9 and the other Azura members gaped in shock after watching emerge, unharmed, from the Frost Monarch's attack. Isn't that personal guard a little too strong? Cleansing Whistle exclaimed, refocusing on the battle. Even a level 90 world boss's casual attack carried devastating power. Even a level 100, tier 3 NPC would have to take care to block such an attack. After all, this was a mythic-ranked world boss they were talking about. The Frost Monarch's basic attributes were even higher than in ordinary mythic monsters. However, despite being only a level 95, tier 2 swordsman, Kite had blocked the Frost Monarch's attack without taking any damage. Of all the fine gold guards I've seen before, none have been strong enough to tank a world boss. Moreover, this personal guard is only 5 levels higher than the boss and still at tier 2. Could it be a dark gold guard? Solitary 9 muttered, his heart pounding as he watched Kite stop one of the Frost Monarch's attacks after another. Throughout his time in the Fire Dragon Empire, Solitary 9 had become familiar with the ranks of the various powers' personal guards. It was something that many players paid attention to. Ordinary players and experts understood that they were no match for the various superpowers experts. Finding a powerful personal guard was the only way they could raise their standings in God's domain. So long as they nurtured a high-ranked personal guard, their personal guards could rival, or even surpass, peak expert strength. Even the best personal guards at this stage of the game were only fine gold rank, and only 30 or so had been found thus far. No one had found a single dark gold guard in the Empire. Because of this, the general public had assumed that dark gold guards simply didn't exist. Yet, Solitary 9 had just learned that Zero Wing had such a personal guard. If news of this spread, it would cause a huge commotion in the Fire Dragon Empire. Even secret silver guards could surpass peak experts of the same level, and although the public didn't know exactly how powerful fine gold guards were, they were certain that they could surpass apex expert strength. Not even 2 or 3 apex experts were guaranteed to defeat a single fine gold guard of the same level. As for dark gold guards, their strength was beyond imagining. Many of the Fire Dragon Empire's players assumed that these personal guards would be invincible among those of the same level and tier, and as long as one nurtured a dark gold guard properly, they'd be able to explore God's domain undeterred. However, after witnessing Kite's performance, Solitary 9 decided that dark gold guards were even more powerful than anyone had imagined. Despite being a level 95, tier 2 swordsman, Kite could already contend with a level 90 mythic ranked world boss. The NPC's prowess was simply heaven-defying. Feng could tell what Azura's members were thinking the moment he saw their shocked expressions. However, he did not bother to explain the situation, only responding with a chuckle and a grin. Kite was indeed a Dark Gold guard, but even among Dark Gold guards, he was exceptional. Now that Feng had used soul strengthening on the NPC, Kite's combat power had risen as well. Most importantly, the black iron swords Kite wielded were the Darkmoon twins, a fragmented legendary weapon set. It was a set Kite had obtained after completing an epic quest in a secret land. Even if Kite combined the strength of 2 attacks, he wouldn't have blocked the Frost Monarch's attacks so easily without the Darkmoon twins. He would have definitely taken some damage after blocking those attacks. When Feng had discovered that Kite had obtained the Darkmoon twins, he had been incredibly jealous, but since the set was reserved for NPCs, he couldn't have used them even if he had taken them from Kite. With Kite acting as the lead MT, the rest of the raid team moved within 50 yards of the world boss without issues. They promptly bombarded the Frost Monarch with attacks. However, when Kite moved up to the Frost Monarch, the world boss stopped throwing its spears. Instead, the Frost Monarch wielded its weapon with both hands, sweeping the spear in a horizontal arch against the personal guard. The weapon was as thick and long as a large tree trunk, and the Frost Monarch easily reached targets that were over 20 yards away. As the spear swept across the battlefield, the melee players in its trajectory felt their hearts skip a beat. The Frost Monarch's long reach made its attacks impossible to dodge. Moreover, that horizontal sweep carried far more power than the Frost Monarch's ranged attacks. Everyone within 50 yards of the world boss felt suffocated as the wind the attack generated assaulted them. It felt as if the attack had created a vacuum. However, Kite moved to intercept the attack before it could strike any of the raid team's players. Boom! An explosion shook the battlefield, and Kite stumbled 3 steps back, a damage of over -230,000 appearing above his head. The strength in the Frost Monarch's latest attack was obviously much higher than before. When the team's players saw the damage, they couldn't help but gasp. Even Cola broke out in cold sweat. If even a level 95 personal guard like Kite took -230,000 damage after successfully blocking the Frost Monarch's attack, he'd die instantly if he tried to do so without activating a life-saving skill. Of course, the system reduced monsters' damage to a certain degree when they attacked players, but even so, how could any player have higher strength than Kite? Could he blocked it? Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Kite had only lost a little over 230,000 HP. Everyone, attack the boss with everything you've got. The Frost Monarch was a Bloodline lord, and it could use that Bloodline to increase the power of its attacks. The thrown frost spears had been a casual attack at best, and now that Kite was within melee range, the Frost Monarch had gotten serious about this battle. However, the situation was far better from what Feng had expected. Kite had more than 2 million HP, so losing 230,000 HP was well within his tolerance. Feng's reminder to attack snapped his teammates out of their daze, and they turned their attention to bombarding the Frost Monarch. The raid team's spells and arrows were the first attacks to strike the Frost Monarch's colossal form. -34,174. 0-0. -31,647. 0-0. -17,548. 0-0. When these players saw how much damage their attacks dealt, they felt like crying, especially Azura's members. Although Zero Wings members didn't deal astounding damage, they still dealt over -30,000 with each attack. Azura's members, on the other hand, dealt less than -20,000 with their attacks. When they normally fought level 80 monsters, they easily dealt more than -50,000 damage. The damages they dealt were little more than pelting raindrops to the Frost Monarch. Fortunately, not everyone's damage was so low. A few attacks were particularly eye-catching, originating from Feng, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru's fire-type spells were especially effective, dealing bonus damage. In addition, she forcibly elevated all of her Tier 2 spells to Tier 3. As a result, every one of her attacks dealt over minus 150,000 damage to the world boss. Her overall DPS was even higher than Shifang's. Azura's members were thoroughly stunned. Zhao Yueru was doing the work of 10 Azura members right now. Even so, the Frost Monarch's HP bar hardly moved. Commander, killing this boss with our current damage is going to be a problem. Lifeless Thorn shouted as he watched the Frost Monarch's HP bar. Even after such a long fight, they hadn't even dropped the world boss's HP by 1%. At this rate, they'd die from exhaustion before the Frost Monarch could kill them. Although the raid team's DPS was relatively high, the Frost Monarch's attack range was too vast. Moreover, the Frost Monarch's extraordinary strength did not permit the slightest mistake, since the lightest touch from its spear could kill a player instantly. As a result, the team's players had to allocate much of their attention to dodging the world boss's attacks, which prevented them from maximizing their DPS. We should have a good hold on its aggro by now. Shifang was well aware that their team lacked DPS. They were fighting a level 90 world boss, after all. How could a half-baked team like theirs deal enough damage to defeat it? Shifang then turned to Anna and said, "You can begin." Chapter 2241, Anna's Might. Once Shifang gave the command, Anna raised her staff and began to chant an incantation. 2 gigantic magic arrays, both with a 30-yard radius, appeared beside Anna, one pitch black and one silvery white. The instant these 2 magic arrays appeared, the surrounding mana rapidly gathered to Anna. What a powerful spell! Astonished, Lifeless Thorn turned to look at the personal guard, who had remained idle near the rear line thus far. Although he wasn't a magical class player and wasn't so sensitive toward mana, he had seen powerful NPCs cast their spells before, yet not even the Tier 3 NPCs he had seen could manipulate this much mana with their spells. Normally, the amount of mana a spell manipulated was indicative of the spell's strength. The more mana the spell affected, the stronger the spell would be. In other words, the spell Anna was casting was even stronger than a Tier 3 magical class NPC's spells. Meanwhile, Yenya, a druid, could detect mana far better than a berserker like Lifeless Thorn. In fact, her ability to perceive mana could be considered above average among the many magical class experts on the raid team. She specializes in both light and darkness. Yenya stared at Anna for a moment, a little surprised. Normally, magical class NPCs and players only specialized in one element. For example, some elementalists specialized in fire-type spells, while some specialized in ice-type. Although elementalists could use other element spells, those spells were generally weaker than those of the caster's main element. And yet, Anna was absorbing a frightening amount of both light and darkness-type mana from her surroundings. It was clear that the personal guard specialized in both elements. Specializing in 2 elements wasn't as simple as being able to use spells from 2 different elements. A caster needed to be capable of merging both element spells as well. If one were successful, the resulting power of their spells would be exponential. Yenya could only think of 2 magical class players that specialized in dual element casting, and both commanded an astonishing amount of combat power. The Fire Dragon Empire's magical class players had dubbed both players dual dragons, and there were rumors that these 2 had the combat power to rival Tier 3 NPCs of the same level. However, she now learned that Anna was similarly a dual element caster as well. She was even rarer than Dark Gold Guards. Before anyone could shake off their shock after sensing the mana surge Anna had caused, the NPC in question raised her staff and completed her spell. 36 magic arrays appeared around the Frost Monarch, some black and some white. Yin-Yang spears then shot forth from these magic arrays. Every Yin-Yang spear was powerful enough to tear apart space itself. When the 36 Yin-Yang spears pierced the Frost Monarch's body, the world boss could not help but cry out in agony. Minus 510,354. Minus 503,474. A series of damages exceeding -500,000 appeared above the Frost Monarch's head, stupefying everyone present. With just one spell, the Frost Monarch's HP, which had barely budged before, had visibly fallen. Anna's DPS easily surpassed the entire team's. Is she a Tier 3 NPC? Lifeless Thorn voiced his thoughts, starting at Anna. Azura's members hadn't even dealt -20,000 damage with each attack, yet just one of Anna's attacks had dealt over -500,000. She was 10 levels higher than they were, but the difference between their damage outputs shouldn't be that large. The only reasonable explanation was that Anna was a Tier 3 NPC. However, there was no doubt that Anna was only level 96 and wore a Tier 2 class insignia. This proved that Anna was only a Tier 2 NPC, which confused Lifeless Thorn. Anna's performance even stunned Zero Wing's main force members. None of them had thought that she would be this powerful. Only Shifeng remained unperturbed after witnessing the display. Anna was an epic guard. Moreover, her growth potential had risen from 105 to 113 points after she became a peak-class Yin-Yang Saint. It was the highest growth potential he had seen in any NPC. Anna had only been a level 80 NPC when she had changed classes. Now that she had reached level 96, the boons her growth potential provided were massive. After factoring in her Yin-Yang Saint class's other abilities, she had even greater combat power than ordinary Tier 3 NPCs. This was why Shifeng dared to challenge the Frost Monarch with such a half-baked team. Initially, he had wanted Anna to summon her monsters to assist in the battle, but he had decided against that since controlling so many summon creatures would waste some of Anna's energy. That would prevent Anna from exhibiting the full strength of the Yin-Yang Saint class. Moreover, he had Kite to tank the world boss, so summoning a Lord or Great Lord into battle would be meaningless. As the Tier 2 curse, Yin-Yang Baptism, ended, Anna followed up with the Tier 3 spell, Yin-Yang Burst. This was also the legacy spell Anna had learned after reaching level 90. Anna raised her left hand as 2 energy balls appeared in her grip. The energy balls then transformed into beams of light that slammed into the Frost Monarch. -1,434,884. -1,441,067. Everyone was flabbergasted once more when they saw these 2 damages. Her damage can practically cover the entire team's. As Solitary 9 watched Anna bombard the Frost Monarch with one powerful spell after another, he gained a newfound appreciation for magical classes. Even if Azura and Zero Wing's members stopped attacking, Anna could likely finish this raid by herself with the damage she could deal. She might just need a little more effort to defeat the world boss. With Anna's participation, the raid team's confidence skyrocketed. They turned their attention to dodging the Frost Monarch's AoE attacks, rather than risking death to deal more damage. Time passed quickly, and the Frost Monarch's HP eventually fell to 20%. After such a long fight with the Frost Monarch, the raid team's members had to admit that world bosses had a variety of skills. Even with Kite tanking the Frost Monarch, players had died from time to time. Moreover, the power of frost that continued to seep into their bodies had rapidly depleted their stamina and concentration reserves. Despite fighting for less than 30 minutes, they all had less than 30% of their stamina remaining. Without Anna's help, this raid would have been impossible. The boss is going berserk. Everyone, activate your berserk skills and attack with everything you've got. Shifeng shouted when the Frost Monarch's frost spears suddenly vanished. The Frost Monarch would become even more terrifying when it went berserk. It would directly manipulate the power of frost around it to layer its attacks. Normally, a team would need around 6 MTs to stop these layered attacks, but among the MTs present, only Kola was capable of surviving one of these attacks, and that was if he had already activated his berserk skill. The world boss would instant kill the rest of the MTs, whether or not they had activated their berserk skills. The only option they had left was to kill the boss before it slaughtered the team. The Frost Monarch bellowed as soon as Shifeng finished issuing his orders. The power of frost began to grow turbulent as it gathered to the world boss. Not only did this significantly increase the Frost Monarch's defense, but it also manifested 6 gigantic hands of frost energy around the world boss. These 6 gigantic hands began to swat at the offending players. Every hand was as powerful as the frost spears the Frost Monarch had thrown at the start of this raid. Only, the hand's attack speed wasn't as high as the frost spears. In exchange for the reduced speed, the hands had a much larger attack range, with each possessing a 12-yard radius AoE. The moment the 6 hands descended, 3 Azura members died instantly. However, the Frost Monarch's increased defense shocked the raid team's members far more than the 6 gigantic hands. They had already activated their Berserk skills, yet they dealt less damage than they had earlier. As expected of the Frost Monarch, its famed defense wasn't an exaggeration. When Shifeng's sword struck the Frost Monarch's body, his entire arm went numb from the impact. Getting past the Frost Monarch's frost armor with dark gold weapons had already been quite difficult, and now that it had entered its berserk state, even Shifeng's killing ray barely left a scratch. As several more players died, Shifeng knew that he couldn't afford to hold back, and he ordered Anna to use Summon Angel. Within seconds, a spear-wielding Valkyrie dropped from the sky, and everyone felt their bodies grow heavier as her horrific aura washed over them. Before anyone could react, the Valkyrie had appeared before the Frost Monarch and swung her spear of thunder at the world boss. Ping! The Valkyrie's spear sliced through the Frost Monarch's armor like a streak of lightning before cracks began to form across the previously indestructible ice armor. The Frost Monarch cried out as it stumbled several steps back, and a damage of over -6 million appeared above its head. The Valkyrie was even several times stronger than Anna. When Azura's members saw the Frost Monarch stumble backward, their jaws nearly hit the ground. The Valkyrie's attacks were extremely fast. Even after transforming its 2 hands into sharp blades, the Frost Monarch had failed to defend itself. It had been forced to use the 6 gigantic hands it had summoned against the Valkyrie's attacks. However, a Tier 4 Valkyrie was no easy opponent, and her life rating was considerably higher than the world boss's. Even while using the 6 colossal hands to protect itself, the Frost Monarch took one hit after another. The world boss was utterly helpless against the Valkyrie. When the Valkyrie's 10-second duration was almost up, she went berserk and used Thunder's Judgment. A purple lightning bolt then shot down from the sky and through the Frost Monarch's body, dealing over -15 million damage. Good. The boss is heavily injured. Everyone focus on your attacks. Shifeng hurriedly shouted as the Frost Monarch's aura weakened. The surviving raid team ignored the world boss's 6 hands and desperately bombarded the monster. 12%, 10%, 8%. As the Frost Monarch grew closer to its death, it began a frenzied slaughter. By the time there were less than half of the original 200-man raid team, the Frost Monarch had 2% of its HP remaining. Gentle Snow, Zhao Yueru, and Violet Cloud stopped holding back and used their strongest moves. Myth of Light, Frost Flame Hell, Dimensional Fracture. As these attacks struck the Frost Monarch, its HP bar visibly shrunk. Die! When the world boss had less than 1% of its HP left, Shifeng activated Divine Providence, Flame Burst, and Lightning Slash. I am immortal, human. You will not get away with this. The Frost Monarch snarled, its voice echoing throughout the purple frost field, as its HP fell to 0, and its crystalline body crumbled to the ground. Chapter 2242, Frost Monarch's Loot. The instant the Frost Monarch died, everyone's experience bars exploded. The level 90 world boss had provided a bounty of EXP. Lifeless Thorn and Azura's other members instantly climbed to level 80. Although Zero Wing's main force members didn't level up, having already reached level 86 and 87, their experience bars did grow by a large chunk. They had earned enough EXP to cover more than a full day of grinding. It's finally dead. As their experience bars filled, the raid team members breathed a sigh of relief. They celebrated their survival throughout the raid. When the Frost Monarch had gone berserk, its attacks had become faster as its HP decreased. They hadn't been able to keep up, relying on luck to survive. Fortunately, their overall DPS had been high enough for this raid. Had the battle continued for another 30 or so seconds, they might have lost their lives before the Frost Monarch died. Once they had a chance to catch their breath, they turned toward the numerous items scattered around the world boss's corpse. So many items dropped. We're rich. That's the loot of a level 90 world boss. That's right. Based on how much mana is gathering around those items, they must be extraordinary. The survivors' eyes glowed with excitement when they saw the Frost Monarch's loot. With a casual glance, they could count more than 10 pieces of dark gold equipment and a few rare dark gold weapons. After level 50, monsters' drop rates drastically decreased. High-ranked items like dark gold equipment became very difficult to acquire. Normally, players had to challenge 100-man, Hell mode team dungeons to acquire weapons and equipment of such rank. Moreover, players would be lucky if a single piece of dark gold equipment dropped from each of the dungeon's bosses. One raid wouldn't even be enough to fully gear a player, not to mention a 100-man team. Most of God's Domain's expert players would be envied among their peers if they had a single piece of up-to-date dark gold equipment. Even among the Azura Adventurer team, the main force members only wore a few pieces of level 75 dark gold equipment, despite being one of the Fire Dragon Empire's top 10 adventurer teams. Yet, the Frost Monarch had dropped more than a dozen dark gold equipment pieces. Its drop rate was many times higher than the bosses in 100-man, Hell mode team dungeons. Naturally, the weakest piece of equipment the Frost Monarch had dropped was for level 90. Even the various superpowers only dreamed of acquiring level 90 dark gold weapons, and players could likely rely on these weapons even after they reached level 100. The world boss had even dropped epic equipment. The chances of such equipment dropping in a 100-man, Hell mode team dungeon were abysmal. Players would only have a reasonable chance of acquiring such items if they secured the first clear. Alright, healers, resurrect our fallen comrades. We'll distribute the loot once you're done, Shifeng said, smiling when he saw the hunger in everyone's eyes. There likely wasn't a single player in God's Domain who wouldn't be tempted by a world boss's loot. World bosses represented the peak of power among monsters of the same level, and any random item they dropped could raise a player's strength by a considerable margin. Shifeng's reminder snapped the healers out of their daze, and they promptly went to work, resurrecting their fallen allies. Meanwhile, Shifeng turned to organize the Frost Monarch's loot. The rest of the raid team took a seat and watched Shifeng with eager looks since they didn't have anything better to do. Even Kola stared at the pile of items in the snow. The healers finished resurrecting the fallen players after a short moment, and Shifeng quickly appraised the items, sharing the statistics in the team chat. Isn't this world boss's loot a little too generous? This loot is 10 times better than the items a Hell mode team dungeon's final boss drops. Zero Wings members were no strangers to a world boss's loot, so they, more or less, held their composure when they saw shared information. However, Azura's members were a different story. They were ecstatic after reading the loot's details. The Frost Monarch dropped a total of 115 items, far more than what ordinary mythic bosses typically dropped. Among the 115 items, there were 17 pieces of dark gold equipment and 3 dark gold weapons. The world boss hadn't even dropped one fine gold weapon or equipment piece. They'd likely have to raid 8 or 9 mythic bosses in Hell mode team dungeons to acquire so many pieces of dark gold equipment. Unfortunately, team dungeons had very long cooldowns, and players couldn't raid them as often as they'd like. Furthermore, every dark gold weapon and equipment piece the Frost Monarch had dropped was top tier. This Golden Razor's attributes are just as high as an epic weapon's, Kola said, astonished as he inspected a dark gold ranked greatsword. Although the Golden Razor was only dark gold rank, its attack power and strength were on par with epic ranked two-handed weapons. Most importantly, the Golden Razor had a passive skill that allowed players to wield it as a one-handed weapon as long as they had the required 1,800 strength. In other words, players could wield a one-handed weapon with the attributes and attack power of a two-handed greatsword. This passive skill alone placed the Golden Razor at the top among level 90 Dark Gold weapons. Although the required 1,800 strength was relatively high to ordinary Tier 2 Berserkers, it wouldn't be an issue for expert players of Cola's caliber. In fact, Cola already met the requirement, despite being a Guardian Knight under level 90. He couldn't help his growing excitement when he thought about wielding a two-handed weapon alongside his shield. That's nothing. Take a look at the Extreme Frost set. It's practically made for Berserkers. The 4-piece set effect even lowers the level requirement by 5 levels, on top of increasing the wearer's ice resistance by 100 and maximum stamina by 10%. The 6-piece set effect even increases the user's strength by 20% and all Berserker skills by 1 tier. Blackie nearly drooled as he examined the Extreme Frost set's attribute bonuses and set effects. He even wished he had chosen the Berserker class, instead of becoming a Cursemancer. Moreover, the Frost Monarch had dropped the complete Extreme Frost set. This meant that Berserkers could equip the set at level 85, and the armor would forcibly elevate all Berserker skills by 1 tier to a maximum of Tier 3. Tier 3 skills. Tier 3 skills were far more powerful than Tier 2 skills. Zhao Yueru had already made that much clear. Despite the fact that Gentle Snow and Fire Dance had higher basic attributes, Zhao Yueru had dealt considerably more damage in the raid than her companions. Her total damage had almost been as high as Shifeng's monstrous damage. If a Tier 2 Berserker equipped the Extreme Frost set, they'd be on par with an actual Tier 3 Berserker, not including their basic attributes and physique. Indeed, this Extreme Frost set's effects are truly amazing. The Berserkers in the team have just won the lottery, Yen Tianxing chimed in. Even he was moved when he saw the Extreme Frost set. If the set were meant for assassins, he wouldn't have hesitated to replace 3 of his epic equipment pieces for the set. Tier 3 skills would drastically increase a player's combat power. If the Extreme Frost set's effects were specialized for assassins, Yen Tianxing would even be confident of contending with Sword Demon. While the team discussed the Extreme Frost set, Shi Feng shared the next item's attribute panel. When they saw this item, every one of them gasped. This next item was a weapon, and one the team recognized and feared. This weapon was none other than the icy blue spear the Frost Monarch had used against them throughout the raid. Chapter 2243, Winter Spear. The entire raid team had personally experienced how powerful this spear, which the Frost Monarch had manifested with condensed power of frost, was. The Frost Monarch's extraordinary strength and speed hadn't been the main reason that the raid team had struggled against it. They had relied on Kite as the lead MT, and the NPC was more than capable of surviving the world boss's attacks, taking barely any damage. Rather, the Frost Monarch's Frost Spear had been the main reason that these players had had so much trouble. Despite the Frost Monarch's focused attacks against Kite throughout the raid, it had used its attack's residual power to assault the players, sapping their stamina and concentration. This, in turn, had steadily decreased the team's combat power, and to make matters worse, they hadn't been able to block or dodge this residual power. If Anna hadn't been so powerful, the team would have died from exhaustion before they could kill the world boss. It's even possible for such a weapon to drop. Its attributes are insane. The team's Berserkers have truly hit the jackpot. When they saw the Frost Spear's attribute panel, everyone on the team felt jealous. Even Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade, who both used an epic weapon, couldn't help their desire for the spear. Its attribute bonuses were just that awesome. Winter Spear, Replica, Spear, Epic Rank. Level 50, Level 100. Equipment requirement. Strength 2100 attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 2550, level 50. Strength plus 301, agility plus 210, endurance plus 270, attack speed plus 12. Attacks carry the power of frost. When attacking, all attacks reduce the target's stamina and concentration. Attacks have 30% chance to deal frost damage to all enemies in a 10-yard radius. 20% chance to trigger Frost Possession, increasing strength by 20% by 3 seconds. During this time, attacks also deal an additional 270% frost damage and reduce target's movement speed when struck by 30%. When equipped, main attribute increased by 25%. All secondary attributes increased by 15%. Reaction speed increased by 10%. Ignore levels plus 10. All Berserker skill effects increased by 30%. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. Additional passive skill 1-. Chaotic Battle, strength, attack speed and movement speed increased according to the number of enemies hit. Each enemy hit will grant a 3% increase for 5 seconds. Bonus can stack to 30%. Additional passive skill 2-. Ice Guard. When HP falls below 50%, Power of Frost triggers to improve the user's physique by 15%, main attribute by 15%, and defense skill by 3 levels. Additional active skill - Frozen Sentry converts a 100-yard radius into a frozen realm, using the power of frost to corrode all enemies in range. At the same time, the user creates 2 frost doppelgangers, each with 115% of the main body strength. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 1 hour. Even Shifeng was relatively surprised to see the Winder's Spear replica drop. The original Winter Spear was a legendary weapon, but even a replica would be extraordinarily powerful. The epic ranked replica could likely rival an ordinary fragmented legendary weapon's strength. In terms of attack power, this replica was even stronger than Gentle Snow's Glorious Will. The only difference between the Winter Spear's replica and Glorious Will's was that the latter could be upgraded to fragmented legendary rank, while the former could not. Even so, the Winter Spear was the best weapon under fragmented legendary rank for berserkers at level 100 or below. If current players wielded this spear, their attack power would be among the best in God's domain. Moreover, players wouldn't have to worry about fighting groups or a single opponent with the Winter Spear's effects. Naturally, every berserker on the raid team grew restless after seeing the Winter Spear's attribute panel, and they all turned toward Shifeng almost as one, waiting to learn how he intended to distribute the weapon. According to Shifeng's rules, everyone that participated in the raid would have a chance of competing for any dark gold weapon. Unfortunately, those rules didn't hold true for epic-ranked weapons. Even the various superpowers treated epic weapons and equipment as a part of the guild's foundation, and not even the guild's upper echelons could claim such an item simply because they wanted it. Guilds had strict inspections and evaluations before they'd assign an epic item to their members, especially when it came to a top-tier epic weapon like the Winter Spear. The Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set will go to Lifeless Thorn, Shifeng announced after giving the matter some thought. Although he was Azura's commander, Shifeng hadn't contributed to the adventurer team recently since he'd been so busy with Zero Wing. As a result, Lifeless Thorn had taken full responsibility for leading the Azura adventurer team and the massive Adventurers Alliance. By now, many superpowers had begun to compete for resources and player population in the Ice Crystal world. If the Adventurers Alliance wished to maintain its standing, it needed to rely on more than a flowing water realm expert like Lifeless Tom. The Alliance would need a peak expert, at the very least, to defend it. Commander! Lifeless Tom stared at Shifeng, moved. He had never expected his commander to hand him the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set. Not even superpowers upper echelons had the privilege of using such high-quality weapons and equipment, yet despite being Azura's vice commander, he had earned the right. Adventurer teams weren't nearly as restrictive as guilds, and even though Lifeless Thorn was Azura's vice commander, he enjoyed far more freedom than large guilds' elite members. Moreover, Zero Wing's members wouldn't be pleased to hear that their guild leader had given him such powerful items. The consequences were just too high. Lifeless Tom couldn't understand what Shifeng was trying to do. And yet, despite carrying an epic weapon and multiple pieces of epic equipment, he was sorely tempted to wield and wear the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set. Refusing such a generous offer wasn't easy. Naturally, Shifeng understood what Lifeless Thorn was thinking. Taking the initiative, he said, "There's no need to say anything. Zero Wing isn't like other guilds. Azura may only be Zero Wing's subordinate adventurer team, but it's still a part of Zero Wing. As long as you perform well, I have no problems giving you weapons and equipment of this quality. I hope that you will use this weapon and set equipment to improve Azura further." Zero Wing was quite different than the various superpowers. It didn't have the support of major corporations, and it wasn't as attractive to expert players. If Zero Wing wanted to contend with super first-rate guilds and super guilds, subordinate, independent organizations like the Azura Adventurer Team were necessary. Furthermore, if an adventurer team wasn't led by a powerful expert, it would struggle to develop. Although Azura was impressive enough to become one of the Fire Dragon Empire's top 10 adventurer teams, that was its limit. Growing any stronger would be an incredible challenge for the adventurer team. Unless Lifeless Thorn increased his strength, it would only be a matter of time before another adventurer team, one with a powerful background, surpassed Azura. If possible, Shifeng wanted to help Lifeless Thorn reach the Void Realm, but doing so wouldn't be easy. One would have to improve their senses on a qualitative level, which couldn't be done by simply improving one's combat standards. If it were that easy, the various super guilds would have more than just a few peak experts among their ranks. After Shifeng's comment, Lifeless Thorn turned to Zero Wing's members to see their reactions, but to his surprise, none of the main force members seemed dissatisfied with the situation. They didn't actually seem to care who received the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set. When Azura's other members saw this, they couldn't help but feel a little ambitious. As players that had chosen to join an adventurer team, they had knowingly forsaken the resources a guild could provide in exchange for more freedom. However, enjoying the freedom of an adventurer team, as well as access to a guild's important resources, was better than they could have hoped for. In that moment, Azura's members silently decided that they would become an even more powerful adventurer team in the future. Even if they couldn't obtain top-tier epic weapons like the Winter Spear, they'd still have a chance of securing ordinary epic weapons. Such a situation was normally unthinkable for adventurer team members like them. While everyone secretly envied Lifeless Tom, Shifeng revealed a playful grin as he shared the attribute panel for a jade flute. When the raid team saw this item, their jealousy of Lifeless Thorn vanished. Crap, am I seeing things? This is a flying mount. Chapter 2244, Another Flying Mount. Upon seeing the summoning flute decorated with blue runes, every member of the raid team was ecstatic. Thanks to the flying mount that had appeared in the Sea of Death, players were no longer strangers to the concept of flying mounts. News of that mount had spread across God's domain, giving countless players a new dream of obtaining one for themselves. Even Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other main force members, who already knew that Shifeng was the owner of that mysterious flying mount, were at a loss for words, not to mention Azura's members. Except for Shifeng, they hadn't heard of any player owning a flying mount at this stage of the game. In other words, this summoning flute was only the second flying mount found in God's domain. Epic weapons and equipment might be incredibly precious, but not even the top-tier epic weapon, Winter Spear, was worth 1/10 of a flying mount. They had already experienced the benefits flying mounts had to offer, and their travel speed was simply unbelievable. A flying mount could even cross a large-scale map in no more than 2 or 3 hours. Most importantly, flying mount's combat power was incredible. Take Shifeng's Thunder Eagle, for example. The Thunder Eagle was a bona fide Tier 3 combatant with the ability to contend with level 100 Great Lords. If they had a flying mount, they'd have their own powerful companion in battle. I won't say much about this flying mount. If you want it, fight for it. The starting bid will be 300,000 GCPs or 300,000 Azura contribution points. The highest bid wins. Shifeng said, chuckling as he glanced at the excited crowd before him. In truth, even Shifeng had been quite surprised to see the Frost Monarch drop a flying mount. Even a common flying mount was easily worth several level 100+ epic items. Although this Frost Bone Dragon, the flying mount the Frost Monarch had dropped, wasn't as powerful as his Thunder Eagle, it was an intermediate extraordinary flying mount. It was even more valuable than ordinary fragmented legendary items. Initially, he had intended to give the flying mount to someone of his choosing to maximize its usefulness, but everyone's intense desire for the mount had changed his mind. Hence, he had resorted to an internal auction. 300,000 contribution points was exceedingly cheap for a flying mount like the Frost Bone Dragon. Normally, he should have set the starting bid at 3 million CPs, but since this was an internal auction, he didn't mind lowering the price. Moreover, the sooner one of his players was spotted using the flying mount, the more Zero Wing or Azura could benefit. Naturally, there was no chance of some low-rank player claiming the Frost Bone Dragon. 300,000 contribution points was an astronomical amount for both Zero Wings and Azura's members. Not even ordinary core members could afford that price. Of the 200 players participating in this raid, only a dozen or so had enough CPs to bid for the flying mount. Every member of the raid team stared at Shifeng in astonishment. They had never expected him to sell off the flying mount in an internal auction. He had even assigned the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set to a specific player, yet the flying mount would go to the highest bidder. Most importantly, Shifeng was actually allowing them to compete for it, not keeping such a precious flying mount for himself. No other guild leader or commander would be as generous as Shifeng. It didn't take long for the raid team members to snap out of their daze after Shifeng's announcement. "I bid 300,000 GCPs. Blackie shouted, placing the first bid. "In that case, I'll bid 310,000. Cola shouted, not willing to concede. "Commander, I bid 320,000 CPs. Solitary 9 shouted, unable to help himself from participating in the auction. Azura's contribution system was similar to Zero Wings, and earning contribution points wasn't easy. Of course, as one of Azura's 2 vice commanders, he could afford to hand over 300,000 plus CPs. "I bid 350,000 CPs. Lifeless Thorn announced. Although Lifeless Tom had already acquired a top-tier epic weapon and dark gold set equipment, the idea of owning a flying mount was simply too tempting. A flying mount would also affect his development rate, so he couldn't just give up this chance. Zero Wing and Azura's members frantically bid on the Frost Bone Dragon, the price quickly climbing to 450,000 CPs. Once the price rose that high, Azura's Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 had to drop out of the auction. Unlike a guild, there were fewer means for adventurer team members to earn contribution points. Adventurer teams didn't have access to guild quests, for example. Now, only Zero Wing's upper echelons could compete over the flying mount. In the end, Gentle Snow had won the Frost Bone Dragon for 580,000 contribution points. Although Shifeng didn't prohibit his players from borrowing points, they had silently agreed to rely on their own contribution points due to the importance of a flying mount. Their contribution points, after all, represented how much they had contributed to the guild or adventurer team. The player who had contributed the most deserved something as important and valuable as a flying mount. After the auction, Shifeng handed Gentle Snow her new Frost Bone Dragon summoning flute, and she rejoiced. Ideas of how to use this flying mount swam in her head. Shifeng then let the raid team members bid for the remaining dark gold weapons and equipment, and every item had been auctioned off in less than 10 minutes. As for the other items the Frost Monarch dropped, Shifeng didn't share their information or add them to the internal auction. These items touched on guild interests. The Bronze Shop promotion order, for example, had to be kept a secret. Moreover, since the Frost Monarch was a Bloodline lord, it had dropped a Bloodline. Normally, Shifeng would have let his players take a look at an ordinary Bloodline. It's not like they were a secret among the various superpowers anymore, and some were even available for purchase in the World Summit's Divine Shrine. If players had enough points, they could even purchase a peak Bloodline. However, the Frost Monarch's Bloodline was special, and Shifeng couldn't afford to reveal it casually. Arctic Bloodline, Special Bloodline, can be fused with a normal bloodline to produce a new bloodline. The resulting bloodline has one opportunity to evolve, and the evolution's benefits depend on the bloodline power the resulting bloodline has absorbed. The more bloodline power absorbed, the more benefits the resulting bloodline will provide. Can absorb a maximum of 100 bloodline power. Current bloodline power absorbed, 0 points. Warning: the resulting bloodline will automatically bind to the user after using the Arctic bloodline. It cannot be traded and can only be stored in the user's bag space. If the user dies, the bloodline will drop and be forever lost. System: do you wish to fuse with the Arctic bloodline? System: you have 1 hour to decide. If you fail to decide or refuse the fusion, the Arctic bloodline's power will be lost. Although Shi Feng trusted these players, he had no plans to inform them of the Arctic bloodline. While the team rested, Shi Feng wandered off to find a place to sit. He then agreed to fuse with the Arctic bloodline. Chapter 2245, New Bloodline. The instant Shi Feng agreed to the fusion, the Arctic bloodline in his bag shot through his body and began to merge with the Dark Iron bloodline. Thus far, Shi Feng had been quite satisfied with the Dark Iron bloodline. Although it was only a basic bloodline, it was the perfect bloodline for melee classes, far more valuable to melee players than other basic bloodlines. In fact, Shi Feng wouldn't necessarily trade the Dark Iron bloodline for a bona fide advanced bloodline if given a chance. Compatibility was incredibly important, and the Dark Iron bloodline improved his compatibility with his melee skills. It was a rare attribute. Although the Dark Iron bloodline's attribute panel didn't clearly outline how much the bloodline improved his compatibility, Shi Feng had discovered, through trial and error, that his bloodline improved his skill completion rates by roughly 2%. While 2% might not seem that high, and even some epic equipment could provide a similar bonus, Shi Feng's skill completion rate was already impressive. Shi Feng was very close to 100% skill completion rate with his Tier 2 skills. For any other player, the Dark Iron bloodline would likely increase their skill completion rate by more than just 2%. Even so, a 2% improvement was extremely valuable for Shi Feng. As God's Domain evolved into a more perfect game, higher-tiered skills and spells would become increasingly difficult to use properly. A player who had a 100% completion rate with their Tier 1 skills wouldn't be guaranteed to perform as well with Tier 2 to 6 skills and spells. Take Fire Dance, for example. When she had been a Tier 1 player, she had executed her Tier 1 skills with a 95% or higher completion rate, but after reaching Tier 2 and the Flowing Water Realm, she barely achieved a 90% completion rate with her Tier 2 skills. If she wanted to increase her skill completion rate, she had to continue her training and find more inspiration. In reality, not even Domain Realm experts fared better than Refinement Realm experts with skill or spell completion rates. Completion rates depended on a player's physical control and their understanding of the skill or spell in question. Refinement Realm experts already had precise control of their bodies, and Domain Realm experts' physical control wasn't that much better. Domain Realm experts merely had superior perception. Shi Feng only had such a high completion rate with his Tier 2 skills because he had already grown incredibly familiar with the various Tier 2 skills in God's Domain. Not a single player in the game could compete with his experience in this regard. Moreover, the Dark Iron bloodline would offer greater benefits as he continued to level up and reach higher tiers, particularly as he rose through the tiers. Although he had already absorbed the Dark Iron bloodline, he couldn't yet fully exhibit the bloodline's power. Bloodline strength was simply too great for low-tiered players like him to tolerate. He could only unlock more of the bloodline's abilities as he increased his tier. Otherwise, bloodlines wouldn't have been as valuable as fragmented legendary and legendary items, becoming one of the best tools to support God's Domain's players as they became powerhouses. As the Arctic bloodline continued to fuse with the Dark Iron bloodline, Shi Feng felt an indescribable power spread throughout his body. This power felt violent and cold, the sensations mixing within him. If he hadn't deliberately concealed his aura with the Nightwalker's cape, Fire Dance, and the others would have sensed his transformation. After 10 seconds, the turbulent power within Shi Feng had calmed. The moment it did, the crisp sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have successfully fused the Arctic Bloodline and Dark Iron Bloodline. The Frost Iron Bloodline has now bound with you. Eagerly, Shifeng inspected the resulting bloodline. Frost Iron Bloodline, Fused Bloodline. Increases players' compatibility with melee skills and reaction speed. Mainly improves strength, followed by agility, endurance, vitality, and intelligence. Can absorb bloodline power to evolve once. The more bloodline power absorbed, the greater the evolution's effects will be. Can absorb up to 100 bloodline power. Currently absorbed bloodline power, 0 points. So, this is a fused bloodline. As he inspected the Frost Iron Bloodline's attributes, Shifeng couldn't believe his eyes. He had assumed the fusion would only improve the Dark Iron Bloodline's inherent attributes, not birth an entirely new ability. The Frost Iron Bloodline could practically rival Advanced Bloodline SL. The only real difference was the increased basic attributes. Fortunately, the missing basic attributes weren't that important to Shifeng. He valued the Bloodline's ability far more. Especially the Frost Iron Bloodline's new ability. Increased reaction speed would be significantly help Happy Face players. The improved reaction speed would be especially useful when fighting monsters. Unlike players, monsters' reaction speed continued to increase with their levels, which was why higher-leveled monsters were so difficult to deal with. Normally, the only way players could improve their reaction speed was by increasing their basic attributes and physique, but the resulting improvement would be minor. Meanwhile, weapons and equipment that increased reaction speed directly were painfully difficult to acquire. Now that the Frost Iron Bloodline could do just that, it was easily more valuable than the Advanced Bloodlines players could buy from the Divine Shrine. Amazing! Truly amazing! With this boost, my reaction speed is just as fast as true Tier 3 classes. Shifeng was ecstatic when he sensed the change to his reaction speed. The Tier 3 promotion quest was far more difficult to complete than the Tier 2 version, and players' results would largely influence their future development. Shifeng had hoped to obtain an advanced bloodline before Tier 3 promotion quest to increase his chances of securing a good result. After all, his Blade Saint class was one of God's Domain's 10 Great Saint Legacies, and his promotion quest would be considerably more challenging than other classes. Now that he had the Frost Iron Bloodline, he was far more confident of clearing his Tier 3 promotion quest. If this bloodline is so powerful after the fusion, just how powerful will it become after evolving with 100 points of bloodline power? Anticipation overwhelmed Shifeng as he read the bloodline's attribute panel again. To obtain bloodline power, players had to extract it from bloodline creatures or archaic species. Unfortunately, the former were incredibly rare in God's domain. It seems I'll have to find some time to explore the Thunder God's secret land. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng decided that hunting in the Thunder God's secret land would be the most reliable way to collect bloodline power. Although he knew where to find a few low-level bloodline creatures, the main god system wouldn't give him any chance to exploit such a loophole. His chances of extracting bloodline power from low-level bloodline creatures would be abysmal. To increase his chances, he had to hunt bloodline creatures in the Thunder God's secret land. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to gain access to the secret land. He would need an entry pass, and entering the secret land by himself wouldn't be efficient. He'd need to obtain enough entry passes for a group of players. As a result, Shifeng decided to prioritize Zero Wing's development in the Sea of Death. However, he hadn't come to that decision simply because he wanted entry passes to the Thunder God's secret land. After level 100, the various major powers would turn their attention to the sea due to its many available resources, and if Zero Wing wanted a cut of that pie, it would have to secure a foothold in the Sea of Death as soon as possible. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng's gaze drifted toward Hebron's shop promotion order in his bag, his desire to upgrade the Wanderer's shop as soon as possible growing. The naval resources he obtained through his partnership with Phoenix Rain wouldn't be enough for Zero Wing to establish itself in the Sea of Death, and Zero Wing still had to deal with Starlink's harassment. Once the raid team had rested, Shi Feng returned to White River City alongside his companions. Chapter 2246, Turmoil at Dragonheart City. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Hashes of light illuminated the teleportation hall as Shi Feng's team returned to White River City. After Monarch raid, they had spent almost all of their stamina and concentration. Although they had rested in the purple frost field for some time, they were visibly exhausted. How strange. Punched from back in the city, yet my stamina still feels like it's barely recovering? Aqua Rose muttered as she concentrated on her physical state. Fire Dance, Yen Tianxing, and the other Refinement Realm experts felt the same. Once players reached the Refinement Realm, they gained more precise control over their bodies, and when they lacked stamina, it subtly influenced their physical performance. Hence, Refinement Realm experts could sense how much stamina they had remaining based on their physical condition. Normally, players' stamina rapidly regenerated when they returned to a town or city, yet Aqua Rose and her companion's stamina had barely changed. Their stamina recovery rate was surprisingly slow. Don't worry about it. It's just the result of the power of frost that infected your bodies. Once the power of frost dissipates, you'll return to normal, Shi Feng explained. Not only were high-level maps dangerous, but they also inflicted lasting negative effects on the players that dared to explore them. Even among high-level maps, the purple frost field was considered a special place. All forms of energy, with the exception of the power of frost, had been expelled from the map. Not only would players' stamina deplete far faster than usual if they remained in the map for a long time, but their stamina recovery rate would also be affected. Fighting a world boss like the Frost Monarch would only make their condition worse. In their current state, these players would need to rest in a city for at least 10 hours to recover fully. Doesn't that mean that we'll have to rest for a long time, unable to do much else? Gentle Snow asked, frowning. She had just obtained the Frost Bone Dragon, and she wanted to lead a team to grind field bosses in unexplored high-level maps as soon as possible to utilize this advantage and secure a large stock of high-level equipment. Zero Wing's main force members had reached such a high level, but most of their weapons and equipment hadn't. If they had had up-to-date weapons and equipment in their competition with Starlink, securing their victory would have gone much smoother. But it can't be helped. High-level resource maps aren't like they were before, Shi Feng responded with a shrug. Reaching level 100 in God's domain wasn't difficult. The true difficulty lay in obtaining top-tier weapons and equipment that corresponded with their levels. The Purple Frost Field was one of the best places to acquire top-tier level 90 equipment. Not only did the map have its own level 90 world boss, but it was also home to quite a few level 90+ mythic bosses. Unfortunately, maps like the Purple Frost Field had their own form of special energy, so grinding for top-tier weapons and equipment was even harder than normal. In reality, the Purple Frost Field's harsh environment was gentle compared to the various maps available at that level. Some environments even affected players' physiques and basic attributes. This was also why the various minor powers and adventurer teams had survived in God's domain in Shi Feng's previous life. Grinding in these special maps for long periods was impossible due to their environments, and as a result, the various major powers hadn't been able to monopolize these maps' field bosses. To dominate these maps, God's domain's major powers would need a lot more manpower. This was precisely why Shi Feng wanted to develop the Azura Adventurer team, using it to attract more expert players. Although Zero Wing had an incredible main force, the guild's other teams lagged far behind them. Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's frowns deepened. This meant that their level and mount advantages weren't as great as they had thought. Forget about farming top-tier weapons and equipment for now. You should help our other members level up. Once the power of Frost's effects wears off, you can organize teams to raid team dungeons and get our raiding progress up to speed, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Collecting a large stock of top-tier weapons and equipment wasn't a walk in the park. If it were, the various superpowers would have squashed the game's minor powers and adventurer teams. They wouldn't have poured so much attention into nurturing lifestyle players and grinding for resources either. I'll do that then. Gentle Snow felt helpless. She had no choice but to accept Shifeng's suggestion and take things one step at a time. After their conversation, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose left the teleportation with the rest of Zero Wings members. They planned to take the guild's members out to power level in high-level maps. Shifeng, on the other hand, led Azura's members to the Candlelight trading firm and loaded them up with advanced mana armor kits, all-round devices, and other consumables that the trading firm only sold internally. He also instructed Melancholic Smile and her team to produce some resistance equipment for the adventurer team members to help them develop at a higher rate. Shifeng then found a special forging room before using the Abyss Pendant to teleport to Dragonheart Island. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng appeared in an alleyway in Dragonheart City's outer area. But for some reason, Dragonheart City seemed livelier than during Shifeng's last visit. Hardly any players had spent their time in the city's outer area before, but now he noticed a large number of players in this area of the city. Moreover, most of these players were neutral race players, not human. Why are so many neutral players here? Shifeng was astonished when he saw how many neutral players roamed the street. These neutral players were very high-leveled, with most of them at level 76 or higher. There were even quite a few level 78 players. Mainstream players had just reached level 72 and 73 at this stage of the game, so these neutral players' levels were surprising. Even most large guilds' peak experts had only just reached this level. Meanwhile, Dragonheart City was located in the Sea of Death's inner region, and the closest neutral city was very far away. There should only be a small number of neutral players that would bother traveling this far. Neutral experts weren't the only players in the city right now. There were also large crowds of experts from the various major powers and many from second- and third-rate guilds. As Shifeng observed the passing players, he noticed a familiar group. It was none other than Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who loved to vanish from the guild, and they seemed to be in the company of Melody and a few other Ninth Heaven members. Since Shifeng was still disguised as Black Flame, Thoughtful Rain and her companions quickly recognized him. "You're here, too, Big Brother Black Flame?" Blue Bamboo promptly walked up to Shifeng as soon as she saw him. Guild leader Black Flame, the half-elf Melody greeted. "Why are you guys here?" Shifeng asked, surprised. The fairy country, Melody's home country, was quite a distance away from Dragonheart Island. Traveling so far was a major challenge. "Oh, you don't know, Guild leader Black Flame?" Melody asked, giving Shifeng an odd look. "Know what?" Shifeng asked. "We're here because we've received news that a pathway to the Western continent has appeared in Dragonheart City. All of the various major powers are heading this way to test their luck and see if they can make it to the Western continent," Melody explained. Chapter 2247, Wanderer's Shop Promoted. A pathway to the Western continent? Shifeng was surprised to hear the news. God's domain consisted of two main continents, separated by a massive distance. Even with a flying mount, it would take several days to travel from one continent to the other. To make matters worse, one would encounter many level 180 and 200+ sea monsters and flying monsters. Even after players reached Tier 3 during Shifeng's previous life, very few people had been strong enough to travel between the continents. Normally, players would have to rely on teleportation arrays or special paths that had survived since ancient times. Take Starlink, for example. The guild must have secured a teleportation array that only it, alone, knew of. However, Shifeng had never heard of a path leading to the Western continent in Dragonheart City during his previous life. Shifeng was also certain this wasn't because of a weakness in his information network or his guild's inability to learn it. If a path had appeared in the middle of a city, it would have shaken every power on the continent. The current situation was the best proof of this. guilds from the eastern continent's various kingdoms and empires were rushing to Dragonheart City after learning of the pathway. Even the various neutral powers were making the trip. It would be very difficult not to learn of this pathway's discovery. A pathway between the two main continents represented unimaginable opportunities and wealth. The two continents had different cultures and development goals, which was why neither Unyielding Heart nor Crimson Emperor was a match for Starlink's economic development. I'm not sure about the exact details. I came here with a friend who is trying to find out more about the situation, Melody explained. Big Brother Black Flame, why don't you come with us and take a look at this pathway? Rain and I have explored so many places, but we've never visited the Western continent. Blue Bamboo invited Shurfeng. My friend has been in Dragonheart City for quite some time now, so his connections and information network are quite impressive. I'm sure he'll find the facts soon, Melody said, nodding in agreement. She had considered inviting Shurfeng to join them as well, but it wouldn't be proper to invite another guild leader without a good enough reason. Since Blue Bamboo had taken the initiative to invite him, she might as well go with the flow and use this opportunity to develop the relationship between Ninth Heaven and Zero Wing. Zero Wing had prospered lately, and because of that, the Death God Workshop had calmed quite a bit in the fairy country, allowing Ninth Heaven to develop peacefully. Since Shurfeng clearly didn't know much about the Western continent, she could use this opportunity to earn a favor. All right, but I have some matters to see to before I can join you, Shurfeng said after giving the matter some thought. A pathway to the Western continent was indeed a tempting issue. If he could visit the Western continent this early, Zero Wing could gain access to endless wealth and resources. Since Melody was trying to do him a favor, likely to earn one back, he didn't mind taking advantage of this situation. That won't be a problem. In any case, my friend still needs some time to investigate. We'll be wandering around this area of the city in the meantime, Melody said. She secretly rejoiced when she heard Shurfeng's answer. Zero Wing was already incredibly strong as a guild and was almost guaranteed to become a superpower in the future. If Ninth Heaven could secure a close relationship with the guild now, Ninth Heaven would only benefit later. Once Shurfeng and the others agreed on where to meet later, he hurried toward the Wanderer's shop. Due to news of the pathway, the street the Wanderer's shop occupied, which had been deserted during Shurfeng's last visit, was crowded with players. Everyone was here to learn more about this mysterious path to the Western continent. Although I'm surprised that someone has discovered the pathway, it has saved me a lot of trouble in luring customers to the shop. With a quick glance, Shurfeng realized that most of the players on the street were experts. These expert players were either from guilds or well-known adventurer teams. Naturally, they'd have stronger information networks than ordinary experts. Shurfeng had been worried about how to lure in customers after upgrading the Wanderer's shop. Without enough customers, he wouldn't be able to sell the black market teleportation slots for a good price, but it seemed that he no longer had to worry about that. He immediately headed into his Wanderer's shop. The Wanderer's shop had a total of 3 floors, and the building itself was quite old. The items it currently sold were of little value as well. Not even ordinary players would be interested in these items, much less expert players. The only customers currently in the shop were NPCs, and when Shurfeng checked the daily transaction volume, it was pitifully low. System: Bronze Shop Promotion Order detected. Do you wish to upgrade the Wanderer's shop? Upgrade. Shurfeng chose to upgrade the shop without hesitation. The Bronze Shop Promotion Order sitting in Shurfeng's bag transformed into particles of light and disappeared. As it did, the shop itself began to change. The changes were not visible from outside the shop, but internally, the Wanderer's shop underwent a metamorphosis. Although the shop's first floor still looked old and tattered, the system replaced the old, garbage items. Now, the shelves held magic tools that could even tempt expert players, including Tier 2 magic scrolls. Among the various new items, one stood out to Shurfeng, surprising him. The Spirit Stone. The Spirit Stone was a special type of gemstone, a consumable. It was incredibly rare, and when equipped, it would improve players' mana perception. The improved mana perception would be useless to physical class players, but to magical class players, the Spirit Stone was a priceless treasure. Their mana perception directly affected their spell completion rates. Unlike skills, casting a spell didn't rely on physical movement. Instead, it relied on players' control over mana. Naturally, a caster with stronger mana perception would have better control of their spells. Once God's Domain's magical class players discovered the Spirit Stone, they'd go crazy over it. However, when Shifeng saw the Spirit Stone's price, he broke out in a cold sweat. Each Spirit Stone actually cost 400 ancient gold. The Spirit Stone was a consumable item and would vanish after 7 days of use, but even incredibly powerful experts would need several months to earn 400 ancient gold. As expected of the black market, the prices are all fraudulent. Shifeng realized that earning ancient gold through the Wanderer's shop alone wouldn't be as easy as he had hoped. Although the Wanderer's shop's merchandise was incredible, very few players would be able to afford any of it. As for the black market teleportation slots, the 2-star shop would only sell 20 slots each day, and the minimum price for each slot was 200 ancient gold, 10% of which would go to the shop's owner. Even if all 20 sold for the minimum price, Shifeng would earn 400 ancient gold from the Wanderer's shop each day. It was an absurd amount. Players would be lucky to earn 200 ancient gold from ordinary 2-star grocery stores or smithies each day. With the Wanderer's shop, on the other hand, a player could earn double that through the teleportation slots alone. And that was only the beginning. As the shop's traffic and transaction volume increased, more teleportation slots would become available for purchase, increasing the shop's total income. It's no wonder why the various superpowers were so desperate to own a Wanderer's shop. Every Wanderer's shop is a gold mine. The daily profit from one of these shops can rival 1/5 of the income from a newly captured fortress in the Gravity Mountain range. As Shifeng browsed the shop's wares, he determined that he could earn 500 ancient gold per day if sales were good. Even the well-established first-rate powers in Dragonheart City only earned that much ancient gold per day. As for the Gravity Mountain range's fortresses, players couldn't just capture one on a whim. Unlike other fortresses, a power would need a large number of experts to garrison the Gravity Mountain range's fortresses long-term. Swarms of monsters would attack the fortresses every day, and the amount of manpower needed to run a fortress was no trivial matter. Not even ordinary superpowers would have the necessary strength to secure and profit from one of these fortresses. In comparison, the Wanderer's shop could generate 1/5 of a newly captured fortress's income without any risk. System: the Wanderer's shop has been upgraded. Do you wish to open it to the public? Chapter 2248, Blackheart Shop. Shifeng immediately agreed to open the Wanderer's shop to the public after hearing the system notification. Although it was possible to hire more NPC staff and renovate the shop after the upgrade to 2-star status to lure in more customers, Shifeng did not have the money to do so. He only had 1,000 ancient gold remaining, and every item and service in Dragonheart City cost ancient coins. Players even had to pay to enter the World Tower. To enter the World Tower's first floor, where the Gravity Mountain range was located, a team had to pay 5 ancient copper per player. If one wished to explore the World Tower's second floor, it would cost 1 ancient gold per player. Dining in Dragonheart City was also very expensive. However, it was an unavoidable expenditure as the food and drink in Dragonheart City accelerated stamina and concentration regeneration, as well as expelling the otherworld energy that infected players' bodies, allowing players to re-enter the World Tower sooner. This was also why minor powers couldn't survive in Dragonheart City. Otherwise, the World Tower would have been crowded with players since it was such a wonderful place to level up and obtain resources. Players wouldn't need to waste hours traveling to high-level maps, subjecting themselves to strange energies. Shifeng planned to bring Zero Wings members to develop in Dragonheart City in the near future, so he couldn't afford to waste money. Most importantly, he needed to pay 3,000 ancient gold once every 10 days to maintain the Wanderer's shop. It was best that the shop started conducting business as soon as possible. Shortly after the Wanderer's shop opened to the public, an NPC entered the shop to sell his item. Surprisingly enough, the NPC was selling a Tier 2 skill book. Unfortunately, his asking price was 60 ancient gold. Not long after this NPC entered the shop, players began to cross its threshold. These players had only intended to window shop, but once they saw the available merchandise, they froze, their feet glued to the ground. Crap, isn't this a resurrection scroll? These are even rare in Empire's auction houses. The last one I saw even went for 200 gold, yet this place is only selling it for 50 gold. Take a closer look. It cost ancient gold, not normal gold. The players' eyes glowed with excitement when they saw the shop's merchandise, but once they saw the listed prices, that excitement vanished. Well-known adventurer team experts like themselves could save up 50 gold, but even if they sold everything they had on them, they still wouldn't have 50 ancient gold. Yet, every item in the Wanderer's shop cost ancient gold. When Shifeng heard this group curse the Wanderer's shop for its Blackheart prices, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He had felt the same in the past. Despite being the guild leader of a second-rate guild, the Wanderer's shop's goods had been too expensive for him. Needless to say, adventurer team members wouldn't fare any better. Shifeng then left the shop and hurried toward the agreed-upon meeting place to meet up with Melody and the others. Since the Wanderer's shop was now open for business, it would only be a matter of time before the various major powers in the city discovered it. He would not have to worry about the black market teleportation slots selling. He had also left 500 ancient gold with the shop and instructed its NPC staff to purchase epic materials. He decided to refuse NPC's other items since he couldn't afford them at the moment. He could only slowly accumulate ancient gold through the Wanderer's shop. After a few minutes, Shifeng arrived at a bar in the city's inner area. The bar was called the Blue Rose, and as soon as he arrived he discovered Melody's group, happily chatting with a level 79 Tigerkin Berserker. Not only was this Tigerkin Berserker very high-leveled, but his equipment was also quite impressive. The Berserker currently wore the Raging Punishment set, a level 75 fine gold set equipment. His two-handed axe also gave off the glow effect unique to epic items. The wild and powerful aura he radiated was even powerful enough to deter first-rate guild's peak experts. Moreover, Shifeng could tell he was a refinement realm expert by the Tigerkin's movements. The Tigerkin Berserker's strength was even stronger than Melody. Big Brother Black Flame, have you settled your affairs? Blue Bamboo asked when she saw Shifeng enter the bar. They're done. Shifeng nodded. You're just in time. Here, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Swimming Dragon. He's the commander of the Dragon Riders Adventurer team, Melody said. She then turned to Swimming Dragon and continued, this is Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame. So, you're that famous Sword King. Swimming Dragon looked at Shifeng in surprise. As Dragon Riders mainly operated on Dragonheart Island, Swimming Dragon was not particularly familiar with guilds and experts outside of his home base. However, the top 50 experts on the God's Domain experts list were a different story. Furthermore, Shifeng's rank had recently risen on the experts list. In the latest issue, Shifeng had been ranked 14th. The man was difficult to miss. Although the God's Domain experts list was not a clear indicator of an expert's strength, those who could earn a high rank were definitely extraordinary. However, Shifeng didn't seem any different than an average person as he sat before Swimming Dragon. If not for Melody's introduction, he might have dismissed the guild leader as an ordinary player. He couldn't sense the imposing aura that was typical of powerhouses. In fact, Shifeng's aura felt quite weak. Hello, Shifeng replied with a slight nod. After a brief introduction, Swimming Dragon informed the group of what he had learned about the pathway to the Western continent. However, to everyone's disappointment, the pathway didn't actually exist. Players had simply discovered a King-class sea monster a short distance away from Dragonheart Island. Based on what the various superpowers had discovered, This sea monster had a chance of dropping a teleportation stone that could transport players to the western continent. The various superpowers had only spread the news because of how powerful the king-class sea monster was. There was also a group of powerful sea monsters protecting this king class, and it would take more than 2 superpowers to take the king-class sea monster down. Hence, the various superpowers intended to use the various major powers' strength for the raid. When they found this out, the various naval powers that had gathered in Dragonheart City hurried toward the island nearest to the king-class sea monster. They would begin the raid once they had enough overall combat power. Swimming Dragon had voiced his intentions to join the raid to see if he could get a piece of the pie. Melody's group was interested in taking a look as well. Naturally, Shurfeng wouldn't refuse this opportunity and decided to travel to the island with Swimming Dragon and the others. There are so many people here. Blue Bamboo was astonished when she saw the number of ships in the port. There were usually plenty of ships in Dragonheart City's port, but right now, there were at least 10 times more ships than normal. Just leaving the port was a challenge. It will take too long to get to Tranquil Mine Island by ship. Dragonheart City has a specialized transport ship that travels to that island. The trip will be easier if we take the transport ship, Swimming Dragon said. Previously, I've already asked someone to purchase our tickets. We can just get on board the transport ship directly. After saying so, Swimming Dragon led Shurfeng and the others to the transport ship's dock. Players crowded around the docked transport ship, everyone waiting to board. With no other choice, Shurfeng and his latest companions patiently waited in line. After waiting for more than half an hour, it had come time for Shurfeng's group to board the ship, but suddenly, 2 burly men approached them. One of these players was level 78, while the other was level 79. When the surrounding players saw these men, they promptly stepped out of the way and did their best to avoid meeting their eyes. Both of these experts possessed powerful backgrounds in Dragonheart City, and ordinary experts wouldn't dare provoke them. Swimming, I've heard you've purchased tickets to board the ship. Give them to me, I'm in a rush, the level 78 shield warrior said, grinning at Swimming Dragon. Relax, I won't just take advantage of you. I'll pay the favor back later. You're too late, Iron Hand. I've already given my tickets away, Swimming Dragon said, shaking his head. Does that matter? People are easy to replace. Tell me who they are, and I'll negotiate with them. I'm sure they'll gladly agree to give me their tickets, the shield warrior named Iron Hand said, laughing. Chapter 2249, Stormy Situation. Swimming Dragon's expression darkened at Iron Hand's words. Stop messing around, Iron Hand. The Dragon Riders Adventurer team is working under Heaven's Blade. Swimming Dragon warned. The shield warrior, Iron Hand, was nobody of significance. Like Swimming Dragon, Iron Hand was only a refinement realm expert. However, the 9 Snakes Adventurer team stood behind the man. Plenty of powers operated on Dragonheart Island, and the various adventurer teams ruled over a significant portion. Naturally, the island's top 10 adventurer teams led the way. These 10 adventurer teams were extremely powerful and had support from various corporations. They walked the path of the elite and had a large number of capable experts. In terms of strength, these top 10 adventurer teams were even stronger than the various first-rate guilds on Dragonheart Island. Meanwhile, 9 Snakes was one of the top 10 adventurer teams. Due to 9 Snakes' position on Dragonheart Island, the adventurer team's members were particularly arrogant. Unfortunately, very few players and powers had the strength to put 9 Snakes in its place. As a result, most of the adventurer teams and independent players on Dragonheart Island tried to avoid 9 Snakes members as much as possible. The Sea of Death's situation wasn't like that of the main continent. Not only was the competition here extremely intense, but the consequences for dying were also more severe. On land, players would only lose a piece of equipment and a level if they were killed. Out at sea, however, one would lose a ship. These ships were the key to naval players' survival. Without a ship, naval players' development would stagnate. Of course, as Dragon Riders was a well-known adventurer team as well, it had caught the eye of many powerful adventurer teams. As a result, Dragon Riders could ally itself with one of these adventurer teams for protection. The adventurer team Dragon Riders had chosen to ally with was none other than the Heaven's Blade adventurer team. Like Nine Snakes, Heaven's Blade was also one of the top 10 adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island. You think Heaven's Blade is that awesome? Do you know who this expert beside me is? Iron Hand asked, sneering. This is the Warblood adventurer team's newly promoted team leader, Snowy Afterglow. He's that genius from Warblood? Swimming Dragon's expression turned serious as he looked at the slightly arrogant-looking level 79 Berserker youth beside Iron Hand. Practically every adventurer team on Dragonheart Island knew the name Snowy Afterglow. The man had become one of Warblood adventurer team's team leaders despite being only 22 years old. Warblood was the third-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, and overall, it was even stronger than Nine Snakes and Heaven's Blade. In fact, the two adventurer teams combined might not be a match for Warblood. It was no exaggeration to say that Warblood was half as strong as a superpower. Of course, one had to be a peak expert to become one of its team leaders. That's right, and we're in a hurry. We don't have time to waste with you, Iron Hand snapped, annoyed. His gaze then shifted to Shurfeng and the others before he said, I've never seen you before. You guys must be Swimming Dragon's friends, right? Underskull gets straight to the point. Give me 2 of your tickets. If anyone tries to give you a hard time on Dragonheart Island, you can give them our names. After all was said and done, Swimming Dragon commanded Dragon Riders, one of Heaven's Blade's subordinate adventurer teams, so Iron Hand couldn't take his ticket from him. However, he shouldn't have any problems taking one of his companions' tickets. When the nearby players heard Iron Hand's demand, they gave Shurfeng's group envious looks. Earning Iron Hand's favor was worth the price of a ticket, not to mention Snow Afterglows. PvP was more common in the Sea of Death than it was on the main continent, and without sufficient strength, surviving here would be impossible. If one were protected by a VIP like Iron Hand or Snowy Afterglow, they could develop on Dragonheart Island without worry. The only problem was the blow one would suffer to their reputation by conceding their tickets. Unfortunately, there wasn't much Swimming Dragon could say against it. It might not have been an issue if Iron Hand had been alone, but he couldn't afford to offend Snowy Afterglow. Heaven's Blade might not protect him from the young man. However, Melody and the others were his friends, and he couldn't let someone bully them out of their tickets. As Swimming Dragon was about to offer his own ticket, Shurfeng, who had been silent throughout the conversation, opened his mouth and snarled, "Scram!" With one word, silence fell over the area. Even the adventurer team expert players who hadn't been paying attention, happy chatting among themselves, stopped and turned toward Shurfeng. This situation was simply too shocking to ignore. Has this guy lost his mind? Based on his looks, he must be new to Dragonheart City. He probably doesn't know who Snowy Afterglow is. The various adventurer team players were already used to the arrogance Nine Snakes members displayed. Moreover, Nine Snakes' influence on Dragonheart Island had been growing stronger recently. Anyone with more than half a brain would avoid picking a fight over such a small issue. And yet, someone had actually dared to provoke a Nine Snakes member. This was the first time anything like this had occurred on Dragonheart Island. Furthermore, Iron Hand was accompanied by one of Warblood's newest team leaders. By disrespecting both Iron Hand and Snowy Afterglow, Shurfeng had practically sacrificed his development on Dragonheart Island and in the Sea of Death. Shurfeng's response even stunned Iron Hand for a moment. After snapping out of his daze, Iron Hand coldly asked, "Are you looking to die?" "What? You want to try me?" Shurfeng shot back, smirking at Iron Hand. "Good. I'll remember you." Iron Hand growled as he glared at Shurfeng. Strangely calm, the two experts left. However, none of the watching players were surprised by Iron Hand's reaction. They were still in Dragonheart City, and anyone that tried to assault another player was simply suicidal. Not event the War-Blood adventurer team would dare attack another player inside the city. There wasn't a single power in the game that could contend with the NPC soldiers that patrolled this city. That guy is dead for sure. His life in the Sea of Death is likely over now. Not even Swimming Dragon can protect him. Regardless, it was awesome to see Iron Hand so pissed. Many of the expert players on the docks flashed Shifeng pitying looks. There would now be bad blood between Shifeng and the Nine Snakes adventurer team, and Nine Snakes members were well known for seeking vengeance for the smallest insult. Iron Hand definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. While the crowd quietly discussed the disruption, Shifeng's group boarded the transport ship without any more interruptions. They then made their way toward Tranquil Mine Island. As this was the first time they had boarded a transport ship, Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain were surprised by the ship's size. The transport ship was almost as large as a destroyer in the real world, with a total of 4 floors. It was considerably larger than God's Domain's sailboats. There were even break rooms on the ship, which would accelerate players' stamina and concentration recovery. No other ship had this ability. Moreover, the transport ship was very fast, even faster than a bronze speedboat. It was the ideal ship for most players who wished to develop out at sea. It's a pity that only NPCs can own transport ships. If players like us could own one, we wouldn't have to worry about our development at sea, Thoughtful Rain said. When she had inspected the break room's effects, she had discovered that time flowed differently in these rooms. The time in the break rooms passed as quickly as it did in the real world, which meant that the travel time players experienced would be halved while they rested. They wouldn't have to be bored or irritated that the journey took so long. Transport ships, huh? When Shifeng heard Thoughtful Rain's comment, he remembered a shipyard in Dragonheart City. It was a large shipyard that was capable of producing a unique transport ship. Although that ship wouldn't be as powerful as the transport ship they currently rode, it had a transport ship's basic functions. Back when player-owned transport ships had emerged in the past, it had caused quite a commotion among the various naval powers. Players had only discovered which shipyard had been responsible for these transport ships after in-depth investigations. However, a superpower had long since purchased the large shipyard in question by then. Players had only started developing on Dragonheart Island, and the shipyards here were still extremely expensive. Even the cheapest shipyard cost 80,000 ancient gold, a price only superpowers could afford. However, the various superpowers were busy contesting over Dragonheart City's shops. They had no time to pay attention to these shipyards. If Shifeng could purchase the large shipyard in question early on, not only would it generate a significant amount of wealth, but it would also drastically increase Zero Wing's naval strength. While Shifeng pondered over how to earn a large sum of ancient gold as quickly as possible, Swimming Dragon approached with a worried expression. Guild leader Black Flame, Nine Snakes, the adventurer team Iron Hand that belongs to, is one of the local tyrants on Dragonheart Island. I don't think we should participate in the joint sea monster raid near Tranquil Mine Island. Nine Snakes will definitely try to pull something to punish us, Swimming Dragon said. Although Swimming Dragon knew that Shifeng was very powerful, they were in the Sea of Death. The rules here were drastically different than those on land. Otherwise, the various adventurer teams wouldn't have been able to secure territory on Dragonheart Island despite so many superpowers present. Relax. I know what I'm doing, Shifeng said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain further. Swimming Dragon sighed inwardly. He thought that Shifeng was acting a little too full of himself. He simply didn't know how powerful naval adventurer teams were. After a little over 2 hours, the transport ship finally docked on Tranquil Mine Island. A thick layer of dark fog enveloped Tranquil Mine Island, and other than the port, a ghostly atmosphere devoured the island. Once players set foot on the island, they'd succumb to a chill, and their reaction speeds would significantly decrease. Players could even freeze to death if they lingered for too long on the island. This was practically an island of death. However, the port was full of bronze and mysterious iron speedboats. There were even a few sailboats here. The scene was even grander than in Dragonheart City's port. Shortly after the transport ship docked and just as Shifeng and the others were about to step onto the wooden platform, they discovered a group of players before the transport ship. Every one of these players emitted a dense killing intent, and a few of them had already reached level 80. Even an expert like Swimming Dragon was afraid as he felt these players' dangerous auras washed over him. Meanwhile, two familiar figures led this group of experts, and they were none other than Iron Hand and Snowy Afterglow. "Brat, you were quite bold earlier. Would you dare repeat yourself now?" Iron Hand demanded, sneering at Shifeng. Chapter 2250, A Person You Shouldn't Provoke. When the players on the transport ship saw the small fleet surround them, they couldn't help but grow nervous. Combat was a daily occurrence for Dragonheart Island's players, whether it be against sea monsters or players. Although large-scale naval PvP was common as well, none of those battles had involved a fleet as powerful as the one around the transport ship. Over 20 speedboats had the larger ships surrounded, 8 of which were bronze speedboats, and 1 was mysterious iron rank. 9 Snakes' grand display of strength even surprised the other powers on Tranquil Mine Island, not to mention the players aboard the transport ship. These powers' upper echelons immediately ordered an investigation into this matter. "We're doomed." Swimming Dragon stared at 9 Snakes' fleet with a grim expression. He hadn't expected Iron Hand to be so vicious. An ordinary adventurer team would be fortunate to have a single advanced speedboat in their fleet. The Dragon Riders were lucky enough to have 2 bronze speedboats, which were the reason that the adventurer team had become quite famous and gained some influence on Dragonheart Island. Yet, the 9 Snakes adventurer team had dispatched a mysterious iron rank and 8 bronze ranked speedboats. Even if they could sprout wings and fly, they wouldn't escape 9 Snakes' encirclement. Unlike on land, there wasn't anywhere players could flee to at sea, especially when they were surrounded by a powerful enemy. Even if they had a bronze speedboat on their side, escape would be impossible. "Are we in trouble, Big Brother Dragon?" Blue Bamboo asked curiously. Since she was not familiar with naval players' ways, she didn't understand why everyone seemed so nervous about the few speedboats around them. "Trouble is an understatement," Swimming Dragon replied, gesturing to an elementalist aboard 9 Snakes' mysterious iron speedboat with a bitter smile. This elementalist was clad in pitch-black robes and wore a silver mask. "If we only had to face Iron Hand, I could find a way out of this, but that is 9 Snakes' vice commander, Undefeated Star. He used to be the 9-Star family's vice guild leader, but he left the super first-rate guild a few years ago for some unknown reason and joined 9 Snakes. He is also one of the few naval legacy holders in the Sea of Death." Countless seafaring players dreamed of obtaining a naval legacy. Naval legacies might not be of much help, or any, to players on land, but they could help a seafaring player become an overlord on the open water. Picking a fight with a naval legacy holder at sea was suicidal. After listening to Swimming Dragon's explanation, the other players on the transport ship turned to Shifeng. Sure enough, the 9 Snakes adventurer team really shouldn't be provoked. That guy might have enjoyed a moment of glory, but now, he'll pay for it. I hadn't thought that 9 Snakes would respond so ruthlessly. Even Undefeated Star is here. Friend, Undefeated Star is vicious. It's best if you apologize. Otherwise, they might hunt you down and kill you back to level 0. I've heard that Undefeated Star has a special tool that can double the death penalty, and 9 Snakes has quite a few expert trackers. Another adventurer team's commander had provoked Undefeated Star not that long ago and lost over 10 levels as a result. That commander had no choice but to lead his adventurer team away from the Sea of Death. Many of the players on the transport ship pitied Shifeng. If he hadn't acted so rashly earlier, he wouldn't be in this situation. Some kind-hearted players even offered him advice. Being able to mingle on Dragonheart Island was already proof of one's strength, and everyone present knew how difficult it was to reach this point in the game. Losing 10 levels would be more than enough to despair over, not to mention dying back to level 0. Punk, if you accept your death and obediently hand over all of your equipment, we might consider letting the insult slide. Iron Hand shouted. It's only a ship ticket, Iron Hand. Do you really have to make such a fuss over this? Swimming Dragon pleaded through gritted teeth, stepping forward. Will you let me apologize for my friend? Why would I want an apology? Iron Hand snapped, disgusted. I had to mobilize 9 Snakes' mysterious iron speedboat just to get to Tranquil Mine Island. Do you really think an apology can make up for that? I know you're a righteous person, Swimming Dragon, but your friend has disrespected our adventurer team. Do you think we can let him get away with that without paying a price? Undefeated Star asked Swimming Dragon before shifting his gaze toward Shurfong. What do you want? Shurfong asked. Kneel, apologize to my friend, and offer 1,000 ancient gold as compensation. Do that, and we'll consider this matter settled, Undefeated Star said as he gestured to Snowy Afterglow, who stood beside him. 1,000 ancient gold. 9 Snakes really is ruthless. An ordinary adventurer team on Dragonheart Island would be lucky to have a few dozen ancient gold. I'm not sure even well-known adventurer teams can fork out 1,000 ancient gold. Many of the spectating players gasped when they heard Undefeated Star's demands. Every player on Dragonheart Island knew how difficult it was to acquire ancient gold coins, yet Undefeated Star demanded 1,000 ancient gold as compensation, in addition to an apology. Undefeated Star was practically shoving Shurfong toward his doom. Isn't this going a little too far, Vice Commander Star? My Dragon Riders adventurer team is working under Heaven's Blade. I hope that you will consider taking a step back out of respect for Heaven's Blade. Swimming Dragon tried to reason with the man again. Swimming Dragon hoped that he could convince Undefeated Star to back off by dropping Heaven's Blade's name. Heaven's Blade was the 5th-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, a rank higher than 9 Snakes. If Heaven's Blade found out that 9 Snakes refused to show respect, the larger adventurer team would take action. You're so brave to negotiate with Brother Star, Swimming Dragon. Not even Heaven's Blade's vice commanders would dare to speak to him that way. Iron Hand said, sneering at Swimming Dragon. Of course, if Commander Zvi were here, it might be a different story. Heaven's Blade had 4 vice commanders, but none of them was a match for Undefeated Star. Only Zvi, Heaven's Blade's commander, could suppress him. Swimming Dragon couldn't think of a response. He simply wasn't important enough to ask for help from Heaven's Blade's vice commanders, much less from Commander Zvi. Since 9 Snakes' Undefeated Star has spoken, that guy can only pay his due. I know some people are strong enough to save him, but those powerhouses don't just show up to help anyone. None of the spectators found anything wrong with Iron Hand's statement. It was true that Swimming Dragon didn't qualify to negotiate with Undefeated Star. In fact, if Undefeated Star was in a foul mood, he might decide to take out Swimming Dragon along with Shurfong. I don't know who you are, punk, but you should be careful of who you provoke in the Sea of Death, Iron Hand said, smirking at Shurfong. Well, hurry up and apologize to Brother Afterglow. The moment Iron Hand finished speaking, a blue sword light shot toward him. Instinctively, he tried to defend himself, but the attack had been too fast. The sword light had sliced through him, devouring all of his HP. Iron Hand tried to speak, but his vision had already darkened, and his body fell to the deck of the ship. His corpse then transformed into particles of light and left behind a piece of equipment. What incredible attack speed! Shocked by the abrupt attack speed, the watching crowd gasped. Almost as one, they all turned toward the attack's origin. To their surprise, the attacker was none other than Shurfong, the player who had dared to provoke the 9 Snakes adventurer team. Just who are you? Undefeated Star watched Shurfong carefully after Iron Hand's body had vanished. A person you shouldn't provoke, Shurfong said, chuckling as he sheathed Killing Ray and stared back at Undefeated Star. Chapter 2251, Fury. Silence fell over the area after Iron Hand's death, and everyone stared at Feng in shock. "He's dead," Swimming Dragon muttered, utterly stupefied after watching Iron Hand's body transform into particles of light and disappear. However, he wasn't just shocked that Iron Hand hadn't responded to the attack in time to save himself and died instantly as a result. Rather, Feng's decisiveness astounded him. Swimming Dragon had known that Feng wouldn't tolerate humiliation, especially since Zero Wing had become a pseudo-super first-rate guild. As Zero Wing's guild leader, Feng was like a king. If he weren't, Melody wouldn't be working so hard to strengthen her relationship with him. However, Zero Wing might be Starmoon Kingdom's absolute overlord, but there were plenty of overlords on Dragonheart Island. The weakest guilds on the island was of first-rate guilds, and even they had to show Nine Snakes respect. The adventurer team was simply that powerful. This was also why Swimming Dragon had been trying to ease the tension between Feng and Nine Snakes, yet all of his efforts were for nothing. Not only had Feng slain Iron Hand, but he had spoken so arrogantly to Undefeated Star in front of a large crowd. It was akin to a slap in the face. Powers like Nine Snakes, which prioritized their reputations, wouldn't take this insult lying down. "We're truly doomed now." Swimming Dragon couldn't help his bitter smile when he saw Undefeated Star's ashen complexion. Undefeated Star was one of the top-ranked experts on Dragonheart Island. Moreover, he was accompanied by his squad of powerful bodyguards, all of which carried a special item that allowed them to form a specific magic array. This magic array would massively boost these bodyguards' strength when they were on the open ocean. Every one of these bodyguards was like a humanoid sea monster when the array was active. Because of this, very few people dared to disrespect Undefeated Star. Even Heaven's Blade's vice commanders treated the man with respect. "You are the first person to speak to me in such a way in the Sea of Death," Undefeated Star said, staring at Feng like he was a dead man walking. "Let's see whether or not I can afford to provoke you. Wolf, I want him to suffer 100 deaths today." Every one of Undefeated Star's last few words had been spoken in an incredibly chilling tone. Even unrelated players shuddered when they heard it. "Understood," a man named Devouring Wolf, who stood beside Undefeated Star, replied. Devouring Wolf then led the dozen or so bodyguards in a charge against Feng. Not only were these bodyguards all level 79, but they were also experts that had followed Undefeated Star when he had left the Nine Stars family, giving up his position as vice guild leader. Every one of them was a veteran refinement realm expert. As these bodyguards approached Feng, magic runes began to appear on their bodies. At the same time, a gigantic magic array, covering a 300-yard radius, appeared in the sky above them. As the array manifested, the bodyguards' basic attributes began to rise. Their auras also underwent a tremendous transformation. Now, they felt more like ancient sea monsters rather than human players. Careful! Their basic attributes are higher than a great lords of the same level while they're in the magic array. You can't face them head-on. Swimming Dragon hurriedly warned Feng. "Thanks." Feng responded to Swimming Dragon's warning with a light nod. "So what if you know about the magic array? You might be able to avoid a fight with one of us, but can you avoid us all?" Devouring Wolf, the bodyguard's leader, asked disdainfully. Devouring Wolf swung his battle axe at Feng, and the weapon's strength was even high enough to warp space around it. However, before the battle axe could come anywhere near Feng, the swordsman used Killing Ray to deflect the attack. The moment the sword and axe collided, an intense shockwave shook the player's surroundings. The clash of metal echoed throughout the magic array. Surprisingly, Feng didn't stumble backward after the exchange, yet Devouring Wolf's expression changed as if he had just seen a ghost. How is his strength so high? Shock and confusion filled Devouring Wolf's mind as he glanced down at his trembling arms and the 1,000+ HP he had just lost. He was as strong as a sea monster while the magic array affected him. He even had enough strength to frighten a peak MT. However, when his axe had met Feng's sword, he had actually taken damage. Swimming Dragon gaped at the two fighting players. Devouring Wolf wore even better equipment than he did, and while the magic array affected the bodyguard, even he'd have to activate a berserk skill to match Devouring Wolf's strength. However, Devouring Wolf had taken damage after charging at Sure Feng. Not bad. I can see why Nine Snakes has become one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, Sure Feng said, chuckling at Devouring Wolf's frightened expression. Now that you've attacked me, I should return the favor. Sure Feng then swung Twilight Blade. A sword light sliced at Devouring Wolf, and although he had seen it coming, he hadn't been able to keep up with the attack's speed no matter how hard he tried to block it with his axe. In the end, Devouring Wolf could only watch as the sword light passed through his body. His HP then plummeted, only stopping after it had hit 0. A moment later, Devouring Wolf's vision faded to black, and his body collapsed to the deck of the transport ship. Devouring Wolf was dead. Despite their many years of combat experience, Undefeated Star's other bodyguards were stunned when they saw this. For a moment, they even forgot to surround and attack Sure Feng. However, Sure Feng did not wait for these players to recover from their daze, and he charged forward. Shadow Blade. Immediately, 10 sword lights flew at the remaining bodyguards. After acquiring the Arctic Bloodline, Sure Feng had practically become a Tier 3 player. He only lacked the ability to use Tier 3 skills. The difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3 players was even larger than the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2. The most obvious difference was the player's reaction speed. It was no longer a gap that could be shortened through basic attributes. Every one of Undefeated Star's bodyguards died in less than 20 seconds, and as a result, the magic array vanished. The only evidence that they had been here was the several equipment pieces they had left behind. Vice Commander Star, do you still think you can afford to provoke me? Sure Feng calmly asked as he sheathed his swords. Chapter 2252, Shocking Tranquil Mine Island. Sure Feng's words, combined with the fact that all of Undefeated Star's bodyguards were now dead, stunned the spectating players. They had ridiculed him for his ignorance and arrogance, yet now, they were silent, staring at Sure Feng as if he were a frightening monster. On the other hand, Swimming Dragon's eyes were so wide they might fall from their sockets. Staring at Sure Feng, Swimming Dragon unconsciously muttered to himself, "Isn't he a little too strong?" Although Swimming Dragon had known that Sure Feng was extraordinarily strong, he hadn't dreamed that the swordsman was this powerful. Swimming Dragon had seen many peak experts before, but the difference between them and Sure Feng was like the difference between heaven and earth. If he hadn't known that Undefeated Star's bodyguards had been trying to kill Sure Feng, he would have suspected that they had been putting on a play, with Sure Feng as the hero. Those bodyguards' basic attributes were monstrous, and their combat standards were no weaker than his. Even Zwei, Heaven's Blade's commander, would have to retreat from Undefeated Star's bodyguards if they ganged up on him. None of those players feared death, and they were more than willing to disregard their defense to go blow for blow with their opponents like lunatics. However, those bodyguards had been as weak as toddlers before Sure Feng. The swordsman had only needed one hit to kill each of those players. He had acted as if that fight had been nothing more than a walk in the park. Sure Feng's strength was simply inhuman. Swimming Dragon couldn't help but turn toward Melody, who stood beside him. He had wondered why she and her companions had tolerated Sure Feng's rash actions. Their opponent was Nine Snakes, one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, but after this latest display, it seemed they didn't have to worry about dissuading Sure Feng. What Swimming Dragon didn't realize, however, was that Melody and her companions were just as shocked as he was. Of course, they had been confident in Sure Feng's prowess, not worried that he'd have issues when dealing with Nine Snakes. Even if Nine Snakes were Dragonheart Island's local tyrant, the adventurer team wouldn't find a domain realm expert like Sure Feng easy to deal with. Even if the swordsman weren't a match for Nine Snakes, he was more than capable of evading their grasp. Only, Melody and the others hadn't thought that Sure Feng would be this strong, even able to kill strengthened refinement realm experts without activating a berserk skill. Sure Feng's basic attributes were simply heaven-defying. "It seems you're not all talk after all, Undefeated Star said suddenly, laughing. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Undefeated Star had remained calm, even after watching his bodyguards die. However, this isn't some competition. You might be able to deal with a dozen or so players, but do you think your basic attributes can outmatch players with active berserk skills? If I send expert group after expert group to attack you, how long do you think you'll last? Moreover, we are on an island right now, surrounded by the sea. Don't think you can escape me. As soon as Undefeated Star finished speaking, another group of a dozen or so players stepped forward, sneering at Shurfeng. Their combat standards might not be as high as the bodyguards, but their equipment was just as high quality. Moreover, every one of them possessed berserk skills. If they activated their berserk skills, their basic attributes would be even higher than the bodyguards, who had been strengthened by the magic array. Crap. Undefeated Stars aiming for a rotational battle. Swimming Dragon's expression darkened. Shurfeng's strength was shocking, but they were still out at sea. These players didn't fight like those on land. On land, one could simply flee from an opponent with an active berserk skill, waiting until the duration ended, but an island was only so large. Where could players possibly run to? Moreover, Shurfeng was greatly outnumbered. Even if he activated his own berserk skill and widened the gap in basic attributes, Undefeated Star's subordinates could take their time, dragging the fight out and waiting for Shurfeng's berserk skill to end. Once it did, hundreds of experts with berserk skills would besiege Shurfeng. You're really quite brave to insist on provoking me. Unfortunately, you simply don't know how foolish it is to make me your enemy at sea, Undefeated Star said, glaring at Shurfeng. However, he did not hurry to order an attack. He enjoyed seeing his opponent's despair before him. The stronger his opponent was, the more pleasure he'd get from seeing their anguish. Are you not afraid that I'll kill you before my berserk skill ends? Shurfeng asked, curious. Berserk skills had short durations, but Undefeated Star only had so many players. Shurfeng only counted 100 or so Nine Snakes members. If he activated his berserk skill, he could easily take these players out within a few minutes. You think our adventurer team has so few members on this island, punk? A bald man beside Undefeated Star spoke up, laughing. Dragonheart Island's various major powers have dispatched several hundred players to Tranquil Mine Island to raid the King-class sea monster. Some of them have sent over 1,000 members. How many players do you think Nine Snakes, an adventurer team famed for its high member count, has sent? Moreover, everyone knows that 13 Thrones, a bona fide super guild, backs Nine Snakes. Do you really think you can take on 13 Thrones? None of the watching experts commented on the bald man's statement. What he had said was true, after all. 13 Thrones support was the reason that so many major powers feared Nine Snakes, allowing the adventurer team to develop as rapidly as it had. 13 Thrones? The revelation surprised Shurfeng slightly. What, afraid now, punk? Undefeated Star chuckled when he saw the change in Shurfeng's expression. Unfortunately for you, it is too late for regrets. Nine Snakes members aren't the only ones on their way. 13 Thrones experts are almost here. How long do you think you can evade us all? This latest information made Melody and her companions nervous. Nine Snakes was enough trouble on its own. They had never thought that the adventurer team had the support of a super guild. This mess had really blown out of proportion. God's domain only had a small number of super guilds, and every one of them was an overlord. Ordinary superpowers simply couldn't compare. Guild leader Black Flame, you should leave. We'll figure out a way to stop them. If we wait until their reinforcements arrive, it will be too late to escape, Melody said in the team chat as she disembarked from the transport ship. Shurfeng was Zero Wings guild leader and the main reason for the guild's success. He couldn't afford to let other players kill him. If that happened, and word spread, Zero Wings' reputation would take a massive hit. Moreover, she was responsible for inviting Shurfeng on this trip, so it was imperative that she keep him safe. Thoughtful Rain also nodded her agreement, following Melody as she approached Shurfeng. As the two women reached Shurfeng's side, a large group of players emerged from the island's forest. This group was comprised of 9 snakes and 13 Thrones members, led by a savage man. This man was none other than 9 Snakes commander, Half-Step Victor. How is this possible? Why is a VIP like him here? Swimming Dragon stared at Half-Step Victor in shock, unable to believe his eyes. How did they get here so soon? Melody's anxiety spiked as she watched reinforcements arrive. You're really unlucky, punk. Undefeated Star smiled when he saw Half-Step Victor's figure. If you have any last words, now's the time to speak up. When the spectating experts saw Half-Step Victor, they shook their heads and sighed. That man was a VIP that could shake Dragonheart Island with a stomp of his foot, and now that he was here, Shurfang's fate was sealed. However, while Undefeated Star and his companions basked in their assumed victory, a rugged voice echoed across the port. Star, get over here this instant. Chapter 2253, Bigshot. Half-Step Victor's arrival alone had surprised the various experts in the port, but when they heard what he had to say upon his arrival, they were utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? As one of the top 10 adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island, 9 Snakes was even stronger than some of the first-rate guilds in the area. It was no exaggeration to say that 9 Snakes was only inferior to Dragonheart Island's superpowers. Half-Step Victor was resoundingly famous on Dragonheart Island for his numerous victories on the battlefield. He had earned the nickname Iron-Blooded Berserker and was one of the island's publicly acknowledged top 10 berserkers. Plenty of superpowers had focused their attention on Dragonheart Island, and they had countless experts under their command. It was easy to imagine how powerful Half-Step Victor was to rank among the top 10, despite such impressive competition. When such a big shot had arrived, the crowd had immediately assumed that Shurfang was a dead man. Unexpectedly, however, Half-Step Victor had disregarded Shurfang, yelling at his own vice commander instead. Based on the man's tone, he clearly wasn't pleased with Undefeated Star's latest behavior. Even 9 Snakes members were stunned. You called for me, Commander? Undefeated Star approached Half-Step Victor, confused. He had no idea what was happening either. Order your men to pull back immediately. Half-Step Victor snarled, glaring at Undefeated Star. But, Commander, we haven't taught that punk a lesson yet, Undefeated Star quickly insisted. We invited Snowy Afterglow to further our relationship with Warblood, yet that punk dared to disrespect us in front of him. If we don't deal with this properly... Enough. I will not repeat myself. Half-Step Victor frostily declared. Half-Step Victor commanded great respect, even on Dragonheart Island. Needless to say, his word was law within the 9 Snakes adventurer team. Not even Undefeated Star would dare to defy him. Obediently, Undefeated Star ordered his subordinates to retreat. The spectators on the docks were astonished as they watched 9 Snakes members withdraw. None of them understood what the adventurer team was up to. They're not fighting anymore. What? Is this for real? 9 Snakes members are leaving, just like that. Undefeated Star had been adamant about killing Shurfang a moment ago, yet now, his subordinates were pulling away from the fight. The watching experts simply couldn't keep up with this situation's development. Even Melody, Swimming Dragon, and their companions were confused. They didn't understand why the adventurer team would retreat so suddenly. While everyone wondered about 9 Snakes' intentions, Half-Step Victor approached Shurfang. Friend, this has all been a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take this matter to heart, Half-Step Victor said with an apologetic look. Here, take this sea barrier stone as compensation for the 9 Snakes adventurer team's mishap. Half-Step Victor then revealed a fist-sized, light blue globe and handed it to Shurfang. Right now, the man looked nothing like 9 Snakes' peerless commander. Undefeated Star's eyes nearly fell from their sockets as he watched the exchange. He even wondered if the player he was looking at was the same Half-Step Victor he knew. Half-Step Victor was an overlord on Dragonheart Island, standing at the very apex of the island's experts. Even Superpowers Guild leaders treated him with respect, yet now. Melody and Thoughtful Rain, who stood by Shifeng's sides, were at a loss, and Swimming Dragon stared at the swordsman as if he were some unknown god. Melody and Thoughtful Rain's group were new to Dragonheart Island, so they weren't familiar with Half-Step Victor's status and normal behavior. Swimming Dragon, however, was very familiar with what kind of person the commander was. Half-Step Victor was the demon king of disasters. He was absolutely ruthless. He wouldn't have been able to tame Nine Snakes' arrogant members otherwise. He was so ruthless that not even Undefeated Star dared to show any disrespect before him. And yet, Half-Step Victor apologized and offered Shifeng compensation. It was the first time many of the spectating experts had ever seen such a thing. Moreover, the item Half-Step Victor had offered was the Sea Barrier Stone. Players outside of the Sea of Death might not be familiar with the Sea Barrier Stone, but those who frequented the map knew it was a priceless treasure. First-rate naval guilds would go crazy over the item. The Sea Barrier Stone would generate a magic array that was strong enough to suppress any sea monsters caught within. Not only would players have an easier time defeating the sea monsters, but it also increased players' chances of escaping powerful sea monsters they encountered and couldn't defeat. However, the Sea Barrier Stone only dropped from level 70+ Mythic-ranked sea monsters. Mythic sea monsters were many times more difficult to defeat than Mythic monsters on land. Even the various superpowers would have to pay a high price to take down such a powerful target. Hence, very few powers were willing to raid Mythic sea monsters. Swimming Dragon was utterly flabbergasted that Half-Step Victor was actually willing to offer Shifeng such a precious item. "Do we know each other?" Shifeng asked. Half-Step Victor's behavior surprised him as well. Shifeng had been prepared for a fight. Although the Nine Snakes adventurer team was quite formidable, the team had no hope against the cards he had on hand. Shifeng certainly hadn't expected Half-Step Victor to submit before him. He knew quite a bit about Nine Snakes' commander. The man was undoubtedly a ruthless player. Not only was Half-Step Victor a domain realm expert, but he would also grow into a Tier 6 Berserker god in the future. Half-Step Victor had been known as the Iron-Blooded War God during Shifeng's previous life. "No," Half-Step Victor said, shaking his head. "However, we have a shared acquaintance on Tranquil Mine Island. You'll understand once you meet them." "A shared acquaintance?" Half-Step Victor's answer confused Shifeng. He did not remember having any acquaintances on Dragonheart Island or Tranquil Mine Island. "Since that is the case, let's forget about this issue. Take me to them. Please follow me." Half-Step Victor released a held breath, relieved after hearing Shifeng's reply. He then led Shifeng away from the docks. When the spectating crowd saw this, they were dumbfounded. Undefeated Star had been out for Shifeng's blood a moment ago, yet a big shot like Half-Step Victor had shown up, offering peace and leading Shifeng away. Moreover, Half-Step Victor smiled amicably and treated Shifeng with immense respect. For a moment, the watching experts wondered if they were hallucinating. Who is that player? For Half-Step Victor to apologize and act as a guide, he must be some kind of VIP. The spectators discussed their guesses about Shifeng's identity, but since he wore a black cloak, they couldn't learn anything about him other than the fact that he was a level 80 swordsman. They had no idea who Shifeng really was. The experts from the various major powers promptly reported the situation to their superiors, while the adventurer team players spread the news throughout the Sea of Death. For a while, Dragonheart Island was in an uproar. Chapter 2254, Sea God's Kin. As Undefeated Star watched Half-Step Victor lead Shifeng's group to Tranquil Mine Island's inner region, he was overwhelmed with shock. "May I know what is going on here, Vice Commander Star?" Snowy Afterglow asked. As the War-Blood Adventurer team's youngest team leader, Snowy Afterglow qualified to look down on Nine Snakes' vice commanders. He wasn't a match for Undefeated Star, but his combat power did rival peak experts. Of course, Nine Snakes' commander, Half-Step Victor, was an entirely different story. Nine Snakes was far weaker than Warblood, but it was still one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, and as such, Half-Step Victor stood on the same level as Warblood's commander. I don't know, but we have to put this matter to rest. I hope Brother Afterglow can forgive us for this, Undefeated Star said, shaking his head as he smiled bitterly. Undefeated Star had assumed Feng had been joking. He hadn't actually thought that the man's claim was true. If even someone like Half-Step Victor had to treat Feng with such great respect, how could a vice commander possibly afford to provoke the swordsman? You jest, Vice Commander Star. Encountering such an important person had made this trip worth my time, Snowy Afterglow said, chuckling. Not even he could afford to provoke someone that even Half-Step Victor clearly feared. At this moment, he only hoped that Feng would forget about what had happened between them. The various major powers had set up advanced tents on a vast, open plain within the Tranquil Mine Island's forest. Swimming Dragon, who had followed Feng, was stunned when he saw it. Every one of these tents housed a power that was much stronger than the Dragon Riders' adventurer team. With just a casual glance, Swimming Dragon noticed quite a few of Dragonheart Island's top 50 adventurer teams, and those were the powers on the edge of the clearing. As Half-Step Victor led the group toward the clearing center, Swimming Dragon noticed increasingly stronger powers, many of which were first-rate powers on Dragonheart Island. Since Half-Step Victor was their guide, Feng's group attracted a lot of attention as they passed. Who are those people? Half-Step Victor is treating them so respectfully, acting like a tour guide. Isn't that Swimming Dragon, the commander of the Dragon Riders adventurer team? Why is he with that group? These players weren't familiar with Feng and Melody's group, but they did recognize Swimming Dragon. The Dragon Riders adventurer team ranked among the top 100 adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island, albeit barely. Since it was a second-rate power on the island, Dragonheart Island's players would have some familiarity with the adventurer team's commander. As Swimming Dragon felt the various first-rate powers watching him, his heart pounded with excitement. Normally, Dragon Riders didn't qualify to stand on equal footing with Dragonheart Island's first-rate powers, even if it was a well-known adventurer team, yet because of Feng, he received these powers' attention. He had never dreamed of such a thing happening. Commander Dragon, I've caused you quite a bit of trouble. This sea barrier stone should be helpful to your adventurer team while at sea. I hope you can accept it as my apology, Feng said as he handed Swimming Dragon the sea barrier stone. Feng greatly admired Swimming Dragon's righteous behavior. The man had stood up for him, despite knowing how powerful the Nine Snakes adventurer team was. Although the sea barrier stone was a valuable item, it was useless to Feng. The stone was only effective against Great Lord rank and below sea monsters. Its effects against Grand Lords and Mythic Sea monsters would be minimal. One sea barrier stone would mean nothing to a guild of 0 wing size. Otherwise, why would Half-Step Victor have been so willing to part with it? In comparison, the stone would provide a massive boon to a weak adventurer team with few members. How can I accept such a valuable item? I barely did anything anyway. Swimming Dragon instinctively rejected Feng's offer. Guild leader Black Flame has made the offer. You should accept it, Dragon, Melody advised. Big Brother Dragon, just take it? Our guild leader rarely offers gifts, Blue Bamboo chimed in. In that case, I'll take it. Realization dawned on Swimming Dragon after listening to Melody and Blue Bamboo's insistence. Turning back to Feng, he said, Guild leader Black Flame, if ever you find yourself in need of the Dragon Riders adventurer team's help, please, feel free to give us a call. We'll use everything we have to assist you. The apology had confused Swimming Dragon, but after listening to Melody and Blue Bamboo, he realized that Feng was trying to offer him a favor. How could he possibly ignore the opportunity to form a connection with someone that even Half-Step Victor respected? I might have to take you up on your offer in the future, Commander Dragon, Feng said, nodding. Dragonheart Island would become the heart of naval development in the future. If Zero Wing wanted to gain strength on the open sea, it would have to develop on the island as well. Fortunately, Swimming Dragon was familiar with matters that related to the Sea of Death. and if he could convince the Dragon Riders to become one of Zero Wing's subordinate adventurer teams, Zero Wing would have an easier time developing on the island. Most importantly, Zero Wing could recruit Dragonheart Island's independent experts through the Dragon Riders adventurer team. Not all of God's Domain's experts wanted to join a guild. Most of them preferred adventurer teams that offered far more freedom. Swimming Dragons silently rejoiced that Shifeng was willing to accept his offer. With this connection, he wouldn't have to worry about his adventurer team's development on Dragonheart Island. He couldn't help but flash Melody a grateful look. While Shifeng and his companions chatted and followed Half-Step Victor, they quickly arrived before a 3-story tall bronze tent. 6 level 80 Refinement Realm experts stood guard outside of the tent's entrance. Although they were only Refinement Realm experts, they radiated unique auras, which didn't feel that those of human players. Their auras resembled undefeated stars, who possessed a naval legacy, yet somewhat different. Sea God's kin? Shifeng looked at the 6 players in surprise. Bloodlines could increase players' life ratings, but there were other items and methods that could do the same in God's domain. One of these methods involved receiving a god's blessing and becoming said god's kin. This was akin to becoming a bloodline creature. In other words, the 6 players before him were bloodline creatures. Unlike players with bloodlines, bloodline creature players didn't receive boons to all aspects. Only certain aspects were improved. Not only would the 6 Refinement Realm experts before him receive a boost to their basic attributes and physiques when fighting out at sea as a sea god's kin, but they'd also be able to trigger the bloodline abilities the sea god had granted them. Although these benefits couldn't rival those a peak naval legacy provided, they could rival an advanced legacy. In other words, these 6 Refinement Realm experts were even stronger than ordinary Refinement Realm experts. Every one of them should have the strength to rival ordinary peak experts. The only downside to becoming a sea god's kin was that players would be barred from many of the kingdoms and empires on the main continent, which weren't friendly to non-human races. Obtaining a sea god's blessing and becoming a bloodline creature wasn't an easy process, yet these 6 players had succeeded. Suddenly, a young, level 80 player emerged from the tent. His aura was similar to the guards, but more intense. Based on the young man's movements, Shifeng could tell that he had reached the Void Realm and was a bona fide peak expert. "You may enter. The Lord is waiting inside," the young man said, glancing at Half-Step Victor with an indifferent gaze. "Remember, you must show respect once you're inside." Half-Step Victor nodded in response before leading Shifeng and his companions into the tent. Chapter 2255, Tower of 4 Gods. Confused, Shifeng followed Half-Step Victor into the tent. Just who was this shared acquaintance that could make Half-Step Victor submit? Half-Step Victor was a domain realm expert that would be considered an apex combatant in a super guild. Even super guilds' guild leaders had to show him respect, especially at sea. Naval transportation was both dangerous and inconvenient. The sea was vast, and because of this, the various superpowers couldn't control as much of the ocean's maps as they did on land. Since the various superpowers gathered on the sea, the competition here was far more intense than on the main continent as well. Even Melancholy, 13 Thrones guild leader, couldn't demand so much respect from Half-Step Victor. Every expert had their pride, after all, especially domain realm experts. While Shifeng wondered who this acquaintance was, he and his group entered the tent's main hall. Although the bronze tent only revealed 3 floors from the outside, occupying a relatively small area, it was many times larger within. It was as if the bronze tent contained a miniature world, and its main hall was a spectacular sight to behold. As they entered the main hall, Shifeng and his companions felt as if they had stepped inside an ancient shrine. A dozen level 80 experts lined the 2 walls, radiating imposing auras. Every one of these experts wore 2 to 5 pieces of epic equipment, and even the weakest player had reached the Void Realm. Their frightening auras weren't that of a human player, but of bloodline creatures or wielders of advanced naval legacies. As these experts watched Shifeng's group, even Swimming Dragon broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but lower his head and avoid their gazes. Blue Bamboo, on the other hand, turned deathly pale when she sensed the expert's horrific auras. Only thoughtful Rain fared better than her companions. Even Shifeng was a little astonished to see these players. These experts could likely kill Half-Step Victor with very little effort if they wished to. Shifeng would have to rely on his trump cards to escape their pursuit. Among the dozen experts, Shifeng sensed 6 domain realm experts, 2 of which had even progressed even further in the domain realm than he had. However, since these players held special tools and wore black masks to hide their faces, he couldn't determine their identities. He couldn't even see their current levels. There were 3 other players in the hall, 2 males and 1 female. One of the 2 men was young, while the other was older. Their female companion was a beautiful youth, and when Shifeng saw the young man and woman, he was surprised to recognize both of them. The young man was none other than his old acquaintance Lu Xinglua, while the beautiful woman was Happy Art. Elder Wu, I've brought the player you requested to see, Half-Step Victor respectfully announced as he gazed at the elderly man who sat in the hall's seat of honor. He behaved like a subordinate reporting to his superior. Elder Wu didn't radiate the terrifying aura the other experts in the room had. On the contrary, his aura felt ethereal, as if he had 1 foot in the grave. The elder was level 79, and there was no comparison between him and the other experts in the room. Shifeng didn't recognize the older man at all, and he had never heard of him in this life or his previous one. However, the fear and respect Half-Step Victor showed this elder were legitimate. This wasn't some act. You may go, Elder Wu said, nodding. Hearing this, Half-Step Victor bowed and left the hall, his usual arrogance in the sea of death nowhere to be seen. Swimming Dragon was stupefied, was so anxious he began to sweat. To Swimming Dragon's knowledge, Half-Step Victor could demand respect from Superpowers Guild leaders, even if he didn't stand on equal footing yet. While the Dragon Rider's commander wondered about the elderly man's identity, the player in question shifted his gaze to Shifeng. Shifeng felt as if this old man could look straight through him, and for a moment, even he felt a little afraid. Sure enough, the younger generation will always surpass the old. It's no wonder why Little Melancholy is so optimistic about your prospects, Elder Wu said, chuckling. Little Melancholy. Hearing the way Elder Wu referred to 13 Thrones Guild leader confused Shifeng. How is he still little? Melancholy might seem young in God's domain, but that was just his appearance. The man should be nearing his 60s. Moreover, Melancholy was 13 Thrones Guild leader, and he had held that position for over 2 decades. His word was practically law within his own guild. Who would dare call him little? Big Brother Black Flame, Elder Wu is 13 Thrones' largest shareholder and one of the guild's founders. You might not know of him since he had been in seclusion for some time. Our guild leader is 2 generations younger than Elder Wu, Happy Art explained in a whisper to Shifeng when she saw his confusion. The explanation stunned Shifeng. 13 Thrones had been established nearly a century ago. Initially, the guild had been supported by 2 major corporations. In other words, this Elder Wu was more than 100 years old. Although Elder Wu had the support of a super guild, it was astounding that a man like him had reached level 79 at this stage of the game. It was true that a person's physical body in the real world wouldn't impact their virtual body in God's domain. Someone as old as Elder Wu should have some mental deterioration. It was simply impossible for him to behave like a lively, young man, even in God's domain. If Elder Wu kept up with peak experts despite his extreme age, Shifeng couldn't imagine how powerful this man had been during his prime. May I know what business you have with me, Elder Wu? Shifeng asked after taking a moment to calm down. He didn't know Elder Wu, and no one of this man's status would call him here for a simple greeting. Smart young man, Elder Wu nodded approvingly. Smiling, he continued, I've heard about your situation from Little Melancholy. I'll be direct. I want Zero Wing to withdraw from the deal involving Gravity Mountain Range's fortress. My reasoning is simple. This operation involves some of 13 Thrones' valued secrets. However, Little Melancholy has still made you a promise. As compensation for breaking this promise, I will give you one of the Tower of Four Gods teleportation stones we will obtain after raiding this King-class sea monster. The Tower of Four Gods has existed since before the Great Destruction, and it's rumored to contain countless opportunities. Some of the current empire's founders even attributed their success to the Tower of Four Gods. In fact, the Or Empire's founding emperor had only gained enough strength to unify the Or race, forming his empire, due to his experience in the Tower of Four Gods. Each teleportation stone can transport 2 players into the Tower of Four Gods. Whomever you choose to accompany you will be none of my business. Realization dawned on Shi Feng after listening to Elder Wu's explanation. He had never heard of Dragonheart Island containing a path to the Western continent in the past. How could such a trip be so easy after all? It was more likely that the rumor about the teleportation stone had been blown out of proportion as it had spread. The fact that various superpowers were keeping a tight lid on the information likely played a factor. Although the true teleportation stone didn't allow one to visit the Western continent, its ability to access the Tower of Four Gods was just as valuable. As Elder Wu had stated, the Tower of Four Gods was an amazing place. To be precise, it was a land for gods. Every teleportation stone that allowed entry into the Tower of Four Gods was incomparably valuable, easily worth an epic item. What are your thoughts? Elder Wu asked. Happy Art couldn't do anything about this situation due to Elder Wu's immense authority within 13 thrones. Not even Melancholy would dare go against this man. Lu Xingluo couldn't help his inward sneer as he glared at Shi Feng. The higher-ups have forbidden me from touching you, but they never said anything about impeding your development. Don't even dream that you'll get access to Dragonheart Island through 13 Thrones. 13 Thrones was a super guild. Melancholy might be interested in Shi Feng, but he wasn't the only person with authority over the guild. Although Elder Wu offered the Tower of Four Gods teleportation stone due to the broken partnership, not everyone would find success within the tower, especially with a single teleportation stone. As Lu Xingluo felt pleased with himself for pulling this coup off, Shi Feng opened his mouth and replied, "Thank you for your offer, Elder Wu, but since Zero Wing will not be participating in the fortress's capture, we will not need compensation. Zero Wing has its own strength, and we will fulfill our dreams on our own." Chapter 2256, Youthful Arrogance. Lu Xingluo was stunned to hear Shi Feng's reply, but his lips curled into a sneer. Black Flame, do you really think such a noble attitude will gain Elder Wu's favor? Lu Xingluo inwardly chuckled. Unfortunately, you've made the wrong bet. Elder Wu is not Melancholy. Lu Xingluo was very familiar with Elder Wu's personality. Elder Wu was a man of his word. Since Elder Wu had promised to give Shi Feng the Tower of Four Gods teleportation stone, he would ensure Shi Feng took it. Rejecting the offer would only disgust Elder Wu. Moreover, the old man wouldn't mind retracting his offer after such a rejection. The expert standing guard along the hall's sides stared at Shi Feng in astonishment, looking at him as if he were a fool. Has this kid gone crazy? Even if he isn't, I'm sure he is very close. Does he really think he can obtain an entry slot to the Tower of Four Gods with his strength alone? He might be trying to boast about his bravery before Elder Wu. The Tower of Four Gods entry slot presented a very rare opportunity, and only one King-class sea monster dropped the tower's teleportation stone. However, an extremely large number of powers was currently vying for these teleportation stones. There were already more than 10 superpowers preparing for the upcoming raid. At this point, only 13 Thrones was confident of securing these teleportation stones. The other superpowers had no guarantee of success. Shi Feng had only recently reached Dragonheart Island, and even though Zero Wing had some naval power, it couldn't dispatch its forces to Tranquil Mine Island on such short notice. Swimming Dragon's Dragon Riders Adventurer team could help the guild by adding to its combat power, but the adventurer team wasn't even strong enough to defeat the sea monsters that guarded the King-class sea monster, much less the main boss. The idea that Shifeng intended to rely on his strength to obtain the teleportation stones was simply a joke. However, the moment Shifeng finished his statement, he turned and left the tent. He didn't even pause to wait for Elder Wu's response. Startled, Melody and her companions followed Shifeng out of the tent. Youthful arrogance, Elder Wu indifferently commented as he watched Shifeng leave. His gaze then shifted to Lu Xinglua as he began to address their plans, reacting as if Shifeng had never arrived. The expert guards found nothing strange about Elder Wu's reaction. They had watched many arrogant players behave as Shifeng had, and they received nothing from Elder Wu after rejecting his offers. Youthful arrogance, huh? Inwardly, Happy Art couldn't disagree with Elder Wu more. She had gained some understanding of Shifeng's mindset during her time with him in the Thunder God's secret land. He didn't act unless he was absolutely confident in succeeding. Since Shifeng had claimed that he'd secure the teleportation stones by himself, then he was confident he'd succeed. However, Happy Art couldn't help but worry. Trying to claim the Tower of Four Gods teleportation stones from the various superpowers wouldn't be easy, and they were currently out at sea. One would need ships to defeat sea monsters. If you're worried, Little Art, I can let them tag along with our fleet. At least that would give them a chance to approach the boss. It will also avoid giving the others a reason to call out our guild for being unscrupulous, a young, robust level 80 male ranger said when he noticed Happy Art's concerned expression. Really? Happy Art asked, giving the ranger youth an excited, joyful look. The youth before her was the commander of 13 Thrones' 3rd Fleet, Modern Rain. If Modern Rain were willing to help, they wouldn't have any trouble getting Shifeng's group close to the king-class sea monster. Rest assured, if they're with me, they'll reach the boss's side, Modern Rain declared. Happy Art was 13 Thrones' prided daughter. Modem Rain was a little annoyed with how highly Happy Art thought of Shifeng, but he could use this opportunity to show off his power before the young woman. Once Elder Wu and Lu Xinglua finished their business, Happy Art and Modern Rain left in search of Shifeng. Countless ships, all belonging to the various major powers, were tied to the docks in Tranquil Mine Island's port, including hundreds of bronze speedboats, which the various well-known adventurer teams considered quite rare and precious. There were also quite a few small sailboats, and many of the expert players on the island were shocked by the spectacular scene. This was especially true when these experts saw the fleets the various superpowers had dispatched. Every fleet consisted of 100 ships, and even the weakest among them was an advanced speedboat. Each fleet had over 20 bronze speedboats and 2 or 3 mysterious iron speedboats, as well. Every one of them was led by a medium sailboat. So, this is the strength of various superpowers' foundations? Melody gazed at the fleets, surprised. These superpowers were on an entirely different level compared to Dragonheart Island's adventurer teams. Melody even spotted bronze sailboats among the multiple fleets. A single bronze sailboat was more than enough to annihilate the Dragon Riders adventurer team. Of course, adventurer teams had their own powerhouses. Take Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, for example. All of these top adventurer teams had their own medium sailboats as the core of their fleet. They only lacked the bronze and mysterious iron speedboats that the various superpowers employed. With so many ships heading toward the boss, I'm afraid that there won't be any room for us to squeeze through, Guild Leader Black Flame, Swimming Dragon said, smiling bitterly as he watched the powerful fleets sail toward the king-class sea monster's last known sea zone. Although Swimming Dragon was confident in his bronze speedboat, every one of the powers participating in this raid had their own bronze speedboats. It was no exaggeration to call these speedboats cannon fodder in this upcoming raid. Trying to claim a teleportation stone with a bronze speedboat was simply impossible. While the group stood in the port, watching the ships, Modern Rain and Happy Art found Shifeng and approached to greet him. Big Brother Black Flame, our guild leader's initial offer was sincere. Unfortunately, Elder Wu has too much authority in the guild. Even our guild leader had no choice but to follow his wishes. Please, don't be upset with this outcome, Happy Art explained. I understand. Shifeng nodded. In truth, he hadn't paid the matter much mind, to begin with. Since that is the case, why don't you tag along with us, Big Brother Black Flame? With Vice Guild leader Rain's fleet, approaching the King Class C monster won't be a problem, Happy Art said. Since you are Happy Art's acquaintance, Guild leader Black Flame, please leave the journey to the boss to me, Modern Rain stated as he gestured to the bronze sailboat that was the core of 13 Thrones' third fleet. The various major powers would step aside and open a path to the King Class C monster for 13 Thrones' third fleet. They wouldn't need to fight or squeeze through the countless ships. Thank you, but we can get there by ourselves, Shifeng said, shaking his head as he rejected the offer without a second thought. Big Brother Black Flame? The response surprised Happy Art. You're going there yourselves? I don't mean to look down on you, but even if you have a relatively formidable fleet, I'm afraid that you won't even reach the mobs around the boss, not to mention with just the 5 of you, Modem Rain said, smirking. While Modern Rain spoke, however, Shifeng retrieved the Thunder Eagle's flute and blew into it. The deafening screech of an eagle echoed throughout the port, heralding the arrival of a gigantic eagle with a wingspan of 20 meters. It gracefully descended from the sky, landing before Shifeng. Chapter 2257, Reappearance of the Flying Mount. Silence fell over the port after the Thunder Eagle's arrival. Everyone stared at the massive bird, surrounded by arcs of blue electricity, with wide eyes. A flying mount. Modem Rain was stunned when he saw the Thunder Eagle stand obediently before Shifeng, unable to believe his eyes. Is he the player that appeared on Frost Hell Island? Ships might be precious, but compared to a flying mount, they were utterly worthless. Not even medium sailboats were as valuable as flying mounts. The various superpowers had been in a frenzy, searching for any trace of another flying mount. Some superpowers even offered 10,000 gold for a clue that would lead to a flying mount. However, their search had been fruitless thus far, which was only a testament to how rare and valuable flying mounts were. The only player-owned flying mount anyone had heard of was the one that had appeared on Frost Hell Island. There hadn't been another sighting. Melody, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo, who stood beside Shifeng, were dumbfounded as well. They had only heard of flying mounts before. They hadn't bothered to look further into the matter or try to acquire one for themselves, however. If not even the various superpowers were having any success, what were their chances? Rain looked. It's a flying mount. A flying mount. Blue Bamboo excitedly exclaimed as she grabbed Thoughtful Rain's arm. Only Happy Art maintained her composure, yet even she envied Shifeng for his Thunder Eagle. Thus far, the only person Happy Art had talked to about Shifeng's Thunder Eagle was Melancholy. To prevent others from finding out, Melancholy had decided to keep the information between them. As a result, neither player had mentioned anything about the Thunder Eagle's origin or owner to anyone. Instead, they secretly assigned more teams to grind for Thunder God's secret land entry slots to prepare to raid the side temple. Let's go, Shifeng told Melody and the others as he hopped onto the Thunder Eagle's back. He no longer cared whether or not people knew that he owned the flying mount. The current Zero Wing was no longer the guild it had been, and since he intended to develop Zero Wing on Dragonheart Island in the future, he could use the flying mount to garner some fame for the guild in the area. Melody and her companions quickly jumped up to join Shifeng on the Thunder Eagle's back as everyone around them watched. Once everyone was on board, the Thunder Eagle screeched and flapped its wings. In the blink of an eye, it rose several dozen meters above the ground. With another flap, the flying mount broke the sound barrier, disappearing on the horizon and leaving behind a bunch of stunned players. Naturally, news of the Thunder Eagle quickly reached the various superpowers. So, it turns out this kid had such a trump card. It's no wonder why he was confident of securing teleportation stones to the Tower of Four Gods by himself, the masked man beside Elder Wu muttered, smiling as he watched the video of Shifeng leaving Tranquil Mine Island's port on the Thunder Eagle. The masked man's information was thoroughly hidden, not even his name or level was visible. So what if he has a flying mount? Does he think that king-class sea monster is so easy to approach? Would we have lost so much to that sea monster if it were? A similarly masked woman next to him said disdainfully. Although a flying mount would give one an advantage in terms of speed, ships were king in a naval battle. Enough! Elder Wu snapped in a low tone. This matter is of no concern. Our goal is to secure as many teleportation stones as possible, as well as that item. Elder Wu was surprised to learn that Shifeng possessed a flying mount, but it was of little significance to him. It was not worth his attention and time. Understood. Berated by Elder Wu, the masked man and woman lowered their heads and promptly left the tent to see to the final preparations for the raid against the king-class sea monster. Meanwhile, on a bronze sailboat amidst Starlink's fleet. What? The flying mount that was spotted on Frost Hell Island belongs to Black Flame? When Lu Xinglua heard his subordinate's report, envy flashed in his eyes. A flying mount. As someone with the ability to travel between God's domain's two main continents, he knew just how valuable and useful a flying mount could be. Information about flying mounts might be scarce on the eastern continent, but it had already become a topic on the western continent. Some superpowers had even obtained clues leading to flying mounts. Based on what they had discovered, not only were flying mounts powerful tools for leveling, but they were also a miraculous addition to a team's strength. Flying mounts were particularly useful at sea. Ship travel was still incredibly inconvenient, and a single flying mount could carry multiple players at once. A flying mount could transport a team to various islands and provide a massive advantage when exploring new islands. Unfortunately, despite the discovery of quite a few clues, no one on the western continent had acquired a flying mount, yet the flying mount Lu Xinglua had been searching for belonged to Shifeng. Why don't we shoot it down, guild leader? Although resurrecting a flying mount should be easier than reviving a personal guard, he won't be able to use it for some time, Bright Dawn ruthlessly suggested. His hatred for Shifeng was truly immeasurable. Flying mounts had a certain degree of combat power and were much stronger than land mounts, but there was no way they could compete with speedboats and sailboats at sea. They wouldn't be able to destroy Shifeng's flying mount completely, but he could use this chance to let off some steam. No need, Lu Xinglua said, shaking his head. Sneering, he continued, Black Flame is a gullible fool if he thinks he can approach the king-class sea monster just because he has a flying mount. They were going to raid a level 91 mythic-ranked king-class sea monster. Every one of its attacks had tier 4 power. They were prepared to use their ship's extraordinary defensive capabilities to tank the boss. Even before this king-class sea monster, a level 100 flying mount was a joke. The shockwaves from the boss's attacks alone would likely be enough to throw the Thunder Eagle. Meanwhile, Shifeng rode his Thunder Eagle through a stormy patch of the Sea of Death. If the Thunder Eagle hadn't been an extraordinary flying mount, it would have had quite a bit of trouble navigating through the powerful storm. Sure enough, ships still have an advantage when passing through special sea zones. When Shifeng glanced at the mysterious iron sailboats below, he noticed that they made more progress than the Thunder Eagle. Of course, not even dark gold speedboats would be a match for the flying mount's speed through normal sea zones. After nearly half an hour, Shifeng's group arrived in the heart of the stormy sea zone. When they saw the spectacle before them, Blue Bamboo and her companions gasped. A giant tornado stretched between the water and the sky, spinning in the very center of the stormy sea zone. Nestled within the eye of the tornado was a colossal sea serpent that was several thousand meters long. The sea serpent's body was pitch black, and a silvery white horn grew from its head. Storm Serpent King. Marine King Creature, King-Class Sea Monster, Mythic. Level 91. HP 250 000 000/2 250 000 000. The Storm Serpent King's 25 billion HP was more than enough to induce despair, yet the boss was protected by a group of Lord and Great Lord-ranked one-horned sea serpents. At a glance, they were easily more than 300 of these monsters. the one-horned sea serpents would likely devour an ordinary fleet before it even reached the boss. For the moment, every ship in the area remained at least 1,000 yards away from these monsters. None dared to approach, yet as more powers gathered, the various superpowers began to assign tasks to their ships. The fleets then began to surround the Storm Serpent King. As all 10,000-plus ships spread out, even Swimming Dragon, who had seen many naval battles, was shocked. When these ships began to attack, the results were catastrophic. The level 90 Great Lord-ranked sea serpents rapidly lost HP, unable to survive a bombardment from so many ships. However, as they fell, new sea serpents surfaced to replace them. Prepared for this, the various superpowers lured these sea monsters away with their weaker ships, leaving their main ships behind to attack the Storm Serpent King. Foolish humans, I will tear you to pieces to feed the fishes. The Storm Serpent King bellowed in rage as the numerous ships approached. A massive tidal wave rose around the boss and swept toward the offending ships. Defend yourselves. The main ships promptly activated their defensive abilities. Among the various superpower ships, the mysterious iron speedboats in the lead took the brunt of the Serpent King's attack. Boom. As the tidal wave slammed into the mysterious iron speedboats, their defensive barriers flickered with light. It was obvious that the barrier's durability had decreased by a sizable chunk. The lesser powers in the raid weren't as fortunate as the various superpowers. The tidal wave crushed their advanced speedboats, dragging ship and crew to their watery graves. Only their bronze speedboats had withstood the attack, yet they had lost nearly 100 durability from the blow. At this rate, the Storm Serpent King only needed 4 or 5 more attacks to skin the bronze speedboats. With its first attack, the King-class sea monster had sunk nearly 100 advanced speedboats. The attack's ferocity instilled fear in the various adventurer team's members. Of course, the superpowers didn't stop their assault, despite witnessing the Storm Serpent King's power. Immediately, several dozen sailboats responded with attacks of their own. Sailboats' cannons were far more powerful than speedboats, and the various superpowers had invested a large number of resources into reinforcing these ships. As a result, every one of their attacks had peak Tier 3 destructive power, and each sailboat carried 5 or 6 cannons. Each sailboat dealt over -1 million damage to the Storm Serpent King after a single round of attacks. The Storm Serpent King's HP fell by several tens of millions, inspiring hope in the various powers. They charged toward the boss without any regard for the sea monster's attacks. The Storm Serpent King shattered one speedboat after another, and in return, its HP rapidly decreased. The scene even shocked Sherfong. Not even a creature as powerful as the Storm Serpent King could withstand a bombardment from 10,000-plus ships. As the Storm Serpent King's HP continued to fall, the intervals between each attack grew shorter. As a result, more ships began to skin. The tragic scene was even more frightening than a large-scale war between two guilds. "We should make our move too," Sherfong said once the Storm Serpent King's HP fell below the 10% threshold. He directed the Thunder Eagle to fly into the King-class sea monster's domain. "We're going in?" Sherfeng's comment took Melody and her companions off guard. They had witnessed the Storm Serpent King's strength. Charging toward it now would be suicidal. When Lu Xinglua, who commanded Starlink's fleet, noticed the Thunder Eagle's approach, he sneered. The Storm Serpent King's attacks bombarded the entire area and were impossible to avoid, even from above. The sailboat's defensive magic arrays were the only reason that the various superpowers had survived the attacks thus far. How could a level 100 Great Lord-ranked flying mount possibly stand up against the Storm Serpent King's attacks? "Another attack is coming. Prepare to defend yourselves." The Storm Serpent King growled again, and the various superpowers' fleets deployed their defensive barriers once more. A powerful storm swept toward the players, and not even the Thunder Eagle, which had entered the Storm Serpent King's range, was spared. As the approaching blast of wind was about to strike the flying mount, Sherfong retrieved a Summon Guard scroll and called forth Anna. Chapter 2258, Might of a Magical Class. As soon as Anna appeared on the Thunder Eagle's back, she pointed her staff at the approaching blast of wind. Violent mana immediately gathered around the level 96 summoner, forming a dual-colored, two-fold magic array. Tier 3 Overtier spell, Yin Yang Pillar. With Anna in the center, the 30-yard radius Yin Yang Pillar, a legacy defensive spell Anna had learned after reaching level 95, manifested. As the pillar completed, the blast of wind transformed into a lance that flew toward it. The wind lance was so horrifically powerful that space around it began to shatter, and its speed and range made it impossible to dodge, even for the Thunder Eagle. Melody and her companions paled, terrified, as the wind lance approached. They had only watched from afar before now, and although they knew that the Storm Serpent King's attacks were incredibly powerful, they hadn't been able to get a clear sense of just how powerful the attacks were. Now that they faced one of these attacks personally, they felt nothing but despair as they felt the attack's devastating aura. It was this moment when Melody and the others finally understood how frightening the Storm Serpent King truly was. The strongest monster they had faced thus far was a joke compared to the Storm Serpent King. Before this sea monster, Tier 2 players were little more than ants. Boom! A massive explosion blasted through the sky as the wind lanced plowed into the Yin Yang Pillar. The resulting shockwave was so powerful that it even pushed away the water below, creating 10-meter-high waves around the impact. Fool! Lu Xinglua sneered up at the Thunder Eagle. The mist the explosion had created obscured his vision, but he was certain that both Shifeng and the Thunder Eagle must be dead. Do you think the Storm Serpent King's raid is a battle you can just stroll into? The King-class Storm Serpent King was just as powerful as a world boss of the same level. In fact, the sea monster might actually command even more destructive power than a world boss. The Storm Serpent King was impossible to raid with normal methods. They could only defeat this boss by relying on powerful war weapons. Even the various superpower ships, which had been upgraded multiple times, rapidly lost durability as the Storm Serpent King's attacks slammed into them. Trying to contend with this boss with the power of a single individual was extremely foolish. So what if you can fly? Did you really think that could save you? Modem Rain, who watched from his bronze sailboat's deck, was quite satisfied to see the Thunder Eagle collide with the Storm Serpent King's attack. A flying mount could cross the sea quickly, but one still needed ships for naval combat. However, to everyone's surprise, the mist revealed the Thunder Eagle, still hovering above them as it dissipated. Shifeng and his comrades appeared completely unharmed atop the flying mount. How is that possible? Lu Xinglua stared, stunned. That had been a Tier 4 AoE attack, with just as much power as an intermediate mana pulse cannon. Such an attack would even shatter an intermediate defensive magic array, yet Shifeng's group had emerged unscathed. What? They blocked it? Quite a few powers, aside from Starlink and 13 Thrones, were paying attention to Shifeng's group. The Thunder Eagle was just too eye-catching after all. While the players below were surprised to see that the Thunder Eagle had survived, Shifeng flew toward the Storm Serpent King. The King-class sea monster's attacks were immensely powerful, but Anna was no ordinary Tier 2 personal guard. Her Yin Yang Pillar was just as strong as an advanced defensive magic array. Tier 4 attacks wouldn't be enough to break it. Unfortunately, Shifeng's group couldn't rely on the Yin Yang Pillar to block every one of the Storm Serpent King's attacks. That last blow had already depleted almost 6% of Anna's mana reserves. At most, the personal guard could block another 15 or 16 attacks. Shifeng needed to end this battle as quickly as possible. However, he was not a ship, and he couldn't attack from hundreds of yards away. He had to get closer to the sea monster boss if he wanted to hit it. Due to the looting rules for sea monsters, he wanted to attack the Storm Serpent King personally. If he did not deal any damage, he wouldn't have any claim to the items the boss would drop. He would have to wait until someone else picked them up and kill that player to get what he wanted. However, trying to take an item from another player was easier said than done. The various powers would do everything in their power to protect the players that collected the loot. The moment the boss died would be the only opportunity he'd have to claim any of the loot. Everyone would be busy contesting for their share and wouldn't pay attention to him. This was why he had decided to attack once the Storm Serpent King had very little HP remaining. Don't even think of touching the boss that easily. Attack him. Lu Xinglua commanded. He recognized what Shi Feng intended to do the moment he noticed the swordsman approach the Storm Serpent King. Several dozen ships within the boss's range immediately turned their attacks on the Thunder Eagle. Gnome cannons. Magic cannons. Several hundred cannonballs and beam attacks flew toward the Thunder Eagle, each with peak Tier 3 power. Moreover, every player in charge of these cannons was a refinement realm expert, and they all had an accurate grasp of the Thunder Eagle's flight trajectory. They were able to get an accurate grasp of the Thunder Eagle's flight trajectory. It's over. Swimming Dragon's expression darkened as he watched hundreds of beam attacks and cannonballs fly toward him. These attacks might not be as powerful or cover as much area as the Storm Serpent King's attacks, but there were many of them. Not even a fly could evade these attacks in time. Don't think I'm that easy to stop. Shi Feng growled as he glanced at the incoming attacks. Do it, Anna. All players still had the opinion that magical classes were weaker than melee players in PvP. At best, a team treated its magical class members like mobile turrets. However, God's Domain's magical class personal guards were far more valuable than melee personal guards. The value of a magical class Fine Gold Guard could even rival that of a melee Dark Gold Guard. During Shi Feng's previous life, most players with magical class Fine Gold Guards had refused to trade, even when offered melee Dark Gold ranked personal guards. At most, a powerful melee personal guard could annihilate a city by themselves, but a powerful magical class personal guard could obliterate an entire country. Hearing the command, Anna, who had completed her next spell's chant, waved her staff. Suddenly, a frightening amount of mana gathered around Anna. These mana fluctuations were even stronger than that of her previous spell. Several hundred magic arrays then manifested around Anna, their glowing light illuminating the stormy sky. Black and white chains shot forth from these arrays. Tier 3 over tier spell, Yin Yang chains. Every one of these chains had peak Tier 3 power, and they were all under Anna's control. The chains blocked and countered every cannonball and energy beam in the air, and none of the attacks reached the Thunder Eagle. Impossible! The players below were dumbfounded by the scene. The sight astonished Melody and her companions on the Thunder Eagle as well. They had never thought that a personal guard could be so powerful that she could render Starlink's several dozen ships powerless. While everyone watched Anna block one round of Starlink's attacks after another, the Thunder Eagle came within 100 yards of the Storm Serpent King. With less than 5% of the boss's HP remaining, it had gone berserk, but since there were so many ships participating in this raid, several thousand remained, despite the several thousand the King-class sea monster had already destroyed. Once the flying mount was within range of the Storm Serpent King, Shi Feng ordered Anna to attack the boss. Meanwhile, he pulled a Tier 4 magic scroll, which he had obtained from the Frost Monarch, from his bag. This Tier 4 magic scroll contained a single target spell, one that would be perfect against this boss. As the Storm Serpent King's HP fell to a critical low, Shi Feng unfurled the magic scroll and activated it. The mana around him grew turbulent, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Tier 4 spell, Arctic Fall. Immediately, countless ice shards appeared and rained down from the sky. As the ice shards collided with the Storm Serpent King, they formed an icy shell around the boss. 1 second after the Storm Serpent King had been imprisoned, the shell shattered, and a damage of over -10 million appeared above the boss's head, even surprising Shi Feng. This attack decimated the Storm Serpent King's remaining HP, and its titanic body slammed into the ocean, the impact forming a 30-meter tall tidal wave that swept across the water's surface in a perfect ring. Chapter 2259, Snatching Loot. The moment the Storm Serpent King died, Shifeng's experience bar skyrocketed. Since he hadn't been a part of a raid team, that last hit had allowed him to claim nearly half of the Storm Serpent King's EXP. The boss definitely awarded a lot of EXP. I really got my money's worth for that Tier 4 magic scroll. Shifeng was quite satisfied with his rising experience bar. Shifeng had already reached level 90, and normally, it would take him 4 or 5 days at least to fill his experience bar. However, the Storm Serpent King wasn't the usual boss. Sea monsters originally already granted more EXP than ordinary monsters, and combined with the fact that the Storm Serpent King was king class, it granted even more abundant EXP than a world boss of the same level. Each player would receive a sizable amount of EXP if they split it between 2 fleets. It was easy to imagine how much EXP Shifeng had earned by monopolizing nearly half of the Storm Serpent King's EXP. In less than a second, Shifeng had risen to level 91. After 2 more seconds, he reached level 92. His experience bar only began to slow after he had climbed to level 93. Eventually, Shifeng's experience bar stopped at 24% of level 93. Not even he had expected to receive so much EXP. Once the Storm Serpent King had died, the various major powers in the sea zone went mad, charging toward the boss's corpse without any hesitation. Quick, get the loot! Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they rushed to claim the items. A mythic-ranked king-class sea monster's loot was unimaginably tempting to current players. Not even the various superpowers upper echelons could resist. Thousands of ships sped toward the sinking sea monster's corpse. The Storm Serpent King's corpse slowly began to disintegrate, and orbs of light began to appear around it. These orbs of light were none other than the boss's loot. However, unlike ordinary boss's loot, the Storm Serpent King didn't drop a single pile of items. Instead, the items scattered, floating through the air. By the time the loot reached the water's surface, a significant distance separated each orb. Players would have to swim for quite some time to get from one item to another. This setting prevented players from claiming all of the Storm Serpent King's loot for themselves. The Storm Serpent King had dropped a very large number of items. Easily more than 300 items had scattered within 200 yards of the boss's corpse, their beautiful lights decorating the area. Unfortunately, none of these players had the patience to admire the graceful scene. They all rushed toward the globes with everything they had. The various superpowers, on the other hand, began to work together to claim the items as if they had already negotiated a deal. They formed a barricade around the area, preventing outsiders from approaching the Sea of Lights. If you won't let us claim any of the treasure, you should forget about getting any either. The various adventurer teams didn't need long to figure out the superpowers' goals. Instead of speeding toward the floating orbs, they put themselves in range of the superpowers' AoE attacks, launching an assault. The adventurer teams had an overwhelming numerical advantage. Even if they weren't a match for the superpowers' quality, they could make up for it by swarming their opponents. The various adventurer teams were fully capable of standing up to the various superpowers as equals. For a time, cannon fire filled the sea zone, especially near the Sea of Lights and the Storm Serpent King's corpse. Flying cannonballs blanketed the ocean, and anyone that tried to enter the area died instantly. Some of the superpowers who thought their defenses were strong enough had tried to send mysterious iron speedboats to claim the loot, yet in the end, the ships and crew were blown to smithereens. What should we do, guild leader? Blue Bamboo grew very anxious as she looked at this scene. Despite how close to the boss they were, ships had begun to fire at them before they had a chance to claim any of the loot. Moreover, far more ships attacked than when Starlink had assaulted them earlier. As a result, they had to distance themselves from the loot. Superpowers and adventurer teams hammered the loot area with constant attacks, preventing anyone from getting close to the dropped items. Anyone that dared approach the loot would become everyone's enemy, and every ship in the area would attack. Not even the various superpowers dared to approach the area, stuck in a stalemate with the adventurer teams while they tried to think of a solution. Not even a bronze sailboat would last long against thousands of ships. "Wait here. I'm going to give it a try," Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. The various adventurer teams and superpowers kept a close eye on the loot, and as more time passed, it would become harder to get one's hands on those items. At this rate, the adventurer teams and superpowers would be forced to sit down and negotiate terms, or the various superpowers would reveal a trump card to clear the area by force. Regardless of which outcome occurred, Shifeng wouldn't get anywhere near the Storm Serpent King's items. If he wanted to claim his share, he'd have to brave the cannon fire. Shifeng activated the 7 Luminaries' Rings Gale domain and flew straight toward the loot area. Since he was significantly smaller than the Thunder Eagle, the ships would have a very hard time targeting him. In addition, Shifeng was far more agile than the Thunder Eagle, and with Tier 3 reaction speed, he had no trouble dodging the monotonous cannon fire. Black flames approaching the loot. "Kill him. Those items are ours." Many players quickly noticed Shifeng, and none of them showed any mercy as they bombarded him together. Cannonballs and energy beams flooded the loot area. The various powers attacked Shifeng with even more ferocity than their assault on the Storm Serpent King. Does Black Flame really think he can snatch the loot by relying on his own strength? When Modern Rain saw the various powers target Shifeng, the corners of his lips curled to form a delighted grin. While the idea was that everyone would have an opportunity to claim some of the Storm Serpent King's loot, the true outcome of this raid would be based on the later negotiations. The quantity and quality of items each power would receive would be determined by their strength. This was also why Elder Wu had dared to offer Shifeng a teleportation stone to the Tower of 4 Gods. Shifeng seemed to have some difficulty dodging the various powers' attacks, and as he got closer to the loot area, the more concentrated the attacks became. Some superpowers had even begun to use their basic mana pulse cannons against the swordsman. Not only did the basic mana pulse cannons' attacks possess a huge 20-yard radius AoE, but they also carried incredible power. Anna was only able to stop a few of the shots with her yin-yang pillar. How ruthless! The superpower's bombardment astonished Shifeng. Basic mana pulse cannons were war weapons. Installing them on a city's walls was troublesome enough, and trying to install them on a ship was even more of a challenge. Installing a single basic mana pulse cannon would cost around 70,000 gold, and once it had been installed, it couldn't be removed. If the ship sank, all of the invested money would go to waste. As a mana pulse cannon's energy beam swiftly approached, Shifeng gritted his teeth and activated Absolute Domain, gaining damage immunity for 10 seconds. Although the skill protected him from damage, he wasn't immune to the resulting impact. That one hit nearly plunged him into the ocean. Fortunately, basic mana pulse cannons had a very long cooldown. Even if multiple superpowers had them equipped, they couldn't fire unceasingly at Shifeng. A second later, Shifeng entered the loot area. Cannonballs continued to buzz through the area, but Shifeng's basic attributes were incredibly high. Even if a cannonball hit him, it barely affected his movement. However, since the various powers concentrated their cannon fire, Shifeng only caught a glimpse of a few items. He couldn't tell what any of the other items were. With little choice, Shifeng dashed for the items that were closest to him and those surrounded by dense mana. 1 item. 2 items. 3 items. Shifeng picked up more items, and the various superpowers went mad, firing 1 mana pulse cannon at him after another. Die. Kill him. Those treasures are mine. Lu Xinglua's eyes were almost fully red with rage as he watched Shifeng claim the loot. With how bright the light globes were, it was easy to watch them vanish from so far away. According to Lu Xinglua's count, Shifeng had already picked up 17 items, which was likely even more than Starlink would get after the negotiations ended. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly Lu Xinglua bellowed, it didn't affect Shifeng's looting spree. With less than a second of Absolute Domain's duration, Shifeng sighed as he pulled a Tier 1 instantaneous teleportation scroll from his bag. He activated the scroll immediately, vanishing from the loot area. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.